2 seconds. So. Good morning, everybody. A little early for a Saturday or a Monday. How are y'all doing? Good. Y'all take away anything from yesterday? Good. What was some of the bigger takeaways y'all got from yesterday? None. Yes. Take action. That is probably the one thing that stops most people from succeeding in this business, is they don't go out there and take action. They'll spend 2 years studying it and don't ever do a thing with it. So, what else do we got? Any other takeaways from yesterday? Yes, sir.
Don't be afraid to fail.
Don't be afraid to fail. Failure is important. It really is. So many of us are conditioned to think that failing is a bad thing. You know, failing has its ouches, but if you learn lessons from it and you continue pushing forward, you've got something that comes out of it.
Knowledge is a power. Applied knowledge is power.
That is the truth. Knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. It's very important. Yes, sir.
Why? Why is very important.
I think that's the most important thing. You know, I think that ties into everything else. Like, if your why is strong enough, the failure won't stop you. If your why is strong enough, the action will occur. If your failure is strong enough, if your why is strong enough, the knowledge will be applied. The thing that I have found that is the common denominator across the board that I've seen with most people is that their why was larger than their fear. Like, whenever your fear is larger than your why, you'll never take action, you'll never go, and you just don't have enough pain. The people that I meet that actually just or already got their backs up against the wall, or they put their back up against the wall, are the ones that I find that absolutely win. Like the person that's like, you know what? I know my bills are $6,000 a month. I know I've never done a wholesale deal in my life, but I just quit my job. I've got $8,000 sitting in the savings. I'll figure it out. And they don't. And they lose their house. And then they do this and they do that, but they never give up on it. And then 3 years later, they're millionaires. You know? It's those type of people that are like, F this. This is either going to win or it's not going to win. There is no other option. It's like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to win. So those are the people that I see that typically win. So moving into today, I'd like to say, everybody, thank you for showing up on a Saturday. I know that y'all got a lot of family. I've got a lot of other responsibilities, so I appreciate y'all for showing up. We're going to be going through transaction coordination. We have the world's best transaction coordinator here, Miss Casey Della.
Hey, guys.
She is the founder of Atlas Transaction Coordination Services, and she is pretty awesome on this side. So she's going to co-host with us. We're going to go through, start out the day with thanking Quest Trust for allowing us to have this building, allowing us to have this room. Thank you very much on that side. Yay! Let's get started.
Yeah, this is the fun stuff, paperwork.
Paperwork. So going into it, like if I'm in the field and I'm running acquisitions, one of the very first things that I'm going to do once I get my contract is I need to communicate with my team. So like if Casey is running my files for me, I've just spent the last 3 hours with my seller going through, doing whatever I need to do. Here are the commitments that I promised. Here are the things that we agreed to. Here's all that. I need to communicate with you. So I'm going to sit down and I'm going to be like, all right, so this is why I did this on paragraph 7. This is where I did this and this and this. And the seller has agreed that we will allow her up until the day before closing to move out. Because if you're the one, essentially, what's the role of a transaction coordinator?
Good question, because I think there's a lot of confusion really between what a title company does and what a transaction coordinator will do. And one thing I can tell you is there's a lot of paperwork and deadlines legally that have to be met in order to uphold the honor of your contract. And so you can't treat this as if this is just, oh, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I see a lot of investors get really lax about it. So a transaction coordinator basically makes sure that everything is met from the time it's executed and signed and becomes effective to when you're at the closing table, wire sent, file closed. So one thing I cannot stress enough is that a lot of people spend so much time trying to figure out how to talk to sellers, how to get the contract, and then they forget the rest. And guys, your transactions are the lifeblood of your business. If you don't have a closed transaction, you have nothing. So you can get really good at closing them with your sellers. Then the other skill set is actually making sure that that money comes to you. So the transaction coordinator oversees all of this. And to just clarify, you obviously legally have to go through a title company or an attorney to get these things done. You know, they're going to make sure that they're writing all the legal stuff, they're getting the title policies that are required or that you ask for, making sure the surveys are ordered, all that kind of stuff. But their job is really just to do compliance. Their job is not to close your deal. Their job isn't to chase additional paperwork. Their job isn't to talk to all of your sellers, and they might. If you have a really good title company, they're absolutely going to assist you with this. They're going to give you the knowledge, but nobody cares about your deal more than you do. So you can't always rely on them to be on the ball. And trust me, I've worked with probably 100 different title companies, and a lot of them drop the ball. A lot.
It happens a lot.
It happens, and that's just because they get overwhelmed just like anybody else. These are really complicated deals on the investor side. So you have to make sure that either you or somebody on your team is actually paying attention to what the contract requires to uphold the integrity of your deal and to protect yourself as well.
Okay. So with the transaction coordinator, a lot of that is going to be communication. You're going to be communicating with the seller, communicating with the title, communicating with the foreclosing trustee, communicating with the banks, communicating with probate attorneys, communicating with the entire process. The communication key right here is very important for me as acquisitions. Like she said, my job is to go out there and get the contract. Once I get the contract, I'm depending upon somebody else to get it closed so I can get paid. Some of the key things from my side of the table that I have seen deals fail very quickly on is the communication between the seller and the buyer starts dissolving. Yep. That seller is counting on you to stop that foreclosure. That seller is counting on you to clear this property and get it ready to purchase. And they're in a scary situation in their life. They're nervous, they're freaking out. They want a phone call every 15 minutes. So whenever I'm on the acquisition side, I try to prep them up front with what they're expecting from my office. I will give you at the very least a weekly update, and depending upon the timeline to, let's say, a foreclosure, I'll give you a daily update. You can expect a daily update from my office. I will be speaking with Casey Della. She will be the one communicating with you. If you have any emergencies, get with me, but all communication must go through Casey. If you have a phone call with me and you ask something of me, it does not count. And I try to make sure that the seller understands that up front. You can call me all you want, but that phone call doesn't count because it is her job to get the title closed. And if she does not know what you asked me, then the communication chain is broke down. So from this point forward, I'm handing all information off to Casey. Casey is your number one and only point of contact. Okay?
And I cannot express that enough because y'all have built rapport with your sellers at this point. I'm a third party that knows absolutely nothing. So I'm only as good as the communication you give me, and so is your title company. You're gonna basically delay this if you don't give us this information. Just to give you a super quick example, I had a situation where we were trying to pull these city liens and trying to get it closed was the only thing holding us back. It was a foreclosure. And because my client didn't ask the seller very simply, what is this lien? They basically was like, oh, I paid that off. I'm actually supposed to get a release from the city. And that changed the entire game. So after 2 weeks of waiting, I said, go down to this office right now, request it, and we got it within 10 minutes.
That's awesome.
Things like that matter. So like, yeah, you have to set the expectation for your seller as well as for your team. Otherwise, we're in the dark here.
So when we're just now starting out, we're going to wear all the hats. You're going to be the transaction coordinator, you're going to be the acquisitions, you're going to be the marketer, you're going to be all of these people. But the transaction coordination piece is extremely, extremely important. And with her experience in that, that's why we're talking about it. You had a question, Jocelyn? We needed to get you a microphone. If we have anybody that would volunteer to run the microphone, that would be awesome.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
We got a volunteer up here at the front.
Good morning.
Morning.
So first, my question is this. I know most times I already build in the third-party authorization for dealing with banks for foreclosures. So would it also be helpful to have a blanket one for the transaction coordinator if we're gonna, have you to fall into that role as well?
Yes,
Or will you use the same one?
100%. In fact, if anybody I work with, I give them an authorization for my company, just like you would for a title company. So if you use a title company, that's very common. I always keep them. I keep car files. I think good investors should have a car file folder, and I'll keep authorizations for my usual title company as well as my transaction coordinator if it's a third party. Or anybody on my team to authorize. So you can submit as many as you want. That's just good to have on backup if you can't get authorization with your seller on the phones.
I may do it a little differently, and I don't know legalities behind this, but my third-party authorization has like 7 blank lines on it. It says the following are authorized to communicate this. And then in print, it shows my name and my company's name and all parties to my company. And then I have like 7 blank lines that I can say, you know what, I might have somebody at the title company, I might have this, and I fill that in. And so that's how I hold, that's how I run my third-party authorizations.
Yeah,
because
I think you can do it that way. I know some places that will be really particular about that, so it kind of just have a backup just in case, but that's common too.
So mine in actual type print, it shows my name, my company name, and all associates of my company. But then I leave like 7 blank lines for additional people. But that's how I've been running mine.
as long as you name the parties that you need to name, or you can also do a verbal on the phone super quick as well.
So going through the handoff meeting, one of the things after the handoff meeting is we need some level of management to the process. You can't just sit there and wing it. You need to know, okay, these are the 19 things that have to be done on absolutely every single file, otherwise this file does not get closed. And what I mean by that is like, all right, step 1, we need to open escrow. That is like step 1 for me, day 1, get that thing moving forward. Opening escrow, what do I mean by opening escrow? We need to find a title company or a title attorney depending upon what state you're in. How do I know what title company or title office or title attorney is competent for running my deals? It's extremely important. Like she said earlier, an investor file is not a typical file for an escrow officer. There's often a lot of the times significant encumbrances. There's a lot of issues in title, chain of title, and all of that has to be cleared. And I want to make sure that I'm working with the right title company that not only has how to handle all of those encumbrances, but understands assignments of contracts, double closes, and or any creative financing terms that might be included in that contract. So how are we going to find that title company? For me, the fastest and easiest way that I could possibly say is just go to your local Facebook group or your local REIA or your local whatever it is dealing with real estate investors and ask around. Just say, hey, what escrow officer would you recommend? What title company would you recommend? And you'll often find that you're going to find one person's name or 2 or 3 people's name a lot. Who are you going to use? That person. One of those 3 people. Yeah, I guarantee you right now, if we went into one of the larger REIAs in town and just said, what title companies you're using, you're going to hear 2 or 3 common names. That's the title company you use. So moving forward from there, don't let that be a hiccup for you. And I wouldn't suggest going out there right now and calling all of them up and saying, I might get a contract 5 years from now, what do I do? Or stay busy. But just know that whenever it's time to get your contract, then call them up and say, hey, I have a contract. What do you need done for me? So what I do is I submit my contract immediately day 1, and I always, if I need to, have my title company file a memorandum for me right then and there. So I have them do that on my side, and I submit all necessary docs to the title company at that time. Now, whenever I'm running acquisitions, I know up front from my experience what my title company needs. If I'm dealing with a house that's going into foreclosure, I need a third-party authorization. What else might I need if I'm going into foreclosure? Power of attorney, possibly. I could also be looking for any information regarding the bank itself. Like, I need to know first position lien, second position lien, third position lien, who the contacts there are, what's the foreclosure date set at, who is the trustee for this file, the foreclosing trustee. There is a lot of extra information. I'm going to get all that while I'm sitting down with the homeowner. Whenever I hand this off to Casey, I'm going to show her the last mortgage statement. I'm going to show her the last 2 or 3 mortgage statements. Whenever I go in and I contact the title company, I'm going to submit all that paperwork to them as well, because guess who they're going to need to contact? The bank. If I just give them the contract and I don't give them any other point of contact, who are they going to be trying to call to figure out what banks they need to contact? You. And then who are you going to have to get in touch with? the homeowner.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth for sure. And something I would add to that is something like a letter of intent to sell from the seller in a wet signature is incredibly helpful to add to your documents on a foreclosure, because a lot of lenders do allow a postponement of foreclosure with a contract, proof of funds, as well as a letter of intent to sell. So if you, all it has to literally say is, I, so-and-so, a homeowner, intend to sell my property at this address with the loan number and just a wet signature, and then attach a contract. So if you get that up front, because it can't be digitally signed, you're gonna help us be able to stop a foreclosure. So that's just a document I would just write down and make sure that you do on any foreclosure, just to add.
So if I've got another, let's say I've got an heir to the property and nothing has been done to transfer title. Title is still in this deceased homeowner's name, and we know that the title is still in their name. Well, there's no point in me taking that contract to title and saying, hey, figure it out. I'm already sitting down with the seller. I should get that figured out long before I ever submit it to title. I want to know from the homeowner, was there a will? Okay, was there a will? Was there not a will? If there was or was not, can I get a copy of it? From there, I'm trying to determine who the heirs to that property are and how I contact them. Also, while I'm on the contract, while I'm on the property, I will get affidavits of heirship questionnaires filled out. I don't have a time to sit here and teach everything about probate, but what the title company is going to need to transfer title in the event that there's not a will is I need affidavits of heirship questionnaires filled out. Those kind of are title specific. Some title companies want their specific forms, so I will find out what title company I'm going to work with and say, hey, do you have an affidavit of heirship questionnaire that you personally like to use? I keep that in my card file in my car at all times, because when I'm showing up to a property and then all of a sudden I find out that there is an affidavit required, what an affidavit does is it transfers title from a decedent to the heir. I'm going to get all of that information filled out right then and there, and guess what? That might take 2 or 3 hours. People don't want to sit down and answer all these questions about their deceased loved one, especially when it comes to estranged kids, estranged spouses, all of this weird stuff. Family drama gets involved in this a lot. And then when you say, well, did your father have any other children? Well, yeah, but he's locked up and I haven't seen him in 34 years. Well, guess what? He's still getting paid. And you'll see a lot of drama pop up. And that's why you let this woman deal with all of it. So like,
I have to say that you're the most responsible investor I think I've ever listened to, in terms of, you got to get this when you're there. Seller information sheet while you're there, because most of my guys, I know that y'all are like, I don't want to deal with this. I just want to run with it. Well, tough luck. This is what it takes, and you need to be responsible in order to get your steps. I have a lot of people toss me contracts, and I'm like, where is everything else? And so,
what I want to add to that, and I think it's extremely important, is when do you get paid? When you close on the deal.
yes, so do I.
If you don't close on the deal, you don't get paid. And anybody that takes the lackadaisical approach to the contract when they're sitting there at the house and saying, you know what, I'm just going to bet that Casey gets all this figured out for me, is just preparing themselves for failure. I don't know about y'all, but whenever I lose a $24,000 deal, heads will start rolling. This is not a play date for me. This isn't like, oh, I didn't need that money. You want to see me get in trouble? You want to see me get in some serious trouble? Watch my title company mess a file up for me. It is not play day. That's $24,000 of my money that just got lost. So if I am going to depend upon Casey to get this file done, well, then I need to know up front, what does Casey need to get this file done? Experience will tell you that. If I'm at a house and I know that there's an affidavit that's required, I'm going to get that process started. Why? Because she's not going to do it for me. Now, if I give her all of the information, oh, okay. So give me some explanation like that. Let's say I'm a brand new investor and I do nothing for you at all. I just bring you a contract. How does that process look?
Yeah, so if you give me a contract, what we do is we audit it, right? We're gonna look through everything. We're gonna contact the sellers and probably have to get from them everything. But if they've already gone through this with you, this is just a burden on them. So we don't want to double, we want to make this as easy as possible for them. Now, if you do just hand it to me and you have no idea what you're doing, I'm going to open title immediately, and I'm going to rush title, right? Because I don't know the situation, and you clearly don't know the situation, and so I'm going to rush it so I can look at Schedule C and see what's going on. And if I need to, I have some clients, for example, all they do is affidavits of heirship. I mean, almost every deal needs one. And so we just have a routine. When I get it, he goes, hey, Casey, can you get this for me? They're expecting your call. That we can handle. We know we have to do it. And so we can do these things and do them for you, but we have to know. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait how many days before a title commitment comes back, and that is just time, because an affidavit of heirship, once completed after the seller does it, can take a couple days for the attorneys to draw up. Then it can take a couple more days to get the witnesses to notarize it. So you have to keep in mind your timelines and how you can help close those gaps by doing it. So yes, we can. Just like title pulls a lot of the weight for a lot of people who don't know what they're doing, but do we prefer it? No, because we can't be efficient when y'all don't do your side of the job.
That's a great way of putting it. So, yes, sir. Let's get a microphone. Thank you, sir.
Just a quick question. You're trying to get all the affidavits signed when you're there. You're not the notary. How do you get the notary done?
Affidavit of heirship questionnaire. So
Yeah,
the questionnaire will ask
It
the
doesn't-
34 questions required to draft the affidavit.
Okay.
And so that way, whenever I show up with Casey or I show up with my title, I've already got that questionnaire filled out, so 90% of it's done. There might be a couple gaps that need to be filled in, but now that paperwork can be handed straight off to the attorney. The attorney will draft the affidavit of heirship, and then you'll get them. So like for me, if I go on a property and I know that an affidavit of heirship needs to be filed, I'll take that questionnaire and get it filled out right then and there. And I can oftentimes have the affidavit of heirship questionnaire filled out. The very next morning, I'll submit it to title. By the end of the day, I've got the questionnaire or the affidavit of heirship completed. I'll have a notary out to the witness's house, and within 24 hours, I've already got title ready to clear. Why is that important? The other day, it's a payday. The other day I asked, if there's $100,000 laying in the middle of the road, how long would you let it sit there? That's why I try to make sure that these things happen and happen fast. Like just because that seller signed a signature with me does not mean they did not sign a signature with somebody else 24 hours later. It does happen. And that is not a fun thing to find out when you're banking on getting a $62,000 check at the end of the month and it just disappeared on you. Why did it disappear? Raise your own hand. There is no reason why it disappeared other than you. If somebody else was able to get that contract and close it before you did, and you got it first, that's just a sign of how you're operating. It's sad to say it that way, but it's important. So when we do that, we do submit this title and all the paperwork that we've acquired over to the title company. One of the very first things that they need to do is pull an abstract or a title commitment. Can you explain a little bit about what we're going to be looking at on that title commitment?
Yeah, absolutely. So just an FYI, if your title company does not get you an abstracted title within a few days, push them. Request why they don't have it. I have seen them take 3 weeks before, which is absolutely unacceptable. It should never take that long. They can rush these. You just need to let them know. And so just keep pushing. I always say after 2-3 days, send them an email. Hey, do we have title in? A lot of times it's just on the backside and they haven't sent it to you yet. So make sure you know within a couple of days to ask them.
So let me explain what an abstract
Yes,
is.
go ahead.
So, or if you were about to.
Oh, no, I mean, go for it.
So an abstracted title is they're going to just run a preliminary search of that property address and that homeowner, and they're going to try and find out any possible liens that are against the property, any encumbrances, any breaks in the chain of title, any issues with the title. They're going to try and figure out anything that could possibly cause this property to not transfer. And that should show up in an abstract of title. That's what they're going to call it. That's what I've always called it. I can normally get my title company and get that with me in 24 to 72 hours. There are some title companies that will charge for an abstract, $50, $75, $200. What I would say is that if you've developed a long-standing relationship with your title company, normally that abstract will be free up front. They'll just get it to you, especially if you're turning volume with them. I always have my title company. I say within the first 48 hours, I want my abstract.
Yeah, 100%. Demand it. You should.
It's like if I'm working with you, it's a requirement. It's like if you can't do that for me in the first 48 hours, we don't work together.
Yeah,
That's just the way it works.
Keep in mind they're part of your team just like anyone else. And if they can't meet your expectations, then just find somebody else. And always have a few on hand because they do get busy. But when you do get your abstract back, y'all read it. It blows my mind how many people don't read abstracts. It's not super complicated if you know that it's A, B, C, Ds of title in Texas. Texas is a little bit different than other states, but you know, you're going to look at A, that's literally just going to be actual facts. It's going to name the parties involved. It's going to name the purchase price. It's just going to be facts about the transaction.
verify that.
Yes, because
Verify
a lot
that.
of times it's wrong. So make sure yeah.
We got time for some stories? I think we've got time for
literally
some
had
stories.
one recently where just the purchase price was incorrect, and these are technically associated with your policies. So you have to just make sure that the right parties are involved, and then keep in mind if you're assigning your contract, that's going to change. So you want to make sure that you've got the right people on there.
Y'all want to hear a funny story?
Always.
I don't know if you know Ronnie Walker. Ronnie Walker was Grant Kemp's business partner for a long time. He went out and he got a property under contract from an absentee owner, 123 Main Street. He made it to title, got title clear, got title commitments, got the HUDs drawn up, signed on it, funded the deal. 3 to 4 months later, whenever he turned around to resell his rehab, he found out he did not own the property. What he did own, in fact, though, was the seller's primary residence. They went through and the title commitment, the HUD, the title, 100% of the transaction was the homeowner's personal residence, which was like a $350,000 to $400,000 house.
Not a totally bad day.
But now he's got to unwind all this. So now it's like, obviously there could have been a lot of issues there, but all of that, even from an experienced real estate investor, working with an experienced title company, working with a landlord, they all made it completely through title, and that man purchased the primary residence of that landlord. It is very important to verify the details on this paperwork.
Yeah. And like I said, y'all, it's your deal. You can't rely too heavily on everybody else. Just scan it, know what you're looking for, and it only takes a few minutes. I mean, you should know what's involved. But yeah, after Schedule A, you're going to look at Schedule B. Schedule B is basically, we call it buyer beware. It's basically all of the things that aren't going to be covered in a title policy. So things like easements, things, plot lines that you can't change, or whatever it is that shows up for that particular property, sewer lines, you name it. It's just going to be on there. Not covered by your title policy or your insurance, so keep that in mind. Schedule C is what you really want to look at in Texas in particular. Other states don't necessarily have Schedule C. You'll find this information on B. Oh no, by all means.
No,
You're running this show.
I've got questions. I know I've got questions for you because
Yeah.
I've never transacted outside of Texas.
Yeah.
Does this look different across the United States?
It does look different. Texas has really interesting laws because of the nature of our history, and that we actually have very strict legal laws when it comes to closing title. So our schedules are a lot longer. Other states don't have Schedule C at all. You won't see it on there. It's literally just going to be Schedule B and B1 and B2. Between B1 and B2, you'll basically see other things, and this is. Some of them might be slightly different. I'm only in about 5 or so states that I've seen, but yeah, it'll basically have the same information. The information isn't different, but some states, for example, require that you run things like they run the buyers and the sellers' names through a database that shows that there's no judgments. So they get a specific run separately, and there's an attached document that shows that it's clear or not clear.
Okay.
And then they'll also run them on any kind of city and tax liens. I know Philadelphia does this, New Jersey does this, where it'll basically run them through a database, and it will show if you're delinquent on any kind of city water or anything like that. Their water systems are so screwed up over there. Pennsylvania is a whole nother beast. It is I've seen water bills that are up thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and half the time they won't insure properties if a meter's missing, but that's beside the point. But you have to know what to look for in your state and know common problems that you're going to have and what title is going to look for and not look for based on whatever the laws are.
Okay.
So in Texas in particular, though, Schedule B is going to be clear. That's just what's not covered. Schedule C is what we call clear to close. This is what you have to clear in order to close. There you might see things show up like we have a vesting issue. By vesting, I mean we have a name issue, meaning whatever is on title is not matching what's on the contract, or maybe someone had a name change, or maybe they're working out of a different company. Whatever the point being, you have to usually verify that this is the correct party involved. You're going to see what we call vendor liens on there. A vendor lien is just a mortgage. So you'll be able to see if there's a mortgage attached to the property. I've seen people tell me they have no mortgages, and then up pops a vendor lien on there. So you need to look at that. You'll see things like judgments on there in Texas. You'll see, a lot of times you'll see the amount. Not always. Sometimes you have to do a little more digging and get payoffs from them. But you will see everything that absolutely has to be cleared. Some title companies will review this for you and tell you, hey, we have title back, these are our issues. A lot don't. A lot of them will just say, here you go, please review, and they'll send it to your sellers as well. And guess what? You're going to get a call from your sellers being like, I don't have a judgment on me. I don't have this wrong. Look, this isn't me. And sure enough, you're like, actually it is, you know? And sometimes it's not. That's really important too. I have had more times than I can count where a judgment shows up against a name because it's so similar and it actually isn't them. So you would have to work on clearing the name or verifying that it actually is not them of which the judgment is associated with, but you still have to do that work.
So on my side, like I feel like I've been spoiled. Like I'm very
You have
selective
been.
of the escrow officers that I'll work
Yeah.
with. Anytime I get my title commitment back, they already go through Schedule C and they highlight everything that they need help with. It's like this encumbrance, and this encumbrance, we need to verify. We need to figure out what's going on there.
Yeah.
And one of the things you were saying is like, if your seller's name is John Smith, you're likely going to see a lot of things showing up in that Schedule C that's not directly attached to your seller.
Yes.
But since it's such a common name, a lot of things will pop up and show up on Schedule C. So like she
Yeah.
said, we do need to verify who the homeowner is so that we can get all that removed. And one of the things that I require of my title company, and I've worked with my title companies for quite a long time, is outside of mundane, typical communication, all communication must go through me. They don't call my seller and be like, hey, you know, we've got all of these liens showing up on your property. You talk to me about that first. If I was with the TC, like I had my TC at the office, all communication went through my TC, and my TC was like the only point of contact with the seller. So that way the title company wouldn't tell the seller something, my TC tell the seller something. I'd never wanted miscommunication to happen, so I always tried to maintain the line of communication through the TC.
Yeah, important too because it confuses your sellers. My title companies, any title company I work with knows go through me and me only, and my clients know that as well. I don't even let my clients talk to them half of the time because my clients aren't involved with the 50 emails that I've just sent all the time, right? That's the whole point of them hiring me, is that's just clogging up their inbox and their time. So yeah, that's a really, really good point. I had a property, honestly, recently that showed up 37 judgments against the owner of the property who was deceased, and her daughter was taking care of it. And we had to go through 37 judgments to make sure it wasn't them and verify. So
Fun
it
stuff.
happens.
So communication, I think, is the primary piece to the escrow and TC portion of this business, and you need somebody that's paying attention to it from beginning to end. It is a vital piece of this business, and if it's not handled and handled well, you will find a lot of times you're going to lose your contract. So when we pull Schedule C, we're going through all these potential encumbrances. Here is a small list of common issues that you will find. If it's in pre-foreclosure, there is a decedent in title. Now, what do I mean by decedent? There's two words that people often confuse with each other. Descendant, there's an N hiding in there, and decedent. Deceased, decedent. The decedent is the dead person. The descendant is the heir to that dead person. Well, if we find a decedent in the chain of title, we need to clear that person out of title. We've got, I said quiet claim deeds, but I should have said quick claim deeds. Quick claims in the chain. I don't know how this goes across all 50 states, but in Texas, we don't like quick claims in our title. Like if there's a quick claim in the chain of title, oftentimes your escrow officer will require that quick claim to be transferred over to a special warranty deed or a warranty deed or a general warranty deed. Why? I don't know. I just know from my experience that they don't like quick claims, and if there is one in title, it messes my day up. I don't like it. Abstracts of judgment. You know, let's say that somebody went out and did some work for somebody and didn't get paid. Someone might file a lien against that property. Mechanics liens. Somebody installed an air conditioning system and they didn't get paid for it. Common seller names. You do have a John Smith on there. You're going to see a lot of judgments coming back against that property that might not necessarily be attached to John Smith. Tax liens, utility liens, mowing liens, and child support liens. Now,
Those are fun.
good times. Child support liens can be fun. But let's talk about all this for a second. I'm sitting down with the seller. Do you have any idea how often the seller notifies me of all of this? I'll ask, hey, do you know of any liens against the property? No, we're good. And then I get the title and there's like 37 of them.
37.
It's like, well, that's not what we were planning on. So once we get to this, it's going to become our job to start figuring out what's going on. Now, I cannot speak across all 50 states, but what I can speak on today is Texas home ownership laws. We have probably some of the tightest homestead laws in the nation. I think Texas and Florida are some of the best in the nation when it comes to our homestead rights. If the property is a homestead, here's a quick tip for you, and you should be working with a skilled and wonderful title company. I often find that your title companies may not be aware of this. And that's why I like to work with a skilled title company. If it is in Texas and I have a homestead, abstracts of judgments cannot be filed against a homestead. And guess what? If someone does file it, what do? You get it removed. So a lot of the times deals that I would close would be deals where other people passed away or failed to close after contracting it, and I'd go contract it and I'd find out, okay, the reason they were failing to close is because they had all these judgments against the property. Well, that makes me really happy. Well, I'll contract the property for the price that everybody else did, and I'll go clear all these judgments out for nothing. It doesn't cost me a dime to clear them. And now I'll create the equity I needed to purchase the property. So in Texas, child support liens, abstracts of judgments can very quickly get pulled out of title. Very quickly get pulled out of title. So if you ever run title and you see those on there, instead of saying, oh, I've got to get these paid, you might say, oh, I've got to get these cleared.
But that's a homestead.
It's a homestead.
And
now, if it's the rental portfolio, no.
Yeah, and I was going to say, a lot of title companies have office policy that doesn't follow actual law. And so I can give an example on this one, particularly for an abstractive judgment that was on a property that was passed down to heirs. One of the heirs had a judgment against them. It wasn't a huge judgment. It was only about $5,000, but that can make or break a deal. And one title company would absolutely not close on this property. I asked them for a homestead affidavit because the guy didn't own a residence, and in Texas, it automatically becomes your homestead when you don't have one. So I had to pull it to a different title company, and they were perfectly happy to file an affidavit of homestead and able to do a partial release, meaning it doesn't get rid of the judgment, but it does remove it from the property, and it's still associated with the person. But it allowed them to clear the title on the property. So keep that in mind too, where if you do have it passed down to an heir, and that's the case, there are little things like that that you should ask your title company whether they'll do or not do. And if they won't, ask another one because it's law. Like, it's just the way it works. So
Jocelyn had a question, and while we'll get the microphone. Okay, we need a microphone. Oh, hold on.
Well,
Microphone's on
we'll
the
do
way.
one for the internet while he's running over there.
Okay.
As far as Ivory Clark was asking, how do you know when an affidavit will be required, and when is it worth it?
So affidavits are for transferring the title to the heirs. So if you're showing up to a property and the owner of the property has died and they have not transferred the title, you're either going to need to run a probate or run an affidavit of heirship. Most real estate investors will elect to run the affidavit of heirship. There will be a few small cases where you're not allowed to run affidavits of heirship if the estate is too large, if there's not an agreement over whether or not this property to transfer, if there's arguing or if there's missing heirs. Then we're going to have to go through and do probate. But if we know who all the heirs are, everyone's in agreement of the sale, then we can move forward and get an affidavit of heirship filed.
And a quick note on that one too. Keep in mind that you might not always want to do the affidavit route, even if it's easy. For example, if they have estranged spouses or kids and there's a will, you're probably going to want to probate that, because if you go through the affidavit and they now have rights to your property that might go over the will and might not honor it. So keep that in mind, that it's a strategy too about who's involved with getting the proceeds.
The finding out if there is or is not a will is important. Like finding out if there is or is not a will, because the will might say, I have 19 kids outside of my marriage, but the only person that's going to get any of this is my only legitimate child of this marriage. Nobody else gets anything. So a will tell you who that is. Now, there have been times where I'll show up on a property and there is a will. And the will says my 2 kids get it, and I have no other kids. And I'm talking to both of the kids right there. Do I have to probate it? I do not. I can go through and do an affidavit of heirship and just make sure that it follows the path of the will, and my title company will close it like that. That'll save me the process of a probate, and then I can just get the affidavit of heirship done. It costs me about $150. I'll do my affidavit of heirship, and I'll get child transferred within 24 hours.
Beware of unknown children, though.
Uh-oh.
It's happened. My husband and I had a property where literally ready to close, everything's going. Title did another check or something and found out there was another child outside of marriage with the same name
Uh-oh.
as one of the other kids from a different marriage, and they didn't know about each other because they thought their parents were divorced and they weren't.
Wow.
Officially. And so this random person shows up, and guess who has rights to the property now? So
That's wild.
just make sure you check, because you never know what families have between them and their secrets.
I have something to laugh about on that one, because I'm sitting down in Dallas with a homeowner, and sole heir to the property, mother has passed away. We're sitting there in her mother's living room, and we're getting the paperwork put together. I always start asking chain of title questions after I get a wet signature, because normally if I start asking that before the wet signature, the chances of me getting that wet signature decrease. So I always get the signature first, and then I start asking chain of title questions. Now, one of the things that I noticed while sitting at the table with the sole heir of this property is all of the family photos around the house that show multiple siblings. So after everything's done, I'm like, hey, you have any brothers or sisters? No, I'm the only heir. I was like, for real? And like I start asking more and more questions, and then finally I have to call her out on it. I'm like, who are the other kids in all these photos? And then she's like, oh, well, that's my brother, but he has nothing to do with this. Oh, and it's like, no, they do have something to do with this. I appreciate you trying to circumvent them on this, but no, it is important. So these sellers will lie to you. These sellers absolutely will lie to you. So be aware of that. We had a question here.
Yeah, my question was, why do some title companies ignore judgments and some
It's not
don't?
that they ignore judgments, it's that they require that they be cleared rather than go through a homestead affidavit. And the reason for that being that I've seen in the past is, I don't know, maybe somebody in their office didn't do it right, or they're a larger title company where they just have policies in place where they don't want to take that risk for whatever reason. I think a lot of it too is just them being out of touch with, honestly, property code in Texas. I think people just kind of try to keep it generic and not get too detailed, and because they're trying to be efficient as a title company and they don't want to go through extra work to do it. And I can honestly say I've had a title company, a very well-known one, that refused to close on this, and the other one insured it no problem, and the attorney started bickering at each other, and he was like, I'm insuring it. So again, it can just come down to office policy that they're just trying to protect them.
I was closing for a long time with my preferred escrow officer at Stewart Title. I follow my escrow officer around. I'm not married to a title company. I'm not married to Chicago Title, Stewart Title, Fidelity. I'm married to my escrow officer. Yeah. So I was closing with her at Stewart, and Stewart had a lot of policies in place that would not allow her to operate as she typically would. Well, I had to stop operating with her because of Stewart Title, and I went to another title company. The other title company I went to is a dirty name around here. I don't want to talk about Nancy Carroll, but it's fair for me to talk about her. She's in federal prison right now. So that to be said, she was a very, I hate to use the word competent, but she was a very, very competent attorney on that side. She knew the Texas property laws extremely well, and she had a draft form letter that basically said, Texas Property Code section blank, 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 blank says that any homestead is free of blank, 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 and if anybody encumbers a property via this method and allows the property to go to foreclosure, they stand all liabilities of that foreclosure. You need to release. Texas law says you have 72 hours to get it done, and if you don't, I'm suing you. Well, that letter that she provided for me has worked numbers for me getting abstracts cleared from my title. And then whenever I went from her title company back to my preferred escrow officer, because she switched from Stewart over to Alamo, when I went to Alamo, I had to kind of educate her because I was newer in the business. I was not aware of all of that at the time. And I was working with her, and Schedule C came back, and Schedule C came back with a bunch of abstracts. And I was like, just use Texas Property Code blank, 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 and get all that removed. And she's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Well, I had to educate. Don't expect the escrow officer to know more than you do. Yeah. While you would want them to, sometimes your escrow officers are just like you. Like I, with as much experience as I have in real estate investing, do not know even 10% of the entire business. Like as much as I know, I'm about 10% in. Like I will forever be a student of this industry. So title company's no different.
A lot of, little things too, like for example, a tax lien, right? They have an expiration date on them. You look at the dates. A lot of times your title company's not, they're like, well, you have to clear this tax lien. And it's like, well, actually it expires in a month. Right. So that's going to change the nature of how you close this deal. Well, they might not be paying attention to that. And then if you want to try and say, well, I want to go and try and argue for a partial release, where there's rules to that and how you go about doing it and how you draw attention to it. So having knowledge about all of these types of things that can encumber you and the ways to navigate them is also something a transaction coordinator really helps with. When your title company, like he explained, is bound by rules and doesn't know how to do it, or is just lazy, to be quite honest, at the end of the day. There's all of those factors involved. So like I said, you know, you can't fully rely on your title company if you don't have the knowledge yourself.
Any other questions while we're on this screen?
I had one more question.
And he has the mic, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Earlier, you had mentioned a certain document required a wet signature. So when it comes down to wet signatures and electronic signatures, how do you kind of navigate that?
Yeah, you're probably going to learn as you go on that. There's kind of a long list. Anything that has to do with a lender is always going to be wet signature. Just always get a wet signature because they're going to always compare it and make sure there's no fraud going on. It's very particular because you're getting personal information. So anything with lenders, wet signature. With title, anything that has to be notarized, wet signatures. And then that's kind of pretty general. The rest, for the most part, will be electronic, but always ask. Always clarify if your title company is asking for signature on something, whether they want a wet signature or a digital.
I do. 2 questions. First question is, can you give us other examples of the extracts of judgment? And then my second question would be, on the tax liens, do they always have to be paid off, or is there a way to actually get those removed so that they can be attached to the homeowner, like you were talking about with the child support?
Yeah, so I'm definitely not an expert on tax liens. Attorneys are usually pretty good with this, but what I can say are some of the federal tax liens. Well, the tax liens are what we call like super liens. They tend to supersede everything, and you really can't get them removed, but they have expirations. So that's why I say pay attention, and it's rare the IRS, I mean, they're not the most put together organization that they're really paying attention to it. It's incredibly rare that they'll renew. So a lot of times you can wait it out. If it's early on in the game, you are likely going to have to deal with it. I don't know if you have more insight on partial releases or anything, but I haven't had them in my experience.
With tax liens, like city taxes, I've never had any luck at all getting a city lien removed ever.
City liens are impossible.
Now, IRS liens, like it kind of almost becomes a short sale with them. Like depending upon how much they are owed or whatnot. Let's say you have it under contract for 70 and the seller is due 20 back at closing. Well, let's say that the IRS has a $35,000 lien that puts it over. Well, what I have found is that you have to, if too short an IRS lien, it's like a 6-month process. You have to file for and then they send out an appraisal, they do all of this, and they try and figure out what the value of the property is, and then they'll do a partial release at the end, but it's not fast. It's like 6, 7, 8 months.
Yeah.
Now, with child support in Texas, I've seen child support liens get removed within a week.
Oh, and you can negotiate with them all day. I mean, you can even just say, hey, I'll give you $1,000, and they're like, done, because they don't care at the end of the day. But an example on the tax lien as well, you can also get a partial release as long as, and which is sometimes a little bit quicker than that, maybe a month to 2 months if you're on top of it. But the seller can't be getting anything from the sale. So there are conditions depending on how you deal with it.
I got questions for you on that because they'll do a partial release on a tax lien. What happens
it's
to the
been
deficiency?
done.
Does it carry on to the new buyer?
Yeah, so a lot
stays
of
with
times
the
it stays with the homeowner, but maybe the partial or whatever, so it just gets released from the property and will sometimes stay with the homeowner. But as long as they're not getting proceeds from the sale, they will remove it from the property.
Well, that's cool. I learned something
Yeah,
today.
and it is a process. Like you do have to go through a bunch of hoops. It's never fun to deal with the IRS. So again, it's like get all these documents in and then wait. And it's like hurry up and wait for everything. So again, just make sure if they're not making anything. And there's no way around that. You can't have something coming out of the HUD and then say they're not making anything, it's going to somebody else. They're not going to see it that way. It's got to be 0 on there.
All right. We had a couple other hands pop up for questions. We've got one over here, one over there. Let's just kind of move the mic around the room. Okay, the mic's already over there.
A question on the wills. After you have closed the transaction, then it pops up. And normally title insurance, they have some sort of waiver signed, regards to things that pops up later and all that. How do you handle those? Does a title company, the title insurance, does it have to cover that, or how does it work if it pops up later?
I'm sorry, I'm not super clear on what you're saying pops up. On a will?
The will at the time of everybody searching and all that, since if there are a lot of them, they don't file it. And if it pops up later, what happens then?
Oh, you mean like after
After
transaction
closing,
is
a will
after
pops up.
closing and a will pops up?
Yeah.
Good question. That might be a question for an attorney. I have never had this situation. I
never
have
had it
had
either.
wills come up, but you know, just with the affidavit and probate situation I talked about, I've never had that happen. In the event that that would happen, I would assume an attorney would have to get involved, and you would basically use title insurance because your title insurance is in place to basically cover anything that might pop up that might happen down the road.
And if the title company does have some sort of indemnification clause saying that I am closing this based upon the information y'all have given me, if any of the information y'all have given me turns out to be false, then it's on you. Then I'd say it moves to litigation at that point. But I've never dealt with it, so like I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, and if it doesn't pop up beforehand, chances are that it's probably not going to, because, I mean, most people lose documents and they're not paying attention to it. I mean,
So while the mic's moving around, there was a story here locally about 2.5, 3 years ago about a homeowner or about a recent investor here that purchased a house from the homeowner, and then after closing went by and after the remodel started, they found out that the homeowner was still in the backyard, buried.
oh yes.
Yes. So like sellers will lie. The person that he contracted the property from was actually the murderer
Oh, that's right. I remember this one.
and was
Real
posing
estate is
as the
fun,
seller. And the actual homeowner was still in the backyard, and they realized that after the odor started coming out. So this can get really crazy. But fortunately for him, it was title insurance, and there was a lot of stuff going on there. But yeah, it can be really bad. Like, sellers will lie to you. You have to understand that sellers will lie to you. Yes.
I had a question about probate, wills, and then what is it called? Affidavit of heirship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when do those things come into play, or does something like supersede the other, or are they like equivalent to each other?
It depends on what you have. So you have to ask your sellers, is there a will? Period. I mean, is there a will? If there is a will, look at it and see what goes to what. If there isn't, and there's siblings involved and all these things, then if there is no will, you're going to go through the affidavit route. So no will, you're going to go through affidavit. If there is a will, you're going to ask yourself, do I want to probate, or are we going to just do an affidavit if nothing's been started? So it kind of depends on where they are in the process. Some people have already started probate, and so you're going to have to wait for that process to basically verify who has authority at the end of the day. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it
Unless
just
you have more to
depends.
add to that.
If there is a will, then you have the option of going that route.
Yeah, you can go either way.
If there is not a will, you pretty much have to go. You can still go probate or go straight to the heirs. I mean, the only way to go straight to the heirs is if it meets the requirements for an affidavit. And I don't remember the law, but it's something along the lines of like, it has to be divided up per the intestate. It's called testate or intestate. Testate means with a will. Intestate means without a will. All states should have what's called an intestate law. An intestate law says this is who property goes to in the event of a death. It goes to siblings, it goes to brothers, it goes to children, it goes to grandparents, and it goes in a specific order based upon timelines. So you need to know your state intestate laws. I would always keep in my card file an intestate diagram, because in Texas it goes down to the kids. If the kids aren't there, it goes sideways to the brothers, sisters, wives, and then if no one's there, it goes down, up, sideways. It goes down to the kids. If there's no kids, it goes up to the parents. If there is no parents, it goes sideways to siblings, and then it starts getting further and further out from there. So I know what the intestate laws are, and so if I have a death with a will, I can look at the will and say, does the will transfer the property to the heirs as they would go in intestate? I'm probably confusing people. And if it does, then I just go straight the intestate route with an affidavit of heirship. If it does not, then I have to probate the will.
Yeah, it gets crazy. So yeah, a chart is really helpful to have, because then you know what questions to ask. They're not going to just come out and tell you all this stuff. So you have to probe a little bit.
Okay.
The microphone.
Let's let the microphone. Okay, we got a microphone here. Let's take one from here, and then we'll get one from the internet, and we'll come back over to the other side.
Okay, so I had a property that sweet little old lady, her mother died, left her the will. She couldn't find the will. She had 4 brothers and sisters left, and then 2 had already passed, and they had kids. I couldn't get anything done because we couldn't track down everyone. I tried to track down everyone. I tried to offer money to, now, when I took it to close, or when I took the title or the contract to the title office, I was trying to offer everyone a payoff. Is that something you can do on a contract or an affidavit, offer specific amounts of money to heirs to give up their rights to the property?
So I haven't personally done that. So I
You
can't
can.
speak on that.
Yeah, you can. You can do that. You can just, but now they're always going to want something in writing, and you can. Keep in mind that a contract and any paperwork you have is just a roadmap for title. They're going to act according to your contract. So if you advise them, I want to pay this part. I know I had a situation basically where they had several heirs, and she was tracking them all down, and she basically offered them $1,000 each in order to sign off on the property to allow one single heir to sign. And so we ended up sending out notaries to 5 different people. And of course, 1 or 2 of them are always like, well, how do I know I'm gonna get my money? I want my money before I sign. Well, I'm sorry, this is not how the law works. So, sometimes she'll write something in writing quickly, like an amendment or something, and then you can give that to title, and title will pay that out either out of the contract and let title tell you, say, hey, can we do this? Because it depends on what the proceeds are and what the numbers are. If there isn't enough money in the deal, you might have to pay them out of pocket separately. So we ended up having to pay them out of pocket separately because there wasn't enough room in the cash out, basically. So you can do it, you just have to make sure you have your writing done correctly.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, it's me? Okay. Yeah, I have a quick question. Say that at this point, we're assuming that we already have, of course, the deal under contract is with the transaction coordinator and the title company, correct? All this is happening. And if this is something you're assigning, right, and in wholesaling to somebody else who's gonna rehab it or keep it or whatever, and then you took a non-refundable deposit, and then what if some of these items can clear? And,
Okay,
and you can close, and then the buyer is out there, it's like,
Let me answer
what
this
happens?
question as clear as possible. Let's ignore that non-refundable deposit word. Non-refundable is refundable. Like,
Almost
just because you took that non-refundable deposit, if you can't clear the property to give to them, you refund the money. Like there's no way in the world I'd be able to stand there in front of a judge and be like, Judge, I got the non-refundable deposit. I was unable to transfer the title, but I kept his money anyways. It has to be refunded. And the reason I'm saying this is because I hear a lot of people like, well, it's non-refundable. Well, you didn't give them the property. Like, if you don't give them the property, you give the money back. And the reason I get so serious about this is I see a lot of people that they'll get that non-refundable deposit, and sometimes they'll have it paid directly to them, and then they spend it. And then after they spend it, and then the title's unable to close, they don't have the money to give back anymore, and then they start trying to argue, oh, well, it was non-refundable. F you. Like, it is refundable. Like,
Look at the language in your assignment contracts and whatnot. It requires clear title. Like you can't. That's just unethical. I don't even.
So of course the money goes to the title company.
So that depends upon the
the
wholesaler. So sometimes the non-refundable will go to the escrow to be held in escrow. Me personally, I would not accept that. Anytime I would assign a contract, the cash came straight to me because I didn't want to get into an argument with escrow as to whether or not they failed to perform or not, and I'd keep the cash up front on my side. So my assignment contract said that the non-refundable deposit would pay directly to me, and if I had somebody that was not willing to pay it directly to me, they didn't get my property. But that's me. And if you're brand new in this business, you might not be able to pull that off. But for me, the non-refundable came straight to me, and I wouldn't accept it any other way.
And if it couldn't close, then you would refund it.
Yep.
Okay.
I would, but what I didn't want to have is if my buyer failed to perform, I didn't want to argue with escrow as to whether or not they're releasing it to me or releasing it to that person.
Yeah, because escrow is going to require certain forms, signs, things like that, and it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. They're neutral. They're Switzerland, so they can't bet for you. You have to do it.
Typically from contract execution to clearing of title and closing, how many days do you give yourself? Once you're there with the seller, okay, here we are, we can close.
With me, I'll tell the seller I can close typically within 5 days if there's nothing abnormal on the title. I can get an abstract back within a couple days, get all the paperwork drafted within a day. I could probably get it done in 3 days legitimately, but within 5 days I can get it done if there's nothing abnormal on Schedule C.
I would say a really good way to cover yourself is always tell your sellers, I can close it. However fast you think you can close, tell them after clear title. I can close within 7 days after clear title or whatever. If you say that, then you're protecting yourself based on anything that comes up. I have one client that puts that, they always tell all their clients that, and the way their contract is written is they're closing X amount of days after a clear title, and that could be an arbitrary date because it just depends. So that protects them, it kind of keeps us from doing 5 million amendments, and then they always try to close as soon as they can.
I like that clause.
It's a great
one.
one.
That's gonna be my new closing date.
I got tricks.
I like that one. I like that one. So for anybody that didn't catch that, your closing date says 7 days after clear title. I like that.
Yeah.
So
and I've seen it literally save a lot of deals.
Can you execute a contract with that language?
Can you what?
A contract with that language?
I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, listen, I'm a licensed agent, so I use check forms. But if if you're not, you can make and do whatever you want, and you can write it that way. You can write close date just like that on every single contract if you want. I mean, it's up to you. You could write that into a truck contract as well. Just write in the special provisions.
Hey Daniel.
Yes.
Before we move on to the internet question, talk about the square.
The square. So that was a foobar, but yeah. So the square that you can take credit card payments for. So whenever I was doing a lot of assignments, what I would find is I'd have several people at the house, and I would get interest, and the people would want to buy, but I would require a cashier's check to lock up the contract. I would not allow anybody. Some people will say, you've got 24 hours to get me that money. I would not give them 24 hours to get me that money. I would not execute an assignment of contract until there was a $5,000 non-refundable deposit in my hand. So what I would find is I'd have 4 or 5 people all interested, and then you know what? I wouldn't get the deal done. So what I started doing is I had talked to Stripe. I got one of the Stripe readers, and I'm like, whoever wants it first, give me your credit card.
I love that.
And I sat there with 17, like within 3 or 4 days, I had 17, I remember it was $17,000. I had $17,000 in that Stripe account within like 3 or 4 days of assignment fees that I'd received, not assignment fees, non-refundable deposits that I'd received. And then I got an email from them saying, we're freezing your account due to potential illegal activities. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And they're like, we need to prove that these charges were legitimate. Show me any paperwork showing that this were allowed. So I sent them all of my assignments of contract showing the non-refundable deposits, and they're like, yeah, we're not accepting that. We're going to hold all of this cash in escrow for 90 days. If there are any claims against this cash in the next 90 days, then it will be removed. If not, we'll release it after 90 days. So I had to wait 90 days with all that cash tied up in a escrow, and kept it moving forward. So I wouldn't do Square anymore.
But the main point of that was it went straight to you at the doorstop versus.
It literally it went straight to me. Like I'd get them to pull their debit card out, their credit card. I was like, give me the money. But
I mean, you definitely get points for creativity, man. You've got some funny ways of doing it.
But I didn't like that 90-day escrow.
Ooh, that's tough.
As far as pulling research, do you have to have a contract to do property search, title, to see any liens, issues? Deed is transferred without guarantee, or can you check before you even have a contract?
I think you answered this in that, if you have a good relationship with your title company, a lot of times they'll run preliminary title searches. I know in other states, I have some of my clients request just a partial, and so, just a partial to see so they're not, running the whole report. You can do things too, like if you want to subscribe to things like data trace or whatnot, and you can also do it for free, like through
County Records, Rome.
County Records. It's a lot more tedious, but you can do it. I mean, you can search these things. It's all public record.
When you have judgments, how do you clear them?
It depends upon the state. Depends upon the judgment. It depends upon homestead or non-homestead. But if it's a Texas homestead property and there are abstracts of judgments against the property, I had that form letter, and it just basically said the law and basically told the person that filed the judgment, you either remove it or you're getting sued.
Yeah, I have a situation in Arizona actually where we have the judgment. We actually are going to pay the judgment, no problem. We're not asking for a release. It's the wife, and it's a deceased wife and a husband. And the attorney just won't give us the payoff. Why? because the wife was the last name on it and won't talk to the husband by any means at all. And we're trying to pay them, but we couldn't do the homestead for them. For whatever reason, their laws are a little bit different. They're not as strong as Texas, and so they didn't qualify for the homestead. So here we are, stuck in a contract. We already have end buyers. We have literally everything else clear. We're just trying to get a dollar amount to pay. And so in situations like that, our only course is really to get an attorney involved saying, hey, what do you want us to do? But we ended up probating actually at the last hour, and just the judge gave him authority basically, and now he can take that and become the executor and have authority to request.
That's crazy. So,
stupid.
Understanding your state laws, because they will vary from state to state, is extremely important to clearing title. So, looking at that, it's kind of the key piece to getting your title moved forward. So, working with an experienced transaction coordinator can definitely help save you some deals.
As far as services like Atlas, how much does a transaction coordinator normally cost?
The main question. It really it varies. It depends on who you work with. Us in particular can range anywhere from $450 out a transaction to $225 a transaction, just depending on if you do a lot of volume in business with us and we're rolling out kind of a membership fee to where, keep in mind, y'all, about 20 to 30% of my clients' contracts fall through. It's the nature of the game. You're an investor, you're dealing with complicated deals, and so we still work on those files. So we don't charge for those types of things when they fall through. So we have like a small monthly fee, and then it's just your cost per transaction goes down from there. So I'd say anywhere from, I think typically in the US, you're going to see about 300 up to 500. And then in high compliance states like California, where you have to be licensed and do a lot more, I think they charge a lot more than that. And it's all paid out of title at closing too. So, the title company gets billed, you don't have to deal with it, and it just comes out of the deal.
Let me say that for anybody that's running a smaller shop, had you been around whenever I was running heavy, you would have been my number one source, just because TC is so important. And when you have 10 or 12 files, do you TC shorts?
I don't TC shorts, actually. I mean, I haven't had any, but I refer all my short sales out, really, because, you can still get referral fees off of them, and quite frankly, they can take months upon months upon months to do. So at the moment, I do not. Everything else we do. So, I mean, we'll deal with assignments, wholesales, owner financing, all of it. And so I find that most transaction coordinators, the reason why I became one is because when I was running my own business, I couldn't find anyone that knew what they were doing. And I didn't really have the funds starting out to really hire somebody full-time in-house. And what you find is a lot of people want to hire an admin for this role. I don't recommend it. You have to have a little bit of drive. You need experience, you need a little bit of drive, you need to know paperwork. I have so many clients that have fired their in-house TCs simply because they're not proactive. They're waiting for instructions where they're the ones that should be, pushing, asking, staying on top of things, making sure that we're asking the right questions. So
I love the price point too, because and especially with it getting paid out of title. So if you're like a onesie twosie investor that gets 1 or 2 contracts every couple of months, having a full-time in-staff TC isn't really possible. But at the exact same time, if you are the one trying to do all of the TC yourself, that means you're not out there getting properties. So it's really not putting you in the place of performing. So being able to outsource that to a company like this is pretty awesome.
Yeah, no liability. Y'all don't have to worry about the taxes on it. You don't have to pay for anything. And yeah, it's honestly, it's worth every penny, because if you saw the amount of hours that happen on a deal, those are hours you could be out getting more contracts at the end of the day.
So other questions we have pop up?
Yeah, well, I'll give you my info. I don't think I have it on me, but I have something, yeah.
Do we have any questions coming in from the internet? Any questions from anybody here in the room? While we're waiting on that, one of the key things that I say, and I have to stress, and I believe we've said more than once, communication is the key to all of this. Like being absent with the title company, being absent with any of the lenders, being absent with your seller will let your deal start falling apart quickly. Communication means more on this part than anything else, in my opinion. And then having some sort of detailed process going in behind with follow-ups and making sure that you're just staying on top of the ball. You have to be extremely proactive, especially on pre-foreclosures. Like, it would not be uncommon for an auction to happen on a Tuesday and I'd get contract on Friday night. Do you have any idea at all how on top of the ball you have to be to get that deal closed when you have 2 non-business days and 1 half a day to get that deal done? You have to move and move fast.
I'll give you guys a fun story. Got a contract on Thursday evening. It's a foreclosure for Tuesday. It is deceased individual who has a daughter, has other kids too. The wife left 10 years ago and disappeared, but they were never divorced. It's completely, she's off the map. So we have a will and 2 documents that put guardianship for a grandmother over this child who has been willed the rights to the house. But guess who never filed the paperwork before they were passed? So now we have to deal with the legalities of not having, he just got it notarized and filed it away and didn't realize we had to go through an actual file these documents. So this is a foreclosure for Tuesday. Guess who's been on the phones between the title company and me and my investors? All 3 of us have been contacting everybody, talking with the lenders, getting attorneys involved to stop the foreclosure based on this situation, and we still don't have confirmation. So yeah, it's all, and that's one deal, and I hold about 35 right now.
So,
it's
I've got one
important.
similar to that. So like, did you file a probate to get it stopped?
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yep.
So yes,
File
we
a
have to
probate
file a
Monday morning,
probate,
get it stopped.
but we only have 24 hours.
That's fun. So I had a very similar one. So like, it's Friday evening. That's why I mentioned that. It was Friday evening. I was dealing with a deceased homeowner. The daughter was living in the property. I'm meeting with the daughter. The daughter has a pissed off sister that lives in Oklahoma that doesn't really want to be a part of this. And the property's in foreclosure. And there was no will, there was nothing like that. And there's about $15,000 or $16,000 behind on payments. It's Friday night. Like, I don't have business days at all to get this done. Fortunately, I had a strong relationship with an attorney. I was able to get them on the cell phone real fast. And I was like, I need an abstract of judgment ASAP. Like, I need to figure out by Monday morning what's on title. I need to get all of my paperwork drawn up. I want to take this down subject to. I'm going to take it down subject to, and then Monday morning I get all this put together, and I'm still like, I don't have third-party authorizations on file with the bank, so the bank's not talking with me. The bank won't talk to the daughter either because the daughter's not on file to talk with them. Nobody can talk to the banks. So all I am doing is blindly, and I do mean blindly, working with this attorney, and I the morning of Tuesday still don't have an answer. I blindly just wired what I assumed to be the arrears to the bank. And I had probably not working, but I had the lawyer draft a simple cover letter to that and said the acceptance of these funds would basically be accepting that the foreclosure would be stopped. And then I had to wait like 72 hours to find out whether or not the foreclosure had actually stopped and I didn't lose my money. It was like 14 or 15
Gosh, I
grand.
have anxiety just listening to that.
But when, like, it was a gamble. It was a bit of a gamble. Like, we wired 14 or 15 grand in. My assumptions are is if they do foreclose, they're going to have to return it. My assumptions, like talking to the attorney, that's kind of how we worked it through. But there was potentially about $45,000, $50,000 in a win on that. So it's like, you know, I've got a potential $50,000 gain. I have a small chance of losing 15. I took the gamble on it. But like sometimes when you're out there and you're transacting this business, like it can get hairy and it can get hairy fast. So, so I had to get one daughter to sign an affidavit. The other one that was in Oklahoma, it was an iced over weekend. We ended up going up to Oklahoma in the ice to get the other part of the affidavit signed. And then on Monday morning, the banks went and talked to us because they wanted to probate. They wouldn't accept the affidavits of heirship. They wanted to probate. And it was fun.
So you really never know. And keep in mind that in a transaction, I look at transactions as being really relational. You can deal with 10 plus parties in a single transaction. That's not including if there's any heirs or other parties. Imagine who is the one person in charge of all that? Your TC or you? I mean, you're dealing with relationships with all these different people in such short amounts of time. You got to be a master of being able to get the stuff that you need. You got to make phone calls. I think that one that my husband and I had where the name was the same as the other kid and they were estranged, my title company tracked them down in another state and got them to sign within a few hours. And that's the power of a team, you know?
You need to marry the title company.
Found him, but I was like, yeah, Nicole McGuire with One Nation. She's incredible. So she's
Awesome.
one of mine. I keep several because you never know, but.
So something else that I have found from my side is once I get the contract done with the seller, especially on pre-foreclosures, what I have found a lot of times with people in pre-foreclosure, they're kind of like ostriches. They just stick their head in the sand and they're just like, everybody else will take care of my problem. They're not very proactive people from what I've dealt with in the past. That to be said, you're getting ready to close. You're like 3 days away from close. You're calling up the seller. Hey, seller, how are things going with the move? Move? What are you talking about, move?
I haven't heard from you.
We've got 3 days. You know, we're supposed to be closing, and they're like, oh, well, I haven't found a place to move yet. That is real. One of the things that I've had to deal with as a TC on my side is I need to call them up. Well, have you found a place to move? No, why not? Okay, well, let's go find you a place to move. What's your budget? You don't have a budget? What kind of couches can you live on? Okay, you can't live on a couch? What kind of car do you got? Has it got room? Do you have a storage unit? Like this is real stuff. You don't have a storage unit? All right. I'll go ahead and front you the $500. Let's go ahead and get 3 months worth of storage unit paid off. Let's get you a U-Haul over there, and I'll show up with some day laborers and let's get this stuff out of there. Now, I wouldn't expect Casey to show up with a U-Haul, but there needs to be communication there. There needs to be communication there. We need to find out, is the seller moving? If the seller's not moving, then somebody needs to be notified saying the seller is not prepared to move. We need to get things moving on that side. Or let's say there's some other hiccups that are involved, like the seller wants to get you need a death certificate from a decedent. Well, if I'm depending upon the seller to get that done, whether the seller is able or not able to do it, you can almost always depend on them not doing it. So you really need to just kind of become like, I would expect to get a phone call from Casey and was like, hey, Kate, I've been talking to the seller and they've been telling me for 3 days now that they'll get me the death certificate. Can you help me out with that? So me, as the person that got the contract, I will have to go to the seller and put the seller in my car and well, let's go to the public records. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. We're having a play date today. You're going to get some food on me today.
I have literally been
important.
in a foreclosure situation where, again, we were trying to get a city lien payoff and the city was not returning our calls. I'm talking we must have made 50 calls, messages, no one was answering. And then I found out it was a loan program that was paid off. And I said, all we need is a release. And I called my seller and I said, get in your car right now, go pick up your seller and take him here to this address, request this, have it faxed here. My seller said, Casey, they already told me 3 times they don't want to do that. I didn't ask you. I said, go to his house. And the seller, and by the way, the seller the whole time was cursing me out on his phone about losing his house to foreclosure, even though I already stopped it, and was being a pain, saying that it wasn't his responsibility. And all I said to him was, your buyer will be there at noon. And guess who got the payoff? Sometimes you just have to take control, so you have to be able to tell them exactly what to do. I have another situation where she needed an original of a death certificate. This is a client in Pennsylvania, and she was freaking out about it, and I said, listen, you can do this online, just order here, here, and here. I got a message last night with a confirmation that it was ordered. So you just got to guide them, and you have to be on top of it, and you have to know how to do these things. So it matters.
It can get wild. If you want to be a real estate investor, you kind of need to put on your counseling hat. You need to put on your referee hat. You need to put on your boxing gloves. It can get crazy. It really can. You show up to some unusual situations. I've walked into several houses where it's this was not a wise decision for me. I probably should not be here right now. There's been plenty of times where I've been assaulted. There's been plenty of times where I'd show up to a property and you know what? I remember there's a chair flying through the front window. Just coming through the front window. Apparently the owner of the property was the father-in-law, and the father-in-law was renting it out to son and daughter-in-law, and son and daughter-in-law have been paying rent for the last 9 months. And father-in-law has been using that to go out and gamble. And when he showed up, the tenants have no clue that father-in-law hasn't been paying there. And whenever they find out that the father-in-law is there to show an investor the home to sell it, their response was, well, F you, I've paid you $9,000 in rent for the past 10 months. I'm going to get $9,000 out of this house. Boom, boom. I'm seeing holes popping up in walls everywhere. They're screaming and yelling. It can get wild. So the transaction coordination on that particular property was lovely.
Really
I was
fun.
having to pay off the tenants. I was having to pay off. And every time I go to pay off the tenants, they'd be happy. I'd talk to them, they'd be happy. And then they'd get on the phone with father-in-law.
Yep.
And then it would all go back downhill again.
Yes, you're a mediator at the end of the day. I've had guns pulled on our notary at the closing table. I mean, y'all, it gets crazy. And that transaction, by the way, was smooth. Everything looked great. We had a little bit of difficulty in that they decided to pull out because they're talking to another investor. We solved that problem. And then lo and behold, we get them to the closing table and gun pulled, and we haven't heard from them since.
Joy.
So y'all got to be careful on this stuff.
I had another. I'll wrap it up. I had one more where we pay cash for houses. Anybody ever heard that? Yeah. I get to the closing company. This guy drives in from Abilene. Where's my cash? I was like, well, it's a cashier's check. Oh, you said cash. I expect cash. There ain't no cashier's check. I ain't taking no wire. If you don't get cash in the next hour, I'm driving back to Abilene. I'll sell it to somebody else. Like, I had to go to the bank, and if you've ever tried to pull that much money out of a bank that fast, they're like, well, we need you to sign off on this for the IRS. Well, great, now I'm getting reported to the IRS, and like, I'm walking in, I'm like, I'm not about to get robbed here. I called up a couple friends, and I'm like, well, let's go over here. And Shiloh, my title escrow, she's like, we can't do this. And I'm like, can you get him to sign a release saying that he'll release his funds to me? So he signs off the release of funds to me, and she's like, I'm leaving the room. So we're sitting there on a conference table just counting out hundreds. It's like stack, 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 stack. It's a table like 9 foot long, just stacked in $100 bills. And it's just like, he's like, she's just sitting there smiling. He's like, all right, good to go, but we closed it.
Yeah, and it happens more often than y'all would think. Like, that's just what, like, setting the expectation for your seller is everything. Setting the expectation for the process, as well as the definition of cash, because I run into that more times than I can count. Like, I don't even know. Like, you think common sense is common, it's not. So you have to be the person that has the patience to explain. So set the expectation.
Awesome. We've got a question from the internet.
This is from earlier, but if you have a contract on a property, how can another wholesaler or an investor get the same contract on the same property?
They simply
Seller just signs it.
signs it. I mean, it doesn't matter.
The seller does not necessarily know the law. The seller may not necessarily care about the law, but the seller's only goal is to get the home sold. And if somebody else walks in behind you and says they'll do it faster for more money, it's going to get signed.
It's true. And that's why memorandums are important. And we've had a situation, we had a seller that tried to sue us because they signed with 5 other investors. We were the only ones that filed a memorandum. So we ended up releasing it because it was a newer investor. We taught them a lesson, and I think my husband sat them down and said, next time you need to do this, this, and this. But it happens, and there's no guard against it.
Is there a place or somewhere that you can get a checklist of everything you need to get done online or somewhere for closing?
Not available through me yet. I had one that I kept. The way I'd run my back office, which wasn't really probably the most efficient, even the fact that I'm standing up here as the co-founder of a software company, I am kind of anti-software. I ran my entire office with manila folder, and I would have a TC sheet that would go on the front of every one of those manila folders, and I'd staple it on there, and it'd have a long list of checklists. So I'd sit there and I'd have a filing cabinet next to me, and every time I'd work on a file, I'd pop it open, I'd grab the file for that property, I'd look at the checklist on the front, I'd have a log of communication in there, and that's how I ran everything from the back office on my side.
What I'll do is I have a Facebook page for Atlas Transaction Coordinator Services. I'll post something in there for y'all because I have several. So
that means go like Atlas Transaction Coordinating Services on Facebook, and you'll get a copy of it there.
Absolutely.
What is a memorandum?
Microphone to that side of the room. A memorandum of contract is what we're basically it's a simple document. It says that the seller and this buyer have agreed on this date to sell the property and close on XYZ date, and we notarize it, and that's kind of it. And then we file that in public record, and that puts the entire world on notice that there's a contract between the seller and myself, and that no one else should be closing it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't. I've seen title companies close around memorandums.
Yeah, it's not foolproof, but it helps. Did you have a question?
So I have a current contract on a property where the owner on title is not the resident. The father is the resident, and they're estranged. The father's been there for numerous years. The bank has sold the loan in a portfolio to another bank, and the resident, the father, has assumed identity. So, and he's, like I said, he's estranged. He's not willing to show the property. He said he'll shoot anyone that walks on the property.
Okay, so you're in contact with the owner,
Correct.
But the resident there is causing a lot of problems.
Correct.
So this right here, you get your contract with your owner. What I would do is I get the contract with the owner. I get title started on it if you haven't already done so. And then from that point moving forward, it's going to be really between you and the buyer and how much of a spread you have on that. Like if I had a really fat spread on it, I'd probably, if it's a $100,000 spread, I personally would probably close on it without him even knowing it. I'd just go ahead and buy it. I'd leave him out. This is me. I'm not by any means giving you advice. I'd just go ahead and buy it if there's a $100,000 payday on it. I'd buy it without even talking to him. I'd make sure I have insurance on the property the day I buy it, and then I'd start the eviction process. And if he does destroy the property, he destroys the property, but I got a $100,000 spread and I've got insurance.
Okay, what if you're trying to wholesale it? You're not necessarily.
On a deal like
buyer.
that, find the buyer that's willing to do that. Because when
Buy
you've
it
got to
sight
spread that,
unseen? They'd have to buy it sight unseen.
Well, if there's a $100,000 spread, I mean, kind of yes, kind of no. I mean, that right there becomes a gamble, and you've got to find somebody that's willing to take a gamble on it like that. Other than that, you're gonna have to get them out of the property prior to. And to do that, then you're gonna have to work with the seller and an attorney and get an eviction done, and then run the risk of the property getting burned down in the meantime, and then all of the drama in between. But on my side, it would just really depend. Like, it's gonna become Jerry Springer. Yes, sir.
Casey, I had a quick question. Going back to the 4 other wholesalers, investors come behind me after I get a contract signed, how detailed do I need to be on that on my assignment? Is it down to the time stamp so that it differentiates if 4 other people, if we all go on the same date? Like-
You mean on the memorandum? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's when it's filed. It comes
Okay.
down to whatever's filed first.
And same date, so then by that time, do they go off of the actual time?
I mean,
So as far as my understanding goes, the date of the contract is who technically has the contract. Anything past that would be, and I don't want to use the wrong words, and it's not torturous interference of contract, or it would be on the seller, because the seller may have not even told the other 4 people.
Gotcha.
It's not like they're necessarily being malicious with it. The seller is in fault right there. But the first contract signed is the legitimate contract. Now, when you're filing a memorandum, the only thing that matters about a memorandum is the day it was filed, the time. Like, if you file a memorandum at 10/31, but you were the 5th person to sign contract, and you were the first person to file a memorandum, well, your memorandum's kind of in there and it's time stamped. But that doesn't really mean much, because in my opinion, it's the contract that dictates who's truly in contract. Gotcha. So the very first contract is the one that's in contract. Everything else past that is either a fault of the seller, or it's all a fault of the seller. The seller signing anything beyond that is kind of against the rules.
and sometimes, honestly, you can go by the legality of it, and they're still not going to close with you, and they're going to be stubborn. So you have to decide whether you want to have someone pay you to lift that memorandum to take the contract, or if you just want to wait it out.
Memorandums can get you paid, but at the exact same time, like I mentioned yesterday, which is sad, there's a new trend where people are actually marketing to memorandums in the sole attempt to, like, people file, this is sad. People file memorandums to secure their interest in title. People know that their title companies will close around memorandums, so when they see a memorandum filed, they will go straight to the seller, try and get it done, and they'll just try and beat you to close. And then be like, sue me.
Yeah.
It's sad. So we got to wrap up. We have any final questions? We'll take 2 more final questions if we got any in the room. If not, we're going to wrap up with this segment and move on to the next piece. All right, good stuff. So did you start seeing how fun this can get? Yes. One of the key things about being a wholesaler is you need to kind of be a jack of all trades. You need to understand a lot. This is probably one of the deepest parts of the business. Like, if you want to be a landlord, going out and getting a conventional loan, buying a house, and then putting a tenant in there, while it has its nuances, is somewhat straightforward. Wholesaling, you really need to understand this business. There is a lot to understand about wholesaling. While wholesaling is an opportunity to start out with limited to no capital, it does take a considerable amount of experience. And that's why I keep telling y'all, take 9 months, getting 100 houses, call 1,000 people. Got one question from the internet.
Yeah, one final question, then we'll wrap up. When you do get a memorandum of contract, where do you take it? How do you file it?
You file it at the county clerk's office.
Or
Costs
your
like
title
$33.
company. Yeah, or your title company, either way.
Title company will file it for you.
Yeah, but you will need to give them the original most of the time, because it has to be notarized. And your title company can notarize it for you, so just drop it off to them and they'll file. Some charge for it as well, and some don't, depending on your relationship and how much you do.
So there we go. So that right there was transaction coordination. Moving up next, do you have any final? No. Let's have a round of applause for Casey. You want to tell anybody how to get in contact with you?
Yes, if y'all want to get in contact with me, I think I have a few cards, but the best way is Facebook, Atlas, Transaction Coordinator. What is it? Services. Oh my gosh. It's my day off. And my website is www.atlastcservices.com. You can also just reach me at Casey, that's CASEY, at atlastcservices.com. So if y'all have questions or want more information. Our current pricing that's on the website will change in the next few days, but just shoot me a message and I'll let you know.
Atlas, like ATLAS?
ATLAS, like Atlas Shrugged, like I'm taking over the world, Atlas.
All right, Ann.
Yes, sir. All right, awesome. I'll be
All
back.
right.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. with wholesaling can come in multiple forms. Wholesaling is a broad term used to explain essentially the securing of a discounted item and then reselling it for a profit. That goes across the board on anything. That's not just real estate. But when we apply the term wholesaling to real estate, there are several ways that we may be able to take this transaction down. There are two primary ways that we talk about and are often confused and people do not understand. We have what is commonly called a double close is one option. Double closes can be also called sometimes a simultaneous close. Sometimes it will be called an ABBC transaction. What do I mean by an ABBC transaction? Who is the A in that party? The seller. Who is the B? Me. And who is the C? The end buyer. So the contract goes from A to B and then B to C. An ABBC transaction. So I'll actually buy the property from the seller as the wholesaler. Okay, we got it that so far? I'm the wholesaler. I will physically buy the house from the seller. I will then turn around and resell the house simultaneously within 24 hours. That will be called like a double close, simultaneous close, ABBC close. Alternatively, we will also have what's more often known as the assignment of contract. We call all of this wholesaling, but we have alternate exit strategies for this particular strategy. An assignment of contract is I get the seller to sign a contract. I am the buyer of that I am the buyer on that contract. I then sell the contract to somebody else and they buy the house. I'm going to repeat that again, just in case I confuse somebody. With an assignment of contract, I will go get a property under contract. I will then sell the contract to somebody else and allow them to buy the house. Okay? Now, why would I do one versus the other? Why would I double close a property versus assign a property? Yeah, a lot of the times, the only benefit I see to double closing a contract is a double close of the contract will hide your profit from everyone. No one will know how much money you made. So a double close is my way of hiding my profit. So if I am super concerned about somebody knowing how much money I made, I will double close the property. Double closing the property might include some additional fees. I might have to pay title twice. I may have to use some transactional funds to get the money to close on this property. You know, there's some additional things going on with a double close, but a double close will allow me to close without disclosing my profit. Did I have a question pop up there? Yes. We need microphones. I don't know where the microphone got lost. There we go. We got two hands popped up over here. I don't know whose hands they were. Don't be shy now. All right, one hand. There we go.
As a buyer, when we work with wholesalers in the past, some of the larger ones that we all know.
I wouldn't have done it.
They all do double closes. Is that the reason why?
I'm assuming you're talking about New Western or Net Worth.
Bingo.
Like if you are, in my opinion, I would never buy from those two people. That is my opinion.
New Western or
Net Worth.
Net Worth, yeah.
That is my opinion. Like everybody will have their own opinion, but I would never do business with either of those two. That's just me personally. It's a similar business model, but I would not.
So with other wholesalers, other people in this room, is that common to double close?
Assignments of contract, I would say, is the predominant way to close.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, an assignment of contract is selling my rights to the contract.
For her though, she's was mainly a flipper. You should never be worried about wholesale. If the numbers work for you, the numbers work for you.
Yeah. So when you're running the due diligence, run your own due diligence. And let me explain a business model that happens. You will find a very experienced person that will find the most inexperienced wholesaler that they can and lock their contract up. They will then go find the most inexperienced remodeler that they can and pair the two together and take everything they possibly can out of the middle. So you got to be careful. You really need to run and know your due diligence. You cannot trust anything that is being given to you. You need to verify repairs. You need to verify comps, and you do not need to get yourself pressured in to buying something. Okay? Any other questions pop up over there? Yes.
Yeah, so just to get this straight, a double close, it's a A to B process and then a B to C later.
So with a double close, let's do some role play real quick. Can you be my seller? Sure. All right, I'm gonna be the buyer. I'm gonna sit down with you and I'm gonna sign the contract. And then once I've got the contract, you're gonna be my other buyer. I'm gonna say, hey, would you like to buy a house from me? Yep, all right, here, I'll sign a contract with you. I now have a contract with you to buy it from you, and I now have an actual contract to sell it to you. It's not an assignment. I have an actual purchase agreement between you and I, and I have a purchase agreement between you and I. I will schedule on February 1st for you and I to come in first thing in the morning and sign all of our paperwork. I will then have you come in later in the day, and I'll have all my paperwork signed with you. How does the title to that house move? The title from the house goes from you to me. I will own the house for about 15 minutes, and then it'll go to you. That's how a double close works. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So when you do that, the seller won't know how much you're making on that.
The seller will not know at all. The buyer will not know. The only person that will know is me, because I'll have a HUD with him, and I'll have a HUD with him. HUD being the closing disclosure. I can't call it a closing disclosure because they actually have CDs now. It's the HUD.
Two purchase agreements, right?
So yeah, I'll have two separate purchase agreements. There will be no assignment.
No assignment, okay.
Nope. It'll just be a purchase agreement with he and I, purchase agreement with he and I, and we're done. Not all title offices will do it, and that's why you really need to know who your title companies are. Now, I don't know if I get into this because I haven't scanned my slides beforehand. There was a very common prior to 2008 for me to sign a contract with you. I'll sign a contract with you, but for me to buy the house from you, I got to come up with some money. Like, for me to buy the house from you, let's say I've got a contract with you for 100 grand. Somewhere 100 grand needs to hit that title company. Well, if I've turned around and sold the house to you for 120 grand, what I'll do is get you to wire your $120,000 to the title company, and I'll take 100,000 of that to pay him, and I'll take the 20 out of the middle. That was called a dry funding. We did that a lot in 2008 and before. After 2008 hit, a lot of disclosures started happening, and we had to do a lot of different things. That right there kind of went away. I say kind of, but like it takes a lot more nuances to pull that off. Now, I have to bring my own 100 grand to the table, pay you 100 grand, you bring 120 grand to the table, and I get my 100 grand back plus 20,000 more. Does that make sense? If I confuse you, let's talk through it. That's why we're in a classroom right now. The whole point of you taking these 2 days off was to make sure that you upped your knowledge. And if I have confused you, then I've done the exact opposite of what I've taken the time out of my family's life to do, which is educate you. So if you are confused, you're doing yourself a disservice and me a disservice by not asking the questions. Because there might be somebody else in the room that is confused and that no one's willing to answer the question.
So then in that process, let's say you don't have the $100,000 cash.
Hold on a second, we got a microphone coming. Sorry about that. I'm not remembering.
My question is, so if you are in that process, but you don't have the 100,000 cash, and that's when at that point is when you come up or you go into transactional funding. Is that right?
So transactional funding, for those that do not know about it, a lot of times there will be lenders out there that will give you a 24-hour loan. A lot of times they'll do that 24-hour loan for 1% of the loan. So if you needed to borrow 100 grand, they charge you $1,000. They wire the money to the title company. It really never leaves the title company. It just goes to the title company to prove that it's there. Your 120 grand comes in. My 100 grand comes in from the transactional funder. There's now $220,000 sitting there. You get paid 100 grand. I get 20 grand, and the other guy gets 100 grand back. It all stays at the escrow office. It never leaves the escrow office. Does that make sense? All right, so why would I double close? Really, the only purpose to a double close is to just disclose or to hide my profit. Now, there will be some rare occasions where people double close for other reasons outside of that. I'm not really intimately familiar with it. One common strategy, especially here in Texas, is we live right now on the Barnett Shale. Barnett Shale is a natural gas reserve that we hit. Well, mineral rights. Mineral rights are attached to property. one thing that was very common for a long period of time is during these assignments or double closes, reservations of mineral rights would go to whoever was wholesaling it. The wholesaler would intentionally reserve the mineral rights in the transaction because they wanted the cash flow from the land lease, the ground lease. So that was an alternate strategy being used, is we would lease the mineral rights out by retaining the mineral rights to all transactions. Okay? So, question.
Yeah, quick question on that. When you just gave us the example of the gentleman there with the white cap being the seller, this is a double close, right?
Yes.
And he's your buyer.
Yes.
Right? You're gonna sell it to this guy right here. So you have both of them come to the title company on the same day, of course.
Same day at different
but
times.
I noticed you had the buyer come in and sign in first before the seller. Why is that?
Very
Explain that.
important question. And I'm going to explain that because it is very important that we do it this way. Do I want to put myself in a situation where I've got transactional funds in, he's executed all of his documents, I've executed all the documents with him, and then he doesn't show up?
No.
That's a bad situation. So what I want to do is I'll get him in, and I know I've got all of his paperwork signed. Once I know all of his,
and his money as
and
well?
his money's there, and all of his paperwork signed, I now know that my buyer has performed. He's done everything he's supposed to do. I now know this transaction is moving forward. I will then schedule him in later in the day by himself, or I'll show up with him. He will sign all of his paperwork. I now know that this side of the transaction is ready to go, this side of the transaction is ready to go, and then I come in and I'll sign all the paperwork with both of them, and then we're done. So it's done in that order specifically because I don't want to close with him in the morning with TC, with transactional funding, to find out he didn't show up in the afternoon. That could be a really bad day for me. I'll always get the buyer in first, get the buyer fully executed with funds in, and then I'll execute both sides of the transaction and close. Yes, sir.
So that won't be a problem with the title company by you, because you have the contract? Is that how you can get by having your end buyer sign the documents?
So so the reason I do this, and I'll have an addendum to my purchase agreement. I won't just use a traditional purchase agreement. I'll have a fairly lengthy addendum, and a disclosure in that addendum, will say, I am not currently owner of the property via contract. I am owner, or F it, let me pull it up real quick. I'll read to you what it says. It might take me a second to find it. It's not up there. So if y'all want to hear what it says, give me a moment to pull it up here. Let me just see if I can find it here. Dropbox, I-35 properties, toolbox. Just so y'all can see real quick, like I'll pull this up there, I think. This toolbox, oops, I put the wrong one up there. Let me get that one back. Sorry. All right. This toolbox is a list of everything I keep in my car at all times. Like that's all of the paperwork I keep in my car at all times. So we were talking about a double close addendum. I'll be damned if I can read it from over there. Where's the double close addendum? That's 202 double close addendum. 202 double close addendum. Let me see. Sorry, I clicked on it. I'm running two screens at once, so I've got to figure out which screen I'm operating off of. This is a double close addendum right here. So where is that at? Down payment, cash sale, acknowledgement, closing cost reimbursements, additional disclosures and acknowledgements, inspection report and subject property condition, real estate agent brokerage, marketable title acknowledgement. At the time of this agreement, seller owns a contract for sale and purchase of subject property. Buyer acknowledges that seller currently does not own title to subject property. This sale is contingent upon seller obtaining marketable title to subject property under seller's purchase contract. If seller is unable to obtain marketable title to subject property, then seller shall return buyer's down payment, and this agreement is void with no further obligations between parties. So I disclose in my addendum. One of the key things that I think should always be done, always be done, is disclose everything that's happening. Never try and keep something from somebody, because that right there is just saying that you were not willing to tell them. And if you were not willing to tell them, then you were doing something wrong. I always disclose everything I'm doing to all parties, and that leaves me in my highest state of conscience feeling like I've done nobody wrong, because everybody knew exactly what I was doing. Okay? So that right there is a double close addendum. I don't know if it's on this one. Let me see if it's on this one right here. Property access limitation, lead-based paint, conveyance buyer, although... Seller assign or reserves all existing mineral rights to the property. However, seller waives and conveys to buyer the right of ingress and egress to and from the surface of the property relating to the portion of the mineral estate owned by seller or other entities. Believe it or not, when I'm standing up here talking about this stuff, it's because I've done it. Like, these are my addendums. This is all of my paperwork. This is everything that I was doing inside of my business. A lot of people still question me to this day, why would I be willing to stand up here and give away this valuable information? How much does this class like this typically cost? $2,000. It's not cheap. Do y'all feel like I've held anything back from you? No, I have not. It is what it is. Like, I've made it to a point in life where I don't need to make money off of y'all to teach y'all how to do this. I know how the real estate completely and totally changed my life. There is not a chance in hell I'd be standing here right now if it was not for real estate. And I know damn good and well if I could have done it, anyone in this room could have done it. Like, why would I withhold this information from you just because I didn't get paid? So, moving forward. What is a double close? Let me see if I can find that back here on my laptop again. I've got like 5 screens to look at. All right. We all confident on what a double close is? I only heard 2 people say yes. Yes. All right. An assignment. We've talked about it for a second. An assignment is where I take the contract, I get the property under contract, and I sell the contract. And then somebody else gets to buy the house. That's an assignment of contract. Okay? Now, let me see. Let me scan through this real quick to see what I was trying to talk about. Take it down, building a buyer's list. All right, so assignment of contract versus a double close. Double close will include additional fees. I'm going to have to pay the title company for escrow twice. I'm going to have to pay the title company for title insurance twice, possibly. I'm going to have to pay the title company twice. In addition to that, I may have to tie up a transaction coordinator. So let's just say all in all it costs me an extra $1,500, let's call it an extra $2,000 to double close that property. If my margins are thin, that $2,000 can get eaten up really fast. To take an extra layer on top of that, if I do 10 of these transactions in a year, that's $20,000 in fees that I have pulled out of my bottom line. That's a lot of money. An assignment of contract on the other side, though, I don't have any of those associated fees. Who pays the title companies? Buyer. Who pays the non-existent transactional funding? Nobody. I didn't have to have any transactional funding. So I'm able to eliminate $2,000 in fees out of my title immediately just by assigning the contract. Now, the reason why most people want to double close is they don't want anybody to know what their profit was. Well, there's an alternate way to close an assignment of contract that will oftentimes remove the disclosure of my profit from the seller. Whenever I look at a HUD, the HUD is the Housing and Urban Development Closing Statement, blah, 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 whatever. It's got a left side column, which represents all of the buyer's information, and they have a right side column that represents all of the seller's information. My assignment fee, who pays my assignment fee? The buyer. Where would my assignment fee show up on that HUD? On the buyer side of the column. We can do what's called a blind side HUD. The seller does not need to know all of my financials. And the seller does not need to know all of my financials. And if the seller does not need to know all of my financials, then Whenever the seller receives their HUD, they do not see my assignment fee anywhere on that HUD. So we'll do what's called a blind side HUD. The seller will sign off on their information and they'll get to figure out the one thing that they've known all along, which is what their profit was going to be. They knew they were going to make 20 grand. They'll see 20 grand right there. Now, am I ever lying to this seller saying that I'm doing this for free? But did I ever sit down and tell the seller, hey, I plan to make $18,000? No. When you go to a retail place, do you see two prices on there? This is what we paid for it. This is what you're buying for it. This is our profit. No, because some people might not like the fact that Walmart makes like $60 on something they sold you for $64. You're like, well, that's too much. Well, you know, we got to stay in business somehow, because one thing that's hard to explain to the seller is while I may have grossed $18,000 on this contract, I spent $12,000 in 3 months trying to get it, which means I netted $6,000 for 3 months worth of work. I made $2,000 a month. It's hard to explain that to a seller, though. All the seller sees is 18 grand. Okay, so that's why you have to be aware that, you know, you don't want to blow up the transaction disclosing to the seller what your profit actually was. And I do not feel unethical about keeping my profit to myself. So I'll run a double HUD, a blind HUD. The seller will receive their HUD, I will receive mine, and on my side of the HUD, or the buyer's side of the HUD, you'll see an extra line item on there that'll say assignment fee, paid to blank. That's where my assignment fee is disclosed. And if I'm upfront with my buyer already knows how much money I'm making. Okay? All right? So, now, if I do double close on it, I now owned that property. It's mine. It may have only been mine for 15 minutes, but it was my property. You need to talk with your CPAs about this. I do not want to get into that side of it, but you can start becoming what's called a dealer. When you start becoming classified as a dealer with the IRS, then your taxes change. This only affects you if you're double closing. Anytime you buy and sell real estate, if you move through X amount of transactions, you might be considered by the IRS a dealer. And it really depends from property to property. I'm not going to talk to you about that in too much detail because why? I have CPAs that do that. I just need you to be aware that this is a possibility and it might change up how you're taxed. Okay? So now, alternatively, taking it down. I don't know if I've talked through this. Let me just move through here. See what all I talk about in here. Oh, wow, I get in here. All right, so alternatively, and I might talk about this further down, I've got an assignment of contract, I've got a double close, and a third option that I would do, especially in a hot seller's market, just go ahead and take it down. If you have the ability to do so, take the property down. If you've got a really good profit on it, the best option for that property likely to get it sold and sold for top dollar is straight to the MLS. If you've done your due diligence on it right and you've got a fairly fat spread, go ahead and take it down even if you have to use a hard money lender to do so and take it straight to the MLS. It's going to increase your profit significantly. Most often, you'll be able to get more out of the MLS than you would out of your own buyer's list. It's just the way the market is when you're in a heavy seller's market. I had one property, and this is a legitimate transaction. Legitimate transaction, the numbers are confused in my head. But I bought the house for somewhere around 30 to 40 grand. I was anticipating in its completely remodeled condition to sell for about 140. It needed probably around $65,000 to $70,000 worth of work. So I would have been all into that property for about 100 grand, ability to resell for 140, about a $40,000 gross profit margin attached to that property. Not a bad day, not a great day, but it was a day. I took that exact same property and stuck it on the MLS for $99,000 and sold it for $105,000. There was never a day in the world I thought that house would have ever sold for $105,000. I clearly saw $70,000 worth of work that needed to be done to that. The all in on that was $175,000, $180,000 for a property that would only be worth 140 grand. What you must start learning is that not everybody has the same investment strategy as you do. I personally like to have equity in all of my transactions outside of possibly a subject to wrap. I want equity. I like to buy equity in my transaction. What did that end buyer do with that property? They made absolutely no true improvements to it at all, maybe put $15,000 worth of work into it and then turned it into a rental. Now they were into that rental for maybe 120 grand and they're renting it for $1,200 a month. When you look at it from that standpoint, it may have not been the greatest of investments in my opinion, but it worked for them. So one of the key things to becoming a proficient wholesaler is understanding your end buyer market. What are my end buyers looking to do? Okay? So I get this often and I get this a lot. How do I build my buyers list? How do I build my buyers list? How do I build my buyers list? And there's really two sides to this coin that the wholesaling community will argue about. One side will say, you get a good contract, you don't need a buyer's list. The other side will say, you get a good buyer's list, you'll get more contracts. And I agree with both sides. If you get a good contract, you'll sell it all day long. You don't need a buyer's list, it'll get sold. But what about those properties where, you know what, they are thin. They aren't looking all that great. Having a solid buyer's list is where you're able to perform on those types of deals. So it is important to have both sides of the coin. Having a solid buyer's list is important, but more so important than that is getting a contract. But knowing what your buyers are willing to buy is important to getting more contracts. Because if I'm constantly trying to hit 70-cent deals off of my marketing, my contracts will be limited. You can still get 70-cent deals. They're not common. So if I have a better understanding of what my market will spend, then I'll have a better understanding of how to contract it. Now, would y'all like to know a little hack to kind of figuring that out without already having your buyers in line? Okay, and this is not foolproof, but this is just some insight as to how I navigated my way through as a rookie wholesaler. When I started wholesaling, it was about 2011, 2012. I started investing about 2006. I was flipping from 2006 to 2011, 12. I didn't start wholesaling until I was already flipping for 5 to 6 years. Did not understand wholesaling. I bought from wholesalers, but did not understand it at all. Here's how I would figure out what to contract my properties for. I would get on the buyer's list of the best wholesalers I could find in town. 2011, 2012, we didn't have Facebook groups. We only had like 3 REIAs in town. And the community was nowhere near as strong as it is right now. So my resources for advice and mentorship were non-existent. What I had to do is get on the buyer's list of as many of the top wholesalers I could find. At that time, it was Homewood Properties, which is Randy Quay. It was Brian Jordan, an expat from New Western. And it was John Susie at All Wholesale Properties. And it was New Western and Net Worth. I'd get on those buyers lists and I could start seeing what types of properties they were pumping out and what they were marketing them for. I would then follow those properties and I'd start contacting the wholesalers and saying, hey, has that property sold? Hey, has that property sold? Damn it, I missed it. What was I trying to figure out? How much they were able to move their properties for. And then I, through my own due diligence, can kind of figure out, they just moved that property for 88 cents on the dollar. They just moved that one for 82 cents on the dollar. All right, anything above 400 grand, they're getting around 78 cents on the dollar. Okay, Garland and Mesquite, they're getting at about 83 cents on the dollar. Okay, I now kind of know a backwards way of figuring out what margins people are moving properties at. Well, I now know if these companies can move Garland at 84 cents on the dollar, then maybe when I'm on my contracts, I should start being willing to maybe offer up to 76 to 78 cents on the dollar. That leaves a 6-cent spread, and that gives enough for me to co-wholesale with them if I have to. What do I mean by co-wholesale? I will talk to them and say, hey, you've got a buyer, I've got a contract, let's split the profit. That is how I operated in my business for the first couple years. I co-wholesaled a lot of properties with experienced wholesalers so that way they could help me move properties at margins that I couldn't have moved them at. I could have stayed a lone island and just said, you know what? I'm going to go out here and I'm just going to contract what I can contract and sell it to who I can sell it for. But there would have been a lot of deals I couldn't have moved, and there would have been a lot of money lost because I had that scarcity mindset of it's all me. The better we get at learning and adopting an abundance mindset of understanding that it's a we, not me world, we will succeed further and faster. Without teams, I would never have made it to where I'm at today. Building a buyer's list. 100 new buyers a week. Facebook forum search will probably get you 1,000 right out the gate. If you go into your local Facebook forums for real estate investors and then just Google that forum for @gmail.com, you will see post after post after post of people saying, I've got a property in blank, blank, blank. If you're interested, drop an email below. If you're interested, drop an email below. If you're interested, drop an email below. You can build 1,000 emails out real fast like that. We were touching base on that yesterday, talking about it. Jay Coleman, I believe, said he'd go back through, and instead of just taking their email, he'd check out their profile and see if it seemed like they were doing some real estate business, because a lot of those emails are just going to be other wholesalers that are looking to daisy chain. Well, if I can look at their profile, I can see them at their rehab, well, I kind of figure out that they're probably a true, legitimate buyer. I will start adding all of those people to my buyer's list, okay? Attend all REIAs. If you have not already done so, there's probably about 40 people in this room you could have networked with. I know that we've got some people here flipping. We've got some other people here flipping. These are all people that could be networked with and you can do business with. We had a panel of people up here yesterday that would have all likely have been a buyer of yours. And I'd be willing to bet most people did not get their contact information. This is a networking business. I know you did. You're a pro. So with that to be said, though, this is a networking business.
January 14th at DFW, Propelio event in Houston, January 21st.
Yeah, we have two Propelio events coming up soon. We have one here in DFW. Anticipate between 300 to 600 people showing up. We've got another one down in Houston. Anticipate another 150 to 300 people showing up there. The networking that was a surprise for me. I got in 2006. I personally am an introvert. I don't like dealing with people. I don't like associating with people. A lot of people in this room may have got that vibe from me, and it's not because I don't like you. I just get really scared as hell talking to people. Like people wouldn't understand that. Like I have an immense fear of talking to people. Standing up here at the front of the room is cool because no one's talking to me. But whenever I have to have a private conversation with somebody, so it's like I start crumbling inside. It's like, get me out of here. Like I don't know why. It's just kind of a quirk that I'm trying to figure my way through. That to be said, though, I loved getting into real estate in 2006 because I was remodeling a bunch of houses. I was GCing all the contracts myself. I was out there swinging a hammer. I felt like I was on a job site. I'm used to a job site. I was on a job site from the time I was 13 until I was about 27. I was comfortable in that place. When I started trying to wholesale and expand and build my business, I quickly realized the only way to truly build big in this, in my opinion, is a solid network. The better your network is in this business, the better you will transact. And I had to start forcing myself to get out of my comfort zone. I can promise you the first time I stood in front of a room and started talking, holy crap. Like I almost passed out because I forgot to breathe. This is not a natural state for me. This open form of communication, not a natural state for me. This is really, like y'all, a lot of y'all have probably seen Propelio TV. You can ask Mr. Harper. The first time he tried putting me on a camera, I was mother effing the world. And that's not a joke. Like, we're in a complex. Like, I'm sure that 4 or 5 neighbors down, they heard me, motherfucker, this shit.
Did you say was?
I still am. I still am. Like, there will be days where I show up to get on TV or whatever we want to call it, YouTube, and I don't want to do it. And y'all are probably watching being like, man, it's just kind of a dry show today. It's because like I'm just up there collapsing. I'm like, just like, let me out of this place. So all that to be said, you need to get out to these REIAs. And more so than just going to the REIA, you need to network. You don't just go up there and find your best friend. Hey, let's chill tonight. That did you no good. That wasn't the time to hang out. This is business operations. You needed to be finding. There's private capital at these events. There's wholesalers at these events. There's flippers at these events, landlords at these events, insurance companies. You need to work the room. Everybody in that room needs to know who you are, and you need to know everybody in that room. And by doing that, you're going to be able to expand your network quickly. We're going to talk about co-wholesales later today, and I would like to go ahead and talk and put that on. So I don't want to jump around too fast. Let me think. Co-wholesaling. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. If we talk about it again, who cares? This is how I'd operate if I was you right now. I would show up to every night of the week, all week long. And I would meet every single person in the room. And there's 3 things I'm wanting to find out. Are you currently wholesaling? Yes. Okay, how many deals have you done? 0 to none. Okay, or 0 to 100. It doesn't matter. But I'm going to figure all this out. I'm going to document it. Do you mind if I get your contact information? All right, they're going to go in the wholesaler column. And then there'll be a column next to it saying how many transactions they've done. And then I'll have their contact information. All right, I'm going to look for other people as well. Okay, you're a landlord. What type of properties are you looking to buy? What areas are you looking to buy in? Can I have your contact information? I move properties just like that. So in my notes, I've already got a long list of wholesalers. I've got a long list of landlords. Who else might I find? Flippers. Okay, you're a flipper. What type of properties are you looking for? What area are you looking to buy in? Do you mind if I contact you? Okay? If everybody in this room did that, you should have at least 30 to 50 phone numbers in your book right now. My job from that point moving forward is every single night I do that, within a month I've probably got around 700 to 1,000 people that I can contact that are actively participating in this community. What am I going to now do? Every new wholesaler that's out there, I am going to put on an RVM or a voice blast or something like that, and I'm going to hit them up. And I'm going to constantly see if they've got deals to move. And if they want a JV on them, I'll JV the deal. That's how I'd operate right now. Like, I don't know what else to say on that side. That's how I would operate right now. I would JV a ton of deals. And then I would do my own deals as I got through them. So moving forward, go section8.com. Great way to find more landlords. Local Section 8 office, you can get a full list of them. For rent ads. It's a good way to find landlords. I'd call everybody with a for rent ad and I'd say, hey, are you interested in buying more properties? Hell no, I'm trying to get rid of the one I got. Okay, I'll buy it. You know, just call them all up. Title companies. Most title companies will tell you who their good buyers are. You know why? Because they're going to close with them. CashBuyersPlus.com is a resource for finding them. Hard money lenders will also tell you who the buyers are. Why? Because the lender will get the points. Let's get a mic over here.
I was just wondering if Connected Investors, you heard of that place?
I've not.
Okay, it's kind of like I'm gonna say like a Facebook for real estate.
Okay.
And it's like wholesalers, buyers, lenders. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Okay, so Connected Investors might be an alternate resource. I haven't heard of it before, but anywhere you can go where you're finding a congregation of people looking to buy real estate is a great resource. So alternative options is list swaps. At the point in time, let's say you've got 3,000 or 4,000 emails. Well, if I've got 3,000 or 4,000 emails and you've got 3,000 or 4,000 emails, we might be able to collaborate and say, I'll give you 3,000 emails for 3,000 emails. I give you 3,000, you give me 3,000 back. Maybe there's 1,500 doubles. Well, I just added 1,500 more emails to my list. Now I've got 4,500, 5,500. 5,500, I got 5,500 emails. Would you like to do a list swap? And a lot of times you'll see bigger wholesalers will do list swaps. Okay? Is this a we not me community? Yes. Okay? That's how I'd start building my buyers list. Marketing the property for sale. Okay? Some things that I would do is I'd look through my tax records for any cash buyers local to my zip code. Yes?
Yeah, I have a question concerning JV deals.
Mm-hmm.
When JVing, as a wholesaler, when you have a second deal, would it be unethical to get the cash buyer from that first deal?
I hear what you're saying. So what he's asking is, if I JV a deal with somebody and that person brings a buyer to buy that property, and then I find another deal in the future, is it unethical for me to go back to that original buyer? Now, on my side, I would say yes, but I always work my JV deals. Whenever I upfront talk to them, I'm like, if you bring a buyer to this table and I'm paying you for that, I have the rights to market back to that buyer again. And because the reason I did that is because one of the very first deals I did was a hood property over there north side. I contracted it for like $7,000 and flipped it for 22. And a guy, I co-wholesaled it with a guy and he brought me a buyer. And whenever everything was said and done with, I found another one in north side. And I called back the original wholesaler out of respect, and because you want to keep your reputation in this business. You don't want to burn bridges. I called the original guy back and I was like, hey, I've got another one in Northside. I just wanted to confirm with you, is it cool for me to go back to the guy that bought the other one? And he was like, no. And I was like, well, that's kind of crappy because I paid you like $7,000 on the last transaction. Like, right. How much more money did you want out of it? And they were like, no, we're not doing it. I was like, all right, well, how about this? I will co-wholesale this one with you. But from now on, if I ever co-wholesale a deal with you, that buyer is now my buyer for the future. Because my goal is not to JV with you on every deal moving forward. I've got to survive in this business too. So me paying you $7,000 for one contact doesn't seem outrageous. So I would make sure up front that I disclose that, like, hey, if we co-wholesale this together, the buyer's mine. And if you don't agree with that, I'll find somebody else to co-wholesale with.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Tax records. So one of the key ways that I moved through my transactions was I would want to find landlords. I didn't really like flipping to buyers, or I didn't really like flipping to rehabbers because they wanted steeper discounts. Now, when you start moving up into the higher price point homes, you're not going to get landlords that are buying $1 million properties. But what I could find is around that $100,000 to that $300,000 price point, there are a lot of landlords. So if I get something contracted in that price point, I would look at public record and I'd try to find everybody that is within the last 2 years bought a property within a couple of miles of my subject property for cash. I now know everybody in that area that has purchased properties for cash and like to work in that area. I would skip trace and call them. Or I would send them a marketing letter with a picture of the house, kind of like a sales letter of what the property looks like, and I'd mail them all out to all cash buyers or skip and call them. That right there was a great resource for me finding buyers for those properties. That was probably my number one resource for finding those people. Behind that, my second best resource was a bandit sign. I would drop bandit signs all around that area. 322, worth 150 grand, sale 70. You'll get a lot of BS calls out of it. You'll get a lot of BS calls out of it, but those BS calls were often other wholesalers, contractors, etc. But that's just adding to my networking list. It's all right, you're a wholesaler. Let me get your contact information. How many deals have you done? Opportunity right there. And then for everybody else, a lot of people just say, hey, I don't really buy in that area, but I am a buyer. Please put me on your list. Okay, well, what are you looking for? Keep adding to those contacts. But bandit signs would help me dispo a lot of properties. Facebook forums nowadays. We still have to be careful though, and it's sad the environment that we're in, but people are willing to circumvent your contract. You know, they just are. So a lot of the times when we do go into Facebook forums, we don't openly disclose the address. We'll just say what subdivision, what city, and what the asking price is, and the basic information about the property. And then anybody that does want the physical address, you need to vet them a little better. You know, hey, show me a proof of funds, show me a couple HUDs, show me that you've actually bought some real estate. You know, that's not a foolproof way of vetting somebody, but it does help you weed out all of the people that are potentially trying to circumvent the contract. Craigslist, this is way back in the day. I'm much older now, but Craigslist is still viable to a different demographic. If all we're focusing on is social media platforms that we're used to, we're ignoring a demographic of people that might not be jumping on social media. So Craigslist is where I dispoed quite a few properties. I remember one in particular, I wasn't necessarily excited about contracting it because I wasn't certain if I'd be able to sell it. It was out in Keene, Texas. It was 5 acres with a 3-bed, 2-bath, no garage, new build that was to the studs. All the copper had been stolen out of it, but it was a new build, but it needed the drywall finished out and all the finishing out from the studs on. It had roof windows and exterior siding, dried in, and I contracted it for like 30 grand. And I wasn't 100% certain because I had no comps out there at all. I wasn't sure what I was going to be able to do with it. So I just threw it on Craigslist, and I wrote an ad in English and I wrote an ad in Spanish. I had a Hispanic buyer buy the house for 60 grand. So boom, I just made 30 grand. I wasn't confident in it, but I sold it on Craigslist. So I would market everywhere. And especially on lower price point homes, anything that's sub 100 grand, I would most definitely write the ad in English and Spanish. And we can talk about that here for just a moment. I don't know where I go on some of these slides because I haven't studied them before coming up here. Another alternative strategy that I did that was taught to me by John Susi was I would wholesale my properties to the owner occupants. So when you're working in lower price point homes, mostly sub 70 grand, the Hispanic community is very often a cash community. They save all of their funds, and they'll show up in a 30-year-old car that's worth about $800, and they'll have a sack with $80,000 in it. They are a cash community. So whenever I would work in a predominantly Hispanic market, where I found a lower price point home, I would contract that, and then I would drop bandit signs all around there, and I'd write in Spanish, se vende casa, 50 grand, 60 grand, 70 grand. And you would see a line of people show up to that house with cash in their hands to buy it. They are very much a family community. They want to live next to grandma, brother, uncle, cousin, sister. They want to be around each other. And if they've got a cousin or a sister or a mother or a brother that lives down the street, they're buying that house. So I would start to transact a lot of my lower income homes in Spanish. And I'd sell a lot more of them off to a price that would not necessarily be an investor price. It would be a price where somebody's like, I don't care how much it takes to fix that house. I'm going to do it myself, and I want to live next door to my friends. So often, that is how I transact those types of deals. Okay? Section 8, text buyers, email it in and out, texting. I find that texting buyers is a little better now than emailing buyers. Email has kind of gone to the wayside, but if you text people, it tends to work out better. Email hedge funds. If you can get in contact with hedge funds, find out what their buying criteria is, how they expect the transaction to be structured. They can often pay you more than other people will. iBuyers. I've never moved a property to an iBuyer. That's a new way of going, so I'm not here to teach you about that. Hard money lenders will often market your property for you as well. People don't even think about that. You call up 10 of the highest, biggest hard money lenders in town and say, hey, I've got a property that I need to move. Can you help me move it? I dispoed a ton of properties through hard money lenders. Ton of them. Real estate agents. There are some real estate agents in town that specialize in discount property. They've got a solid resource. They're going to want their fees. When they want their fees, what I'll tell them is like, this is my price, put your fee on top of it. And they'll often move it. Title companies know who's closing. They know exactly who's closing. So I'll work with the title company at times. But my best ones were the tax records, bandit signs, and hard money lenders. That's how I disposed a lot of my property. Here's what I was just talking about. Owner-occupied buyers. Not everything I moved has to go to an investor. Not everything I move has to go to an investor. I remember seeing this happen one time. Remember that property I told y'all earlier I picked up for like 40 grand? I stuck it on the MLS for 99, sold it for 105. At the exact same time I was going after that property, I saw an abandoned property right down the street that looked trashed out. So I started researching that one since I was in the neighborhood, and I found out it was a bank property. I also found out that it was getting put out at auction. So not auction like state auction, it was an REO, but they were going to put it out on a website auction. I forgot what it was, HUD.gov or whatever that ends up being. Well, they run the auction there. I was like, all right, I'll go ahead and jump on that one too. And I started bidding on that auction to try and get that property. And I lost it. And the person that bought it paid like 120 grand for it, and the damn thing was damn near a teardown. I'm like, what the hell? It ended up being a Hispanic family that purchased it, and within like 4 months, they completely rebuilt the house. And when I mean completely rebuilt the house, I'm not joking 1 cent. They took the roof off of the house And when I mean they took the roof off the house, I'm not talking about the shingles. They took the roof off of the house. They took the rafters off. They took the decking off. There was zero roof on that house anymore. They reframed the house. They made the framing of the house a totally different home. They completely redid the inside of it and changed up the framing on the inside of the home. They built a detached 2-car garage, rebuilt the 2-car garage that was attached to it, and it was a brand damn new home within like 3 months. Why did they pay 120 grand for it? Because they had 120 grand, it was a neighborhood that they wanted to live in, and they didn't care how much it was going to cost to fix it. They wanted it. It's different. So you just got to understand who your buyers are. We talked about co-wholesaling earlier. What do I mean by co-wholesaling? Co-wholesaling is whenever like we JV. It's like you're a wholesaler, I'm a wholesaler, you've got a deal, I've got a buyer, let's work together. That's kind of a co-wholesale. I don't want that to be distracted by the word daisy chain. Daisy chain and co-wholesaling is not the same thing. And what do I mean by daisy chaining? Daisy chaining is I got a property under contract and I'm trying to move it. I send an email out and somebody sees that email and they're like, I could probably get more for that property than that. They add their price to it and they start marketing your property without your permission. Did I give them permission to market that property? No. Did they care? No. What are they trying to do? They're hoping that their buyer's list is better than mine. I'm advertising it for 60. They advertise it for 65. Once they find somebody that's willing to lock it up at 65, they try to lock it up with me at 60 and they make 5 grand in between. That's illegal. It's illegal. It's not even like unethical. It's illegal. They are marketing a property that they do not have under contract. They are acting as a real estate agent. They do not have the rights to do that. They have no equitable interest in that property at all. None. So A, it's illegal. B, it's unethical. And C, we don't like people that do that in our community. So if you truly think you've got a buyer for that property, call them up. Say, hey, you're marketing it for $60,000. Do you mind if I find a buyer for $65 if I keep the 5 in between? Most people are going to say, go for it. You know, it's not wrong to call somebody up and be like, hey, if I brought a buyer in for $65, you want $64, can I keep the 5 in the middle? Most wholesalers will be like, yeah, fine, go for it. Sometimes they'll say no. That's on them. But up front, you've got their permission to market the property. You put together a little JV agreement. It's a simple little one piece of paper. It says, hey, you've got the property for 60. If I can get anything more than 60, I get to keep the difference. I now have contract. I've got some equitable interest there. I can now market the property. Okay, co-wholesaling is just simply you working with another wholesaler to get the deal done. I really do recommend for anybody that is fresh in this business to do stuff like that. Jason, here in the back, I believe that he's willing to co-wholesale all day long. He's done plenty enough deals to know what he's doing. He's great at acquisitions. We've got plenty of people that would be willing to wholesale with you, co-wholesale with you. Like, I know Edwin, you and Ace and a couple of other people work on deals all the time. Be willing to work with other people. Okay?
Got a question?
You co-wholesale, Justin? Raise your hand if you're willing to co-wholesale. Start networking. Yes, sir.
What's the fine line as a newbie investor? You talk to the initial wholesaler who got the contract. They tell you, because I've had that conversation. We'll just add what you want on the deal, and then you start marketing.
Yes, sir.
Everybody has, say, similar buyers on their list. A buyer says, hey, Jason, I got this other investor out here that's marketing a property that I saw you already emailed to me, and they're not aware of the situation. Doesn't that put me in a bad light or potentially?
So the way this would save you is finding out who's got the contract and asking permission. At the point in time you ask permission, anybody that calls them just be like, yeah, I told him he could market it, and if he was able to get more than what I was asking for it, then he could keep the fee in between. It does become unfortunate, when we do have our buyers lists that are cross-performing, but ultimately, if I'm looking at my inbox and I see the same property for 60 and one for 65, I'm calling the person that's marketing it for 60. And I'll call them up and go, hey, I know you know somebody else is blasting out your property. Yeah, I told a couple people they could blast it out, but I mean, if they get more for it than I can, then great. If not, you know what? I'm marketing it for 60. If you want to buy it for 60, I got it for 60. There's two ways of looking at that. I think I've got a whole class on co-wholesaling involved in this, so I don't want to get too much deeper into it. But whenever I co-wholesale a deal, I need to come to terms with the person I'm partnering with. Are you A, wanting 60 and anything above that I can get? Or B, can I market it at 60? What do you have the property under contract for? We'll split the profit up 50-50, 30-60, 30-70, whatever. You know, there's nothing written in stone as to how that profit has to get tallied up or divided up. And then other things to consider when I'm co-wholesaling is an exclusive right to co-wholesale. Like, let's say you're marketing a property for 60, and I know for a fact that I can probably get it moved for 68, but I'm not going to waste my time and compete with 900 other people. I'll call you up and say, hey, I can move it for 68, but I want an exclusive right to do it, and I want 72 hours to get it done. You know, it's up to you at that point in time to say, you know what, I'll give this person 72 hours to try and move it for 68. I was trying to move it for 60 for 4 days and couldn't do it. You know what, I'll give you an exclusive right. I personally don't like giving people an exclusive right to market my property, but at the same time, if I'm struggling to move a property and they feel confident that they can, I might just give it a shot. You know, I always try to ask for a non-exclusive right. Okay? So any questions on that? All right, moving forward. Showings. When I'm doing dispo on showings, we've got a couple of things to look at. Owner-occupied showings, vacant properties, mass showings, silent auctions. Owner-occupied properties, when you're trying to show them, your seller should already be prepared for the fact that you're going to bring in potential capital partners, other investors to partner on the deal with. And if they're aware of that up front, asking for a showing to bring in 7 or 8 people should not be outside of the norm. Now, if you're trying to do this without their knowledge, it's going to start getting a little awkward. You know, hey, can I get in the house? Can you not be there? You know, hell, it's my house. All my stuff's still there. It starts getting awkward. But I do up front tell my seller, please do not communicate with my investors. And I tell my investors, please do not communicate with my seller. Okay? I'll try and schedule a time that's convenient for the seller. I'll try and schedule a time where I know I can probably get the most buyers in. I'll try and do like a weekend, like a Saturday, early morning, not early morning, but like 9, 10, 11 a.m. Most people, a lot of people flipping are doing it on the sides. They still have their 9 to 5 jobs, so if I can make it convenient on a weekend, I'll set my showing for, let's say, 11 a.m. on Saturday, and I'll be marketing this property for a full 7 or 8 days beforehand. We'll be marketing. Hey, the day before the showing, I'll text everybody that said they were coming, remind them, tomorrow, 11 a.m. If you want to lock this up, I suggest you being prepared by coming with a cashier's check. I'll notify them up front, like, if you're really interested in taking a look at this, even if you don't buy it, you know, I'll have 5 or 6 people there with a cashier's check. The first person that puts that cashier's check in my hand gets it. So if you really are interested in this, go ahead and take the time to get your cashier's check up front. Okay? If it's a vacant property, it's a lot easier. Things get so much easier to show a vacant property, especially if it's a trashed out vacant property. I'll put a lockbox on it, and a lot of times I'll kind of do like a go and show with it. Just be like, hey, text me. A lot of times I'll know who my buyers are, but in the event I don't, I'll be like, you know, text me your ID, and, you know, go take a look at it. Lockbox combo is blank, 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 blank. Please put the key back in the box when it's done. Now, what a lot of the times I'll find is if they go over there and they like it, the key disappears. And it sucks. So I always try to make at least two keys, and I'll hide another one at the house somewhere, so that way in the event that the key does get disappeared, I can show up and replace it easily. But on vacants, a lot of times I'll just do go and shows. Sometimes I will also do a mass showing, just so I can start creating a buzz and get people motivated to move it. And it's kind of like, what I'm talking about by mass showings is I want everybody to show up at the same time. It kind of creates a bit of a buyer's frenzy. There's 2 ways of doing it. With a mass showing, I can start saying, well, you know what? It's a silent auction. Give me your highest and best. And that might get you more than you're asking. Let's say I'm asking 60 for it and somebody does offer me 68 for it. Oh, I just made an extra $8,000. I have never really done the silent auction side. I don't particularly care for it. My goal is to make sure that I get the property closed. And my goal is to make sure that I get it closed fast. So what I would do is instead of incentivizing people to go into a silent auction, I'd just tell everybody the first person that gets a check in my hand gets the deal. It's 60 grand, it's not 61, it's not 62, it's not 65. It's 60 grand and the first person, I've got a check in my hand all of a sudden. Like people start handing over, they're done. They don't need to hear anymore. So I'd much rather, instead of trying to get into the bidding war where people are like 68, 67, then people start getting discouraged, start wanting to close. You know what? It's 60. The first person that gets me the money that I want, it's got it. Make sense? Cool. So silent auctions, I don't like doing them. I just don't. I know a lot of people do. Qualifying the buyer, okay? One of the first and biggest qualifiers for me, especially if I'm not making a huge spread. Let's say I'm making like a sub $10,000 spread, and I got a $5,000 non-refundable deposit in my pocket. Most people, $5,000 means something to them. That deposit's a pretty good qualifier for me up front. But beyond that deposit, I am going to ask, who is your lender? Are you using personal cash? If so, show me proof of funds. And I'm not talking about like a BS statement from the bank saying, oh, well, he's pre-approved for blank, blank, blank. No. I want to see, like pull open your phone. Show me proof of funds. Okay? All right, you are going to use a lender. Let's hop on a real quick call with this lender and say, hey, this is the property, these are the numbers. What kind of money does he need in reserves? Do you have that in reserves? Yes? No? No? Oops. Try and figure out up front, have you ever closed any deals? Yeah? Show me some HUDs. Beyond that, really the biggest thing, like I'm 70% in once I get that $5,000 check. Like I'm almost done. Now, if I start having a much bigger spread where like I might have a $15,000 to $20,000, $25,000 spread, if that person fails to perform, I've got 20 grand that I'm potentially losing on that. How do I handle that? I try not to get too concerned about will the buyer close. I know it's important, but I try not to get too concerned with it. The thing that I want to know is, did I get their 5 grand? And does their lender feel confident with them? If I get those two even remotely close up front, I'm good on that. All of my assignments clearly state one other thing though. I am allowed to market for a backup buyer. If I do have a $25,000 spread on that property, then I've probably got a pretty good deal going. It shouldn't be too hard for me to find a backup buyer. I'll get it locked up with a backup buyer, and now just in case the primary buyer fails, I've already got the deal moved, and I made an extra 5 grand in the process. Do I feel bad about holding $5,000 in non-refundable deposit because somebody else failed to perform upon their obligations? I do not. That is a lesson that they needed to learn. This business is real. Now, there have been times where I'll collect someone's non-refundable deposit and they fail to close, and I am able to sell it to somebody else, and I will refund the difference between, like half of the difference between what I made on it and what they lost. You know, my goal isn't to burn you, but at the exact same time, you kind of screwed my game up. If you did not perform and I was unable to find another buyer, I may have just burned my entire deal. I'm depending upon you for my payday. I worked 3 months and spent $12,000 in marketing to get this one deal. While it showed me making $18,000, my net on it was $6,000. I made $2,000 a month, and because you failed to perform, because you were not getting your documents to your lender on time, I lost my payday. Do y'all see why I don't feel bad about holding that deposit? While some people might say that it's wrong, it's not. It was very clearly written, non-refundable. I had title clear to close. We were ready to close. You failed to perform. I am keeping the cash. Okay? Collecting the deposit. I don't recommend using Square. I would not recommend using Square. Yes, Jocelyn? Ooh, that's fun. So she just asked, how would I feel about an end buyer trying to renegotiate the purchase price at the closing table? I would blow the F up. I would. So 2 things about my assignment contract. 1, I have the right to pull a backup, and I almost always try to make sure I've got a backup unless it's a repeat buyer that I've worked with before. And B, they did not get more than 10 days to close. So like if I got my contract for a 45-day close, they don't get 45 days to close. I give them a 10-day assignment contract. They have 10 days to perform, and at the end of 10 days, if they have not performed, the contract reverts back to me with no further obligations of either party, and the non-refundable deposit is retained by me. So that is one way I protect myself. So if he does get to the closing table, I'll just be like, good job. I'll keep 5 grand and I'll sell it to somebody else. What? You don't want to lose 5 grand? You're losing it right now, because if you ask me one more time to drop my price, I'm not even going to talk with you about it. I'm going to walk out, and if title doesn't wire me my money by the end of the day, I've already got it sold to somebody else. I know it's rough like that, but You will find people around here that are BSing you. They're like they'll contract it right up front, knowing that you're hungry for money, and that it's the only deal you've pulled off in 2 months, 3 months, and they've got a decent deal, but they're just trying to get more out of it than they can, so they shaft you, leaving you making $2,000 while they go off and make 35. It's like, I ain't doing that game with you. It is. You will find sharks in the business that are just out there to just screw over as many people as they can. They're not worried about repeat business. While I seem like I might be tough on people at times, I'm disclosing everything from beginning to end. I'm not contracting with you and then at the end saying, I'm changing my mind. It's like, we agreed on this. You're either doing it or you're not. It's in my opinion, it's like when you're disciplining your kids. It's like you tell them, no, you can't have the ice cream. And then 20 minutes later, you give them the ice cream. You kind of got to set the rules up front and then hold to them. If you don't hold to the rules, they'll just learn to keep breaking them. You lose a $5,000 deposit enough times, you stick to the rules. Contracting the buyer. With an assignment of contract, it's pretty straightforward. It needs to define all the parties. It needs to discuss the non-refundable deposit. You need to define a close date. Acknowledge communications. I'm going to stop on this one for just a minute. I'm going to stop on define a close date too. What did I mean by define a close date? Like I said earlier, I've got 45 days on my purchase agreement to perform. I never in my right mind want to give my end buyer the opportunity to expire my contract. This is a strategy I have seen other people do, and that's why I talk about this. I will see end buyers contract your property, and they'll read your assignment agreement knowing that you do not have a solid assignment agreement. Through their conversations with you, they'll realize that you're not very experienced, and they'll just burn your contract. They'll just sit on it, sit on it, sit on it, sit on it, and sit on it, and wait for it to expire, and then contract it behind you. I have seen it happen way too many times. I had a girl last year call me up in tears, like she was counting on this. This was a huge win for her. It was going to get her out of the hole. And the BS buyer that put her on contract was trying to play games with her. And I ended up getting on the phone with her and the end buyer, and I was like, if you were trying to burn this contract, guess what? I will sit down with this lady right here next to me. I will go out there tonight, and I will have it contracted and closed tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you I'll beat you to the table to do it. And guess what he did on that last day? Because we had like 24 hours left in the contract. He finally performed. He got to the point where he's ignoring all of our phone calls. The way we got him on the phone was I was the one that called him. Because it was a sweet deal. He was going to make a ton of money on that property at her price point. But he got greedy. He saw that she was going to be making about 25 grand and was like, well, I might be able to get 25 grand out of it too. You got to be careful with who you're doing business with. It sucks to say that, but it's real. Acknowledge communications. Acknowledge communications. At no point in time do I ever want my end buyer talking to the seller. Ever. It is written into my assignment contract as a extreme violation of the contract that if they circumvent me in communications with the seller, the assignment contract is automatically null and void, the non-refundable deposit will not be repaid, and you will lose the contract if you talk to my seller. It is not acceptable. All communication goes through me. Why is that? I don't want this end buyer calling the seller and be like, I noticed the faucet was leaking on the front of the house. Are you going to fix that before I buy it? No. You will be surprised what that buyer will call up and tell that seller. There is no point in time where that end buyer is allowed to talk to that seller unless they're talking through me. And I disclose that in my assignment of contract because I have deals blow up on me over this. The reason I do these types of things is my experience has told me I need this stuff in my contract. Express equitable position. This assignment of contract needs to clearly state that I am not selling real estate, I am selling the contract. And all obligations of the original contract must be upheld. Address access and repairs. They're not supposed to go over there and start demoing that house before they buy it. I had that happen once. Well, I had an extra crew ready. I know we're closing on Monday. Well, fuck you. I don't care. Friday, you didn't own the house. That doesn't mean you get to go in there and rip out all the cabinets and start ripping down walls. You did not own it until Monday. I now have a seller screaming at me because all of the kitchen cabinets are in the front yard. What in the hell makes you think you had the right to go do that? That makes sense? It happens. So when I start talking about these things, there's reasons why I put these things in my contract, because I've already had to deal with the problem once in my life. I don't like dealing with the same problem twice. Performance clauses. Yes, ma'am. Let's get a microphone over. Microphone. Thank you, sir.
I had a situation where I bought a home through wholesale, and we signed everything. We're about to close, but then it wasn't me, but it was the owner of the house who ripped out the custom cabinets and the island, which were really nice. I was planning just to keep them, repaint them, just touch them up. He ripped them out. He said he donated to the church, and that all of a sudden kind of like, and that's that house that I talked about yesterday.
That cost you an
That
extra
has-
15 grand.
Exactly. So, what do you do with that?
What I would need to do with that is talk with the wholesaler and say either A, you get the price dropped by 15 grand, or give me my money back. It's not in the condition it was in whenever I contracted it. Yep. I'm not going to take a $15,000 loss on that. When I contracted that property, there was a functional kitchen there. It's disappeared. So either give me my money back or get a $15K price drop. Right behind you.
So I had a similar situation happened with when I first started out, where I bought from one of those big wholesalers, and they wouldn't let me get my contractor in to price out and all that. And
I wonder
I was
why.
naive. I took it, and the seller was pissed off at the wholesaler because some other buyers went and disclosed the prices and all that. But then when I was finally ready to close, I see that seller is not moving out. And also a lot of high-end landscapings and things were disappearing.
Yep.
So I could have stopped closing and demand my
It really
deposit
depends
back.
upon your contract. That really depends upon your contract. Like what I'm saying with her and what I'd say with you is it really depends upon the contract. But my contract and any contract should really state that the real estate is being transferred in the condition that it was contracted in. Like let's just say like the Trek, it clearly states inside of the Trek contract that the property will transfer in its present condition minus any normal wear and tear. Well, you know, all of the kitchen cabinets missing is not normal wear and tear. So I'm not closing on the property. The cabinets are missing. We need to renegotiate the price. Now, if you have a wholesaler that's sitting in the middle being like, no, F you, I'm keeping your deposit, and I'll be like, no, F you, the cabinets are gone. All the landscaping is gone. All these high-end fixtures that were here are gone. You need to give me my money back or get me an equivalent discount. And if they're not willing to do that, it's unfortunate that many people are not in the position to enforce it through litigation, but that is why there are certain companies in town where I say do not do business with them. It's because they're notorious for doing it. I would have already been willing to guess exactly who y'all are operating with. So everybody that's watching right now, you've got two people sitting in the room that have both given similar stories. It's not uncommon business practice for them. And while I might be stiff in my business and I don't give a lot of leeway, I'm open and honest in mine.
Not only that, both of them, the big ones, both the big ones, they have ownership interest in their title company, and their title company lied. So I bought and fixed up and sold at the time of selling. There is this thing coming up where I am supposed to pay, and I try to claim the title insurance. They refuse to pay me.
So here's what will happen a lot. Start complaining to TREC, Texas Real Estate Commission, because a lot of those people are licensed agents. Start bringing it all up to TREC, and a lot of things will start happening. And it's very unfortunate that they're able to stay in business, but you know there is a lot of negative feedback. It's not just mine. Like you go into any Facebook forum and you ask for feedback about some of these companies, and you will really quickly see the community stand up and say, "Don't do business with them." Okay, I got 5 minutes left. Let me keep moving forward. Yes.
Just shortly talk about daisy chaining. What is it? When is it good? When is it bad?
Daisy chaining?
Yeah.
Daisy chaining is when someone remarkets someone else's property without their permission. That is what I call daisy chaining. Co-wholesaling is marketing someone's property with their permission. Daisy chaining is essentially when you take and you see somebody else marketing a property and saying, I think I can get more for it, I'll mark it up for more, and you start marketing it without anyone's permission. That's daisy chaining. I don't recommend doing it. Okay? And then make sure you got your performance clauses in there and your disclosures and agreements in your assignment contract. Pre-release of the earnest money deposit is something else I like to have. Address tenancy. This is important. The property will or will not be vacant at the time the title's transferred. Not all assignment contracts will have that in there. Guess what if you're a buyer? If you're one of these people that are looking to buy, like you were talking about earlier, you're expecting to get a vacant property, there's still a tenant in there, you're trying to close. My assignment of contract declares tenancy at closing. Property will or will not be occupied at closing. So I disclose up front, the tenants are staying in place. The tenants are not staying in place. We've already agreed that's what's going on there. So if you are signing an assignment of contract and there are tenants in the property, you need to figure out what's going on with them before you sign it, because you don't want to inherit a tenant. Mineral rights, if you're choosing to do so, those are all things that I like to have in my assignment of contract. Yes, sir.
Is there any way that some of these contracts that you have that you can email out?
I do, but this particular contract was copyrighted by the attorney, but he did say I could sell it for $100. So if you want a copy of the assignment, it's $100, and I'll give you any of the other documents with it.
That'd be all the documents, or
I'm not going to say all, but any of the documents that I'm allowed to give out. Like I can't give out my short sale packet. I can't, like the short sale packet alone was 20 grand. The sub 2 packet was 20 properties. I had to give somebody 20 properties to get that sub 2 packet. So those aren't mine to give away. But like the third party authorizations, the seller's leasebacks, this type of stuff, I don't mind releasing all that stuff too. But this one right here was done by Dodson Legal, and Dodson Legal said they don't want me distributing it. But if I do, it's $100, and I have to split it with them. Okay. So if y'all want that, is everybody in here a member of the Propelio Facebook group? Yes. Go to Propelio Facebook group, and we'll start a post in there. Just create a post saying, hey, I want a copy of the assignment contract. Everybody that posts in there, I'll get it out to you. Yes.
Yeah. Point number 3, when defining closing date, you're sitting with the seller, right, and you're contracting a next number of days to close. You mentioned 45 days, but you try to find a buyer that will close a lot faster.
I try to find a buyer immediately, and I try and get it closed as soon as possible. And I don't give my buyers more than 10 days.
Sure. How do you tell the seller, okay, I'm contracting with you for 45 days, but I'll intend to close within 5 days? Is that how you tell them?
So I'll tell them it's 45 days or as soon as I possibly can. Are you okay with that? And a lot of times, like I did a lot of pre-foreclosures. I did a lot of vacants. I did a lot of probates. So closing soon wasn't typically a problem. Now, if it's an owner-occupied property and they're scheduled to move at a certain date, well, then we might have to secure some sort of lease back, and or the buyer needs to have their funds sitting ready in escrow to close. Like, it really depends upon my comfort level with the buyer. Like, I'll say you've got 10 days, but if the seller's not wanting to close, I'll extend that buyer's contract if I feel like that buyer's going to perform. But I really don't like waiting until the very last day. I absolutely do not like waiting until the last day.
45 days or before.
Yep. I mean, like, I just kind of had that conversation with the seller. It's like, I'm going to put 45 days on here, but I'm going to close it as soon as I possibly can. Like, I might be able to have this done in 5 days. I might be able to have this done in 3 weeks. But I give myself 45 days just in case we have some anomalies happen in title where we've got some difficult judgments that we've got to clear. I'm giving myself 45 days. But what I really like about what she was doing, but it might pinch some other people, is she wrote into her contracts within 7 days of clear title. I really like that, because that means I could run 6 months on that contract if I have a clouded title. But on the other hand, if title is not clouded, well, that might just say I've got 9 days to close. You know, so if I'm comfortable with performing, I would put that clause in. I kind of liked that one. Okay. You got a question? All right, let's get the microphone over to him, and I'm going to move through with the double close side because I do have, oops, yes.
Yeah, can you kind of clarify, you're talking about 45 days to close, but I've always heard that when you go and approach a seller, part of the selling point, I guess, is I can close quickly. So it's kind of contradicting there. So can you
It
kind of
is, but everything is really dependent upon the seller themselves. So I would always want as much time as I possibly can. Now, if they're like, you know what, I want this thing closed in 4 days. Well, damn it, I'll close it in 4 days, but this is the price I'll have to do it at. And the reason I want the longer term is so that way I can start using some traditional funds, using some other capital, and those other people take time to close. If you want me to close it with my own cash, I've got the cash to do it, but since you're going to make me use my cash, that means that I can't get the loan. The loan allows me to create leverage, which increases my ROI. With the increased ROI, I'm willing to pay you more. Well, if you're not going to give me the 45 days, you're not going to give me 30 days, you're not going to give me 3 weeks, you want it done in 5 days, here's my 5-day price. Because like the leverage, like even if I'm not even talking about wholesaling, just for me personally, it's like if I am buying this, the leverage increases my cash on cash returns because I'm not having to put $100,000 out of my own bank to buy it. Well, if I'm able to leverage somebody else's capital, which is going to take about 10 days to get it done on average, well then, in that particular scenario, I want a bigger discount. So that's how I'd handle that conversation. Any other questions? We're about to wrap up on this segment. And I think we're going to lunch, yes, no? Yes, so we're going to lunch after this. For everybody that's watching live, I believe there's a couple hundred of y'all watching live right now. We're going to take about an hour, hour and a half for lunch. And when we come back, what we're going to be discussing after this is other stuff. We're going to talk about actually closing, going into the title company, how that process looks. We're going to talk about co-wholesaling, virtual wholesaling, and establishing a business when we come back from lunch.
Hey, what's going on, everybody on the live stream? It's Ryan. We're going to be starting up pretty soon here, just waiting on a few things to get going. So thanks again for watching online, and we'll be starting momentarily. So don't. Oh no, that's not good. So don't run away. Just keep it on, and we'll be back very, very soon.
The microphone is live now. All right, I guess I'll get going as soon as we're ready. Good? All right. So, good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today? I woke up. got a little something to eat, I guess. Got a little more lively. So, any major takeaways from this morning? I know we got a lot of questions answered, so I think we got a lot more questions today than we did yesterday, so I appreciate the feedback and all of the communication that we were doing there. So moving forward, we're going to go into closing. So we've already covered essentially the data mining, the marketing, the taking the phone calls, going on the appointments, prepping for the appointments, getting the contract, and now we're going through the closings part. So as I mentioned earlier, anytime we move into closing, we need to review our title commitment within 48 hours of closing. And a lot of times the title company will be like, I'll get it to you, I'll get it to you, I'll get it to you. I always press to try and get it at least 2 days before closing. And the reason that is because if there's any errors on it, I don't want to be dealing with those errors the day of closing. I try to get all of my problems taken care of ahead of time. And with the title commitment, remember earlier I told you about Mr. Ronnie that accidentally bought the homeowner's primary residence and not a guy, the wholesaler, he went to buy a absentee owner property and at closing actually closed on the homeowner's property. And whenever he turned around to sell it after rehab, he found out he didn't own the property. And so it turned into a long, fun day. But so reviewing the title commitment, there's key things that we're going to need to look at. Verify that the property address on the title commitment is the address of the property that you're purchasing. As redundant as that sounds, it's true. Make sure that's correct. Make sure that the seller's names are correct. So this happens a lot, like we'll be doing an estate, and the estate would be in the name of John Smith. Well, the title commitment may come back and still say John Smith. Well, John Smith is deceased, so the title commitment needs to reflect that. You know, John Smith, deceased, signed by blank, blank, blank heirs, something along those lines. We need to make sure that the title commitment shows that. Lender names. If we did get a lender on this policy, we need to see that that lender's name is on there and that we also have a lender's title policy in place. We need to make sure that the buyer's names are correct. We need to make sure that the lender's title company, the lender's title policy is on there. We need to review and make sure that everything on Schedule C is clear. Remember earlier we're talking about in the transaction coordination piece, we can find all those abstracts of judgments, child support liens, tax liens, all of those types of things. We do not want to close with those on title unless we are intending to do so. It doesn't want to be an oops. Also make sure that there's no exceptions in Schedule B that we're not wanting to deal with. Schedule B was the place where it says, we will insure this property except for these things. So we're going to want to make sure that Schedule B doesn't have anything on it that's a surprise for us. I want to verify that the close date is correct. I'll give everybody some time to take a picture of that. Reviewing this title commitment is an extremely important piece. You do not want to wait till the last day to get it done, and you definitely do not want to close without verifying it first. Yes, ma'am. Let's get you a microphone. Microphone's on the way. So, if you've never seen a title commitment before, I'd be almost willing to guarantee you could Google Texas title commitment or New Jersey title commitment, and you should be able to see a draft of what one might look like and give you an opportunity to go in and review it so you're not feeling blind going out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the property address, the legal address also can be mistaken, like the block.
Yeah.
Or they, sometimes
Block
there's
meets
subdivision.
mounds.
Yes, I've had that error.
It's important.
Yes.
It's important. So always repeating, as she said, review the legal description of the properties as well. Something else we need to look at. And I almost 100% of the time find errors on the HUD. Almost every time. It is rare, without a doubt, that I find a HUD that does not have a discrepancy on it. Always double check the HUD. Things that I'm going to look for are realtor fees. Are they accurate? Are they not? Are the taxes being paid by the correct people? Are my assignment fees being correctly reflected? Are any deposits paid by either myself, the end buyer, or the seller by any chance recorded accurately on the HUD? Remember earlier I said I'd take a $5,000 non-refundable deposit, and a lot of times I'd take that directly to myself? Well, sometimes the title company will accidentally not include that $5K and try to charge them the full assignment. Well, that's not fair to the end buyer. The end buyer's already paid $5,000. The title company didn't realize that I already received it, so I'll need to have them corrected. It'll need to show a line item saying $5,000 non-refundable deposit paid outside of closing. You know? Any earnest money deposits, are those being accurately reflected? If I'm doing an assignment and I have $1,000 in earnest money, and my assignment fee or my assignment agreement clearly states that my earnest money deposit does not transfer to the end buyer, well, then I need to get a credit back to me for my earnest money deposit, right? If I put $1,000 as earnest money at the title company, that's my $1,000. I need to make sure I get it back. Make sure that the person that's supposed to pay for the survey pays for the survey. Other clear things that I need to make sure are correct on here is the purchase price, the sales price. These are all things that I need to be aware of. Any unknown liens that may or may not have been cleared. Let's say they did get a garbage lien cleared and they still have the garbage lien on the HUD. Well, it's not supposed to be there anymore. Get it off. Okay? I always want to double check and confirm. I had a deal blow up on me. I lost about 12 grand over it. And my title company quickly found out how upset I can get. They sent the wrong HUD to the wrong person. And I lost my deal. Right then and there. One mistake. They sent the wrong HUD to the wrong person. I just lost $12,000. That was not a good day. So I always want to make sure, like, working with the right title company is imperative. Get some solid referrals before you just go out and hop on a title company. But with my assignments, I want to review the HUDs, blind HUDs. I want to make sure that they are blind. And with the blind HUDs, I want to make sure that everything looks accurate on both sides. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, you can go through there. You'll see title fees on there. You'll see courier fees, notary fees. You'll see all those types of fees. You may or may not be able to negotiate that with your title company. Some things I would like to say on that side, like I hear a lot of people saying, like, if you're closing a bunch of deals with it, you should be able to get a discount on something from the title company. If I have a title company that's really doing a great job at taking care of me, why am I going to nickel and dime them over $100? It's like that $100 could really be the difference between their profit and not profit. It's like, if they are doing me a solid and they're making me hundreds of thousands of dollars, why am I going to nickel and dime them over $100? I'm not. So, like, some people will talk about that. That's not in my wheelhouse. When we do have double closes, we need to see two separate HUDs. We need to see the purchase HUD and the sale HUD. We need to verify that both sides are correct, accounting for the things that we discussed earlier. Are the assignment, there is no assignment fees there, but make sure that the purchase and sales price is correct. The property addresses, the buyers, the sellers, all of those types of things, the date of close. All of these things need to be verified on those HUDs. So just get used to it. Like, I'd be willing to bet right now you can go Google HUD, HUD closing statement, and get to see what one looks like. Look at it line by line, and you'll start seeing some of the fees and things, and you'll start seeing how they're structured. Everything on the buyer side's on the left, everything on the seller side's on the right. Coming into closing, if I am going to double close it, do I have my transactional funding prepared and ready to go? If I'm going to double close this and I need to bring 100 grand to the table, I need to make sure that I've got that secured. Now, if I am doing a double close, we talked about this earlier, but this is important enough that I'm going to dedicate an entire slide to it. Who signs first? Seller, buyer. One of those two. I'll get the seller to come in or the buyer. I'll get the buyer to come in, sign. I will get the buyer to come in, seller to come in and sign. ultimately the most important piece is no one signs, you do not sign anything until the very end. Because what happens if my end buyer backs out and I've already bought the house? I'm in trouble. You know, what happens if I sign everything with the buyer and the seller doesn't perform? It's not nearly as much trouble, but now I've got to call the buyer up and be like, hey, you know, this transaction didn't go through. I was unable to get clear title. So I need to make sure that I keep seller, buyer, and me booked out in that order. So a lot of times I'll have somebody scheduled first thing in the morning, and then I'll have somebody scheduled for the late afternoon, and I will come in right there probably in the late afternoon with that person, likely the buyer. I told y'all earlier, buyer, seller, me. I'd probably schedule the seller first, then I'd schedule the buyer, because now I know that the seller signed. Seller's ready to go. Then I get the buyer to come in and sign. Now I know he's ready to go. I will show up with that buyer, kind of like a handshake kind of thing. It's like, hey, thank you for buying the house. Glad to do business with you. Let's do some business again in the future. Maybe I can get a testimonial out of either side of the transaction. That is one thing that I hadn't mentioned earlier when I am closing. I always work with my title company, and they have a copy of my testimonial form in their closing documents. Part of me working with my title company is like, I want a testimonial from every seller that comes through here. And that's how I was able to get a large amount of the testimonials that are currently in my credibility docs. Because it's hard to get them to sign testimonials after the closing, and I might be lazy, but I didn't want to show up to every closing. So by not showing up to every closing, I would have the title company get the testimonials handed out at that time. That was able to get me a lot of testimonials. But I schedule in the morning the seller, make sure they sign. I schedule in the mid to late afternoon the buyer, and I'll show up there with the buyer. I'll execute with him, and at that point in time, the transaction's done. Funds get dispersed, I make my money. Any questions on that? All good. All right. Let's get the mic.
Again, going back to this situation here, the transactional funding, if the buyer is scheduled to come and his money is already at the title company, why would you need transactional funding?
Because of 2008. So prior to 2008, we didn't really have to do that. It was called a dry fund. I would bring no money to the table. The end buyer would bring their cash. Their cash would get passed on to the seller, and I'd collect the difference. That happened a lot prior to 2008. It was called a dry fund. Now, because of whatever happened during that time, you can still kind of do that, although most title companies won't unless you have a really solid relationship with them. But even if they do it, they have to get an additional form signed that notifies the end buyer that some of their proceeds will be going to fund my purchase of the property. And that will work if your end buyer is a private investor with their own capital. But a lot of the times, if they're working with a hard money lender, the hard money lender won't allow that to happen. So, you know, it's not impossible to continue doing that. It's just most title companies won't. And then if they do, they require that disclosure to be signed. And so when I've tried to get that disclosure signed before, it was not the person buying it that was objecting. It was the lender, the hard money lender that was objecting. It's like the hard money lender is like, no, I want to get an extra point out of a transactional fund. I'm not going to allow that to happen. So that's how it would work out. So remote notaries. Remote notaries are a big piece in this business for me. Like, I always want to close with my title company. My title company was downtown Fort Worth. What happens when I contract a property in McKinney? That person's going to have to drive to downtown Fort Worth to close, and you will get objections about that all the time. I don't want to drive to Fort Worth. Can't we do this somewhere else? Well, yes. I will still use my title company, but I'll have a remote notary bring all of those documents to my end buyer and allow it to be done remotely. And if they complain about that, then drive to Fort Worth. Because you'll get people who want to complain about everything. A big piece of this business is dealing with people. And part of dealing with people is being able to address and solve problems quickly. So like I use a remote notary for almost everything. I personally, when I first started out, would be extremely excited about going to closing. I went to every closing until it just became a distraction in the middle of the day. Like you'll get to a point where it's really inefficient to go to closing. You know, if you've got 3 closings in a week and it takes you on average 3.5 hours, you just lost 10.5 hours out of your week. It's not really an efficient way of doing business, so a remote notary is a clear option that I would suggest you use. Always, in my opinion, you should be working on getting a testimonial. Getting a testimonial out of your buyers, getting a testimonial out of your sellers. And the reason that is earlier I was talking about going in on acquisition appointments and then sitting down with the seller. It's always nice for me to sit down with the seller and be able to show them a stack of testimonials with phone numbers on it. It's like, here is in their handwriting, testimonial after testimonial after testimonial of people that have done business with me. It's like, here, it just adds credibility to you. So I always like keeping those testimonial forms in there. What's a testimonial look like? So instead of just asking somebody for a testimony, which will also often result in a blank stare or a one-sentence response, I've already got 5 questions laid out on that testimony that say, how was it working with this company? What were some of the things that they did that made this process easy for you? And you'll just ask some of those basic questions, and so that way they don't have to think about anything. They can just fill it in. And now whenever I go on my next appointment, I always keep a stack of those. What I'm trying to say is, whenever I'd show up on a pre-foreclosure appointment, I would have a binder of stuff that I would leave behind with the seller. Like it would be a little bit of information about different foreclosure options. It'd be information about my company. It'd be information about my offer, how to examine different offers. It's like, I've given you this offer. Here are the key things that you should look at on every contract. What's their option period? What's their funding look like? Do they actually have proof of funds? So I'd leave all that kind of information behind. But something else that would always be left behind in that packet would be all my testimonials. So that way when they are reviewing stuff, they can see this professional binder with all these testimonials in it. It just gave me a slight professional edge. That little bit might have been the difference between me getting 3 extra deals done that year. Okay? Always confirm funding is complete before anybody starts celebrating. You might, let's say I've got a property scheduled to close on Friday. Buyer comes in, signs all their paperwork. Seller comes in, signs all their paperwork. Everybody's excited. Everybody's signed. The weekend goes in. The new buyer comes in, starts remodeling the house. They start doing all their demo work. They start getting all this stuff going on. And we get an email Monday morning that funding has still not happened because funds have not been received from the lender. Well, until the funds hit the bank, the deal's not done. Now, I haven't had any issue with somebody going in and remodeling a property, although I did have problems with people trying to remodel a property before they bought it. In this particular scenario, I have not had that happen yet, but I have more than once. On probably at least a third of my files had to deal with delayed funding. Always make sure that you are in direct communication with the seller and the buyer during this process, allowing them to be aware, yes, everything is signed, but the title is not transferred yet. I will notify all parties as soon as it has happened. You do not want to end up in a situation where someone thinks they own the home and they don't, and for whatever reason, the deal blew up at the final second and it's unable to get cleared. So always make sure that everyone knows that funding is done when it's done. So most of the time, the lender wants to see all the docs before they fund it. So the title company doesn't have the funds sitting there in the account. So they'll get all of the documents done, send it over to the lender. The lender will review for approval. Once they do that, they will wire the funds over to the title company, and then the title company will release. Or it's already at the title company, but they're waiting for the approval from the lender to release the funds. So
it's not like the monies aren't going to be there.
It's highly unlikely that it's going to fail. I've never had one get to the closing table and fail after all signatures have been signed, but I have had it wait 3 to 4 days to fund. And that can be really nerve-wracking. Like the seller's thinking they're done, they're ready to get paid. The buyer thinks they've already got their rehabbers lined out. Now they're going to have to tell their contractor we're a week late on their start date. It just causes trouble for everybody. So try and be on top of the ball about pushing that down the road. I saw a hand raised. I need a mic. Thank you, sir.
So sold a property a couple weeks ago, and the title office said they got the money, and it was after, I guess, the deadline to wire the money. Mm-hmm. So I got it the next day. Mm-hmm. But overnight, I was a little nervous about, what could happen because I haven't received the money in my bank account yet. So what is typically the situation there?
That is very common.
It is.
It's just very common. Like, I'd say at least a third of my files have a delay in the funding. So it's not uncommon. It's not something that I'd fret about. It would just be something that I would maintain control of by communicating with the seller and the buyer. Because what I don't want to have happen is the seller start freaking out thinking that somebody just stole their house. Like, you get these people that are like, I just signed all this paperwork, I haven't got my money yet, and they start thinking somebody stole their house. Well, if you maintain clear communication with them, it diffuses that. Same thing on the buyer side. Like, the buyer comes in and they're like, I just put all that money in, I'm trying to get my house, I got contractors ready to go, I've got this ready to go, I'm ready to start demoing right now. I've got a dumpster that was scheduled to be here on Friday so I could demo the house through the weekend and get it out by Monday because I don't want a dumpster in the parking lot. Well, you'll start having to deal with all that heat. And, if you address it up front and maintain the communication, it'll just make your job easier. One of the key things to being a successful wholesaler is key communication between all parties. That is one of the primary reasons why the transaction coordinator is one of the key pieces to getting paid. While it is very important to do all of your marketing, your follow-ups, and getting the contract, the true way to get paid is get that deal closed. It is the TC's job to do that. Okay? So, this was actually a fairly short slide. So do we have any questions about funding? It looks like we might have one here.
I just wanted to jump one little point to add to that. What we were just talking about is the whole point of the title company is that it's a neutral third party. So if you're the buyer, the end buyer, you could always just show, hey, here's proof that I wired it. It's on the title company. And then if you're the wholesaler, you can always get the investor to send you that proof. And then, but as far as the diffusing any kind of tensions, you can always refer back to that neutral title policy, or not policy, neutral,
the title
in
company.
Quotations, neutral title company.
And what made me chuckle and laugh about that is the title company is and always should be neutral. And when you're doing enough business with the title company, there will be times where you're like, delay closing, like delay. I'm having some issues over here, hiccups. Like, you need to stall for me. You need to have my back on this. Like, sometimes I'll tell the title companies, like, I'm having problems finding an end buyer. This seller's trying to get it closed today. We agreed to 30 days. Now they're trying to tell me they want it closed in 15. I don't have an end buyer yet. You need to help me stall. Now I can't say that's right or wrong, but there is a point in time where having a good, solid title company on your team is important. It is not uncommon at all for me to take and make the title company my fall. Like, and they know that. It'll be like, hey, I'm waiting on title to clear, whereas my buyer just fell out and now I'm trying to get another one. So there's going to be times where having that person on your team is really important. So title companies will be the make or break on the closing side of it. Do not get a bad one. Always ask around. Any other questions? We got 15 minutes left. This section right here wasn't too difficult. Oh, one thing I need to throw in there is always prep your seller and your buyer both to know that they need a valid ID. And it's good to get that part taken care of early on, like a week before closing, 2 weeks before closing. It's not common, but it's also not uncommon for a seller oftentimes to have either an expired driver's license or no ID, or be really crazy and just be like, F the government, I will not be identified. It happens, and you've got to deal with that. So you need to prep them to let them know that they need a driver's license to close the property. Okay? If the other buyer is purchasing with an entity, they need proof of their articles of organization. They need proof of the entity in good standing. All of that stuff needs to be taken care of. Yes, sir.
So we always say that not all contracts close. You lose some on the buyer side, you lose some on your assignment side. What would be your ratio roughly of which ways you've lost deals? Like, how many do you think you lose out of 100 on the buyer side?
Let me give you my answer and then qualify it with an excuse. I closed most all my contracts. Like, very rare did I not close a contract. But at the exact same time, you might ask that same question to somebody else, and they'll be like, I close about 70% of my contracts. I close about 60% of the contracts. It's because they have a different business model. My business model was I'd sit down in the living room with every one of my sellers, and I would go through and I would get the property to a price point that I was comfortable with. Whereas you'll see a lot of other people that are like, I close 50% of my contracts, 60% of my contracts. A lot of those people are just putting everything under contract and then closing what they can close and F the rest of it. That was not my business model. My business model was I'm sitting down with you face to face saying I'm going to buy your house, I'm going to buy your house. So that was me. So my closing ratio is probably a lot higher than some of the other outfits, but I ran a slightly different business model.
But not to expect 100% or even 80%.
I would say like 90+% of mine I would close, but that's because I did a lot of due diligence on the front side. I spent a lot of time with the seller on the front side, and that when you're trying to do volume, like at my best, I did like 60 to 70 houses in 1 year, but that's not a lot of volume. That's really not a lot. So for 60 to 70 houses in 1 year, I closed most all of them, and it's not because I'm a magic person. It's just I ran a slightly different business model. Like I probably could have put another 40 or 50 properties under contract that year, and because of my own inexperience, I didn't. And that's because I just wasn't confident in putting it under contract. Whereas in hindsight now, I probably should have just put it under contract and accepted that maybe it wasn't my best price, but I could have at least given it a shot. For me on my side, I didn't like putting properties under contract unless I was confident I'd close it. And really, in all honesty, the better business practice may have been just, making the expectations clear up front of like, at this price point, I'm gonna have to verify with my lenders that this is good and put it under contract and then see what could happen. But a lot of times I wouldn't unless I was confident I could do something. Okay, yes, sir.
I just wanted to touch base on you talking about keeping contact. Being a former general contractor, I know that keeping contact versus not keeping contact with a customer, and same thing with the sellers and buyers. It could be a buyer that would snatch all kinds of stuff up from you, and you didn't make a phone call once or twice when it was crucial to them, and they don't want to do business with you anymore because they don't know what's going on at the end of the deal, or when a situation comes up, they're not prepared for stuff. Same thing, with the seller, they might have somebody that they could refer you to, and have another deal that comes through just off a referral, and they're not going to now because they don't want to mess with you.
It's a really good point. And I mean, like, if anybody in here is doing a transaction with somebody, and you've got a couple $100,000 on the line, are you going to want clear and constant communication? Are you going to want to try and call somebody 5 times in a day and not get a phone call back? No. If those kinds of things start happening, you're going to start losing contacts. You're going to start losing funds. You're going to start causing problems. And that is, remember earlier when I was talking about marketing, I said, we see gaps of income. That's what happens when you're on an island. Because the person that's sitting on an island, they're doing the marketing, they're taking the phone call, they're going on the appointments, they're getting the contracts, they're doing the transaction coordination, they're getting the closing done, and then they're firing everything back up again. You can't do all of those things effectively all the time. If you're just starting out, you can get all of those things done at 80%. None of it will be done at 100%, and if something is done at 100%, something else is getting done at 40%. It's always a give and take of priorities throughout your day. But one of the first things you should do after nailing 1 or 2 deals and putting a little bit of income into your bank account is, even if you trained and hired a VA to help you out with some of your back office stuff, some of your marketing, even some of the TC stuff. That is a possibility. But like, we've got companies now like Atlas, they can do your TC for you for $350, $400, $500, $6,000. I don't care. It's an investment back into your contract. Yes.
Yeah, quick question. When you get the property under contract, other than not being able to clear title, the property being able to clear title, do you have, what other forms of cancellation do you have? Do you have an option? You have a 45-day to close or before. What other options do you have? Do you have like an option period?
So
like
here's a couple things. Under the scenario that you just described, you asked if the title's unable to transfer, what options do I have to remove myself from the contract? The failure to transfer title is my out. Like, the contract's going to state that the seller is obligated to give me clear and marketable title. In the event they are not able to, I'm out of the contract. Now, so let's talk about that since we do have a little bit of extra time on this particular slide. Some things that we can look at for making our offer sweeter to the seller. If the seller is receiving multiple offers, what are one of the key things that they're going to look at? Purchase price, time to close, any kind of deposits put into place, any sort of option fees that are in place, option periods, inspection periods, how confident do they feel like you can close. So those are some of the key things that you're going to be able to negotiate between you and someone else. And not always is the price the most important piece. A lot of times we'll get hung up on price, and if we do not understand our seller and we know what our seller's motivation is, the price might not be the piece that's forcing you to lose the contract. So what other things can we discuss? Closing period. All right, well, if I know that you really need this thing done, like if I'm negotiating with a foreclosure on Friday night, knowing that it goes to auction on Tuesday morning, my title company's not open Saturday and Sunday. I've got an 8-hour business window to get this property done. If you're going to expect me to drop everything over the next 72 hours to get this deal closed and funded for you, I need a discount. I'm not going to buy that thing at 80 cents on the dollar. I need a discount. Like, you waited too long. I appreciate that you've called me, but you have put this into a situation where I'm not even promising you that this is possible. But I will flip over backwards to try and get this done for you if we get it at this price. So time can be an extremely important thing to negotiate. Let me finish on that side. And then moving forward from there, option periods. You know, a lot of people are like, I need a 5-day option, I need a 3-day option, a 1-day option, a 2-day option. The Trek has about 7 or 8 options to remove yourself from the contract as the buyer. I would not need the option period as one of them. So a lot of times I would just scratch through my option period because there are so many other options to get out of the contract in the state contract. The state contract allows me like 8 options to get out of it. So I wouldn't even use an option period. So like the seller's disclosure, section 7 of the title of the purchase agreement says section 7A, B, 2A, 1A, whatever it is, it says seller has received the seller's disclosure or seller has not received the seller's disclosure. Well, I'll tick seller has not received the seller's disclosure because I haven't. And it gives me up to like 7 days after receiving it to cancel the contract. Well, if I never receive it, I pretty much have an open window to cancel the contract. While I'm sitting there contracting it, I'll hand it to them and tell them I need to get it back from them. But at the point in time I do get it back from them, even if they do it right there, I've got 7 days to cancel. Moving forward from there, earnest money deposit. A lot of people will sit there and I understand this, so don't get me wrong on this. What I'm trying to express to you is some alternate ways to get more contracts if you can do this. I would put a ridiculous earnest money deposit down. You know, if I'm contracting a property, I might put 10, 20, 30%, 50%, 100% of the purchase price down as my earnest money. Why? Because I want to show that seller that I'm serious about getting the contract. If I know that there's like a $50,000 payday on that property, why am I going to play around with that property whenever I know that if I put $10,000 down for the earnest money, that's going to get the seller's attention? What happens if the property fails to close? I get my earnest money back. Maybe I have to go through a fight to get it back, but I'm going to get it back if the failure to close was on the seller. You know, and well, some people will argue, well, how are you going to be able to prove that? And it's like, how am I not going to be able to prove that? I've got clear title. I've got my funds sitting in the account ready to close. I've already signed all my paperwork. The only thing that's missing for this transaction to close is the seller's signature. How am I failing to perform on this? So like if you're sitting down and you know you've got a really good deal, you know you're going to get this thing under contract, and you know that other people are possibly offering on this property as well. If you can do it, put $10,000 on the earnest money. $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 on the earnest money. If I'm wholesaling, so the question was if I'm wholesaling that. Even if I'm wholesaling it, like the earnest money in my assignment contract does not transfer to the other buyer, so I'll get it back. So I mean, it's really nothing other than an incentive tool to get that person to give me some more, to give me the contract. Other times, like I think I mentioned this yesterday, if I'm trying to get the contract, option period. Well, you know what? Maybe I will put an option period on there, and as part of the option period is an option fee. Well, if I can tell from the conversation that the seller is in a capital crunch, I'll be like, right now, I'll give you a $200. I'll give you $200 on an option fee if you allow me to have this contract for the next 3 days. Well, $200 could mean a lot to that seller right then and there because they need to go get gas money. Well, some people might say, well, what happens if they don't close? You just lost $200. Well, how much money did I just spend in marketing? An extra $200 to get the contract really isn't nothing more than an additional marketing expense. Got a question from the internet.
Matt Smith, he was asking, can you go in and explain how does private money work at a closing? Like, how do you bring private funds to the closing?
So that would work out, like if I'm the end buyer and there's private funds, I would just need to coordinate with my private lender, make sure that he has all of the docs that he needs. I would recommend a real estate lien note. I would recommend, at the very least, a security agreement of some form, whether that be a mortgage or a deed of trust. They're going to need to make sure that they have a copy of their lender's title policy in place. You're going to need the title company's wiring instructions. And then once he's wired all of that in, we'll execute the promissory note, also known as the real estate lien note. We'll execute on the security instruments, and we'll get all that signed up, and then escrow will disperse the funds from there. So always send the private money through the title company. All right. I think we're wrapping up with this section. I'm going to move on to the next one. All right. Moving. Oh, yeah, on the closing side, I think I'm done on that side. Closing really isn't that complicated unless you make it complicated. You can have some hiccups, but the key things that I just expressed, it's not that difficult. One thing that I didn't have in the slides that I think is important is making sure that people have driver's license. I have had that screw me up a few times where somebody will not have some form of valid ID. So on this next slide, I want to bring up Jay Coleman. And good to go. All right, so we're going to move in with co-wholesaling. Now, we've already kind of defined this earlier on. I'd like to bring on Jay Coleman. Once again, shout out to Quest IRA. Thank you for letting us use the building. Hey, Jay. How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother?
So Jay Coleman is somebody here locally that has done quite a bit in the co-wholesaling side of stuff and has been very open about his ability to help other people with getting deals closed. And I am by no means affiliated with him. He's just somebody that I've done a lot of business with and I feel like can assist you with it. So I'm not getting like kickbacks by recommending him. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I trust working with Jay on my side. So that to be said, let's start talking a little bit about co-wholesaling.
Absolutely. So first things first, let me turn this on. How do I turn this on? Is it just this
Just that button.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yes. Perfect. So first things first, good afternoon, everyone. Definitely glad that you guys could all make it out. Just first things, even before I start, I just really wanted to give Daniel and his team
Thank you.
Thank you. That's first things first. I remember, just real quick, I remember when I first started, I didn't have a lot of the opportunities that a lot of you guys actually had here. Like, to be able to have a training like this where it's absolutely free and there's a community actually pouring into you guys is invaluable. It's invaluable. 2 days of life-changing information, it's changed our life. I mean, we primarily wholesale. It's changed our life. So to be able to get 2 days of this for free and then have a panel that's up here unselfishly spending their time to make sure you guys are successful is amazing. So I just wanted to say that.
I don't think there's any way to stress that more. The environment that y'all are in right now in this community was not existent 2 years ago.
Sure wasn't.
It wasn't existent 5 years ago for sure. And like whenever I was getting started, 2010 and 11, Facebook was kind of like a fledgling thing. We weren't real estate investor communities in Facebook.
Yeah.
So we were kind of forced to be islands. The only resource we had at that time were REIAs. And there were only like 2 or 3 REIAs in DFW at that time. So it was a totally different world. So this is a interesting environment we're moving into.
Absolutely. And so I'm excited to be here today. Thank you for inviting me up here, Daniel.
Thank you.
So the biggest thing is so let's talk about co-wholesales. So I call co-wholesales JV deals, JVs. Okay, that's kind of JVs is joint venturing. Okay, so that's what my name. Some people may call it co-wholesale. Some people may call it JV. I'm JV. So let's kind of talk about this. So there's a lot of misconceptions about actually what is a JV deal, what is a joint venture deal, right? So a joint venture, let's talk about what it is not, okay? So what a JV deal is not is you partnering with somebody and somebody just taking 50% of your deal and doing no work and, hey, thank you very much. That's not what a JV deal is, okay? Now let's talk about what a JV deal, that's not what a JV deal is. Now let's actually talk about what it really is. So what a JV deal is you are actually partnering with someone that is seasoned and experienced in the wholesale process to actually help you get these deals across the closing table. So that is what Marsha and I do. My wife back there in the back, she's on her phone. That's Marsha, everybody.
She getting a deal done.
Yeah, she's getting a deal done, yeah. So that's what we do. So as you guys can see, as far as like wholesaling itself, when you actually start getting in the rhythm of it, it's fairly easy, right? Like the wholesaling concept is a pretty easy concept, but you can see that there's a lot of moving pieces in it to actually get a deal across the table. And that is the value that Marsha and I actually bring on JV deals, because usually when we're dealing with different wholesalers, we help new wholesalers get deals across the table. We help experienced wholesalers get deals across the table.
Let's talk about this. So what happens if I go out and I contract a property, I've got all this done, I've got it negotiated, and I'm trying to find a buyer, I can't find a buyer, I reach out to Jay, how are we gonna do business together?
Yeah, so essentially, so like Daniel said, so he has a deal under contract, but he doesn't have a buyer for it, or maybe he tried to market the deal and just was not able to find a buyer for it. So he reaches out to us, hey Jay, look, I got this deal, I have this deal under contract for this certain amount. Jay or Marsha, we're gonna go ahead using the Propelio, we're gonna go ahead and run the comps, we're gonna verify what the value of the property is. If we think that you actually have a deal, we'll say, okay, hey, I think we can actually help you with this one because we have like an extensive buyer network. So there's a lot of different buyers out there, and Daniel's already talked about that. You have like, you have rental buyers, you have flip buyers, you have owner finance buyers, you have like land buyers, I mean, the multi-unit buyers, you have buyers for like, we have buyers for basically everything. So in that case, we're gonna run the numbers, look at it. If the numbers work, we'll say, hey, I think we can go ahead and make this work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna send a JV assignment to you, and we can split that. So basically what happens is we'll shoot that over to you. You'll assign it to us for the exact same price that you have it with the seller for. So if you have it with the seller for $70K, you're gonna assign it to us for the $70K. We'll go ahead and take care of marketing on that time frame, and then say we find a buyer for $90K, where that's a $20K difference. 10 grand goes to you at closing, 10 grand comes to us at closing.
All right, so let's talk about that for a second. So I've worked through multiple different JV agreements, and I want to make sure that it's clear to the room that there are many different ways of taking care of this. So we'll go ahead and assign it to you at the contract price, and then you'll find a way to move it, and then we'll split the net profit or the gross profit 50-50.
Absolutely.
All right. Are you requesting a exclusive right to sell?
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that because I watched Daniel actually talk about co-wholesaling right before I came. So So there's a couple ways we JV. Number one, so just so everybody knows this, just so I can get it clear. So one way is where we actually split the profits with you 50-50, right? You're assigning to us for the exact same price that you have with the seller. We split the profits. Another one is we will actually, if we can agree on a price, we're okay with you actually assigning the deal to us at a certain price, because you know that we're consciously going to be marketing this to a buyer and we can make our fee on top. So we're okay with the JV 50-50 split, or we're okay with you assigning it to us. But on to basically kind of like your question, whenever you come to us and you want to work with us, for us, because Marsha and I are established in the market, we're going to always ask for usually a 72-hour period that we have the deal exclusively with you, so that we can actually have a chance to market it to our network, get buyers in there to see the property, and move forward from that point.
And see,
but on to that. Sorry about that. But on to that, let me clarify something with you. So say and this is just how we do it, and this is why I think it's effective. So say for instance, you get that property under contract with the seller today, and say today what, January 4th, 5th? 4th? Yeah. Days just,
it's January. I know that.
Yeah, it's January. So it's January 4th, right? So say you get the property under contract with the seller today, January 4th. And say you put a 45-day window on there, right? So you got to close mid-February sometime, right? So say, for instance, you come to Marsha and I January 4th, today, the same day you get the property under contract, right? And say, hey, Jay, Marsha, we need help moving this deal. Can you help us? Well, the thing is, what we're going to do is we're only going to take 72 hours of the contract time to actually find a buyer. If we can find a buyer within that first 72 hours, wonderful. We'll get a deposit locked in, and we can usually get a buyer to close within 5 to 7 days after that deposit's locked in. So the thing is, so what we put on any contract we do with any wholesalers in the market is we always put on there, just so you guys have your time on your contract back, just in case we can't perform in that 72-hour window. We always put a clause on there that says, hey, the contract is null and void if buyer has not wired the earnest money by this date. And it's usually that 72-hour period. So that way you don't have to, we're not eating up all your time. We're not playing that game that some of the buyers do where they're just trying to eat it up and trying to go around you and all that. We can usually move fairly quickly.
So that's where I was wanting to add on is, like, you've got a 72-hour clause in that JV agreement saying for the next 72 hours, I have the exclusive right to sell that. I have seen other people in the industry not put a time window on it and just say, I have the exclusive right to market your property. Right. And when they fail to do it, you're kind of still stuck there because the document said that they have the exclusive right to market it, and they, even though they haven't performed, that's why I believe that the JV agreement should have a bilateral agreement in there that says, you know, your job is to perform and help this get moved, but in the event that you're unable to perform, I can start going back to it. So he's got 72 hours, and that's a fair window. It's like, in 72 hours, you should be able to find out if we've got interest and whether or not we're moving forward. If you're unable to figure that out in that time, and that's something to go back to y'all on, is if you do have an experienced wholesaler that's unable to move it for you in that 72-hour window, maybe we need to renegotiate that contract. So do you work with other wholesalers on contract negotiation, acquisition? How do you work those types of deals?
Yeah, so again, great question. So, and obviously Daniel's gonna ask a great question. So there's a couple different things. So again, in the JV process, it's kind of a little bit of a balancing act. So we are meeting, we're conversating with this wholesaler, and we're kind of finding where the gap is, right? Like there's a gap somewhere in the process, and we're trying to learn where do we need to fill in on that gap or whatever actually in the process. So say, and the question was again?
Like if I have a lead that's coming in, I just don't know what to do. Like, let's rewind back to the current scenario. I offer the contract up to you, say, yeah, let's give it a 72-hour shot. 72 hours goes by, and let's say I contracted it for 60. And you're getting offers back from your buyers list saying that they want to give you 54. Well, there's no one that you found that's willing to pay 54 for it. I've got it under contract for 60. It's not a deal. But we could still go back to the seller and try and renegotiate under that 54.
Right.
Is that a process that you'd be willing to help with, and are we still looking like a 50-50 deal? What are you looking to do on something like that?
Absolutely. So within that 72 hours, if we can get the price to where we need it to work, we just go ahead and move forward with the deal, get the earnest money, send in the title, move forward with the deal. But in case we can't actually get it done within that 72 hours, if it's just not a deal, then the contract just cancels. I will reach out to you and say, hey, it's not going to work. However, if say for instance you have it under contract for 60K, but the highest buyer we have buyers interested, but the highest offer is like 50K, well, we're going to come back to you at that point and say, hey, we're actually able to move it, but this is where we actually need to be on the actual price. What do you want to do at that point? Because if we have a contract and we have a contract with you at a certain price, if that price needs to change and go lower, we're gonna come back to you and talk to you about it. And if you need help, that's another gap right there. If you need help with communicating with the seller to work that price down, absolutely, we're gonna help you with that. Our goal is to help you guys and partner with you guys to get the deal, to bridge the gap and to help that deal get across the closing table so that everybody gets paid.
All right.
And you learn a lot along the way. So you're earning as you're learning.
So this is one way I would say, like, for somebody that's needing some level of mentoring, like JVing is a great way of doing it. Like if we look at, I consider real estate investing a trade. I always considered it a trade. I learned how to be an electrician, an HVAC technician, a controls tech. I learned those were my trade. Real estate investing is a trade. How have we historically learned trades through our society? The previous generation, apprentices the next generation. This is your way of getting an apprenticeship. You know, historically, like way back in the day, if I wanted to be a blacksmith, I didn't go to a 3-day blacksmith guru seminar and pay $25,000 to learn to be a blacksmith. I went to the local blacksmith and said, hey, I want to learn how to blacksmith. And they're like, pick up a hammer, go get on the fire. You know, we learn our trade from the previous generation. So one of the key things that I think that if you're wanting to get into this business is find somebody to JV under. Like, you know, that's a great way of getting performance in here.
Absolutely. So kind of transitioning kind of from what Daniel's saying into that to go a little bit deeper. So how does it look when we're actually JVing with someone that's brand new? Okay. And I'll tell you, and before I even go into that, the reason why we love JVing so much, that's kind of like Marsha and I, that's one of our niches, is because we actually like giving back. Like we love giving back and we like making sure that people actually understand how to do the process the correct way. You know, that's very important to us. But let's go ahead and fast forward though. So like say for instance, we had a brand new wholesaler. Say for instance, you guys, right? You know, I was talking to you guys yesterday, beautiful couple by the way. But nonetheless, so say you guys came to Marsha and I and you said, hey, I got this, you know, hey, I got this lead, the seller's interested in actually selling this property. What do I do, right? So you're starting like from scratch. So the very first thing we're gonna do is Marsha and I actually have a seller questionnaire template that we'll send you. So during the time that you're talking to the seller, you're gonna get those questions answered. And when you get those questions answered, you're gonna try to book that appointment within 24 to 48 hours. If a seller's saying that they're interested in selling, you wanna strike right away. You don't want to wait on that. You want to strike. So you're going to get those questions answered, and you're going to try to book that appointment within 24 to 48 hours. Once you get the appointment booked, you will reach out to Marsha and I. Hey, Jay, I got the appointment booked for tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Where do we need to be on this? Then Marsha and I will start asking you basically the questions that we needed from the seller questionnaire template that we gave you, and we'll analyze that deal. And we'll say, hey, you know what? You're going to need to be on this deal. If you can get somewhere between 70 and 78K, if you can be somewhere between 70 and 78K, we can probably bring a buyer for this deal probably between like 90 and 98K. So you know going in kind of the price that you need to be. But another great thing is one of the questions on that seller questionnaire anyway is how much the seller actually needs for the property, right? Like that's a question. If you can get the number from the seller, what the seller's actually needing for the property, if you can get that first, that's such a huge bonus, you know, because you may know that you can offer this seller, we may tell you can offer this seller 70 or 80K, but if you didn't get that number first, what if the seller only wanted 30K? What if it wasn't even really a price? What if it was just they just need to get rid of it right away for whatever reason they were willing to accept 30K? But you come there, oh yeah, I can give you between 70 and 80K. So you always want to try to get the seller's number first, because if they want less, we get more, right? We've solved the problem for less, right? That's the name of the game. The name of the game is solving the problems.
And if the problem's getting rid of the house, the problem wasn't money.
Right.
Like, I mean, and some people don't get that. Like, it's not always the money that's the problem. Sometimes it's the house and they just want it gone.
Yeah.
You know, they don't care about how much money they make. Like, well, if y'all heard yesterday, Michael was up here on the panel, and one of the things he said was he dealt with a probate situation where he bought the house from the seller for $1,000. House was obviously worth far more than that, but there was a situational piece to it that said that they had no concerns for anything to do with that property. Get rid of it. So you'll find those types of things.
Absolutely.
So on the JV agreement side, do you put all this in writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a JV assignment contract. We'll send it to you through Right Signature. It's similar to DocuSign. You review it, you sign it electronically, we sign it electronically, and then we actually get started. So any deal that we normally JV, we always want to have everything documented. If it is not a deal that is not documented, then I'm getting that communicate. I'm letting another wholesaler know. I'm reaching out to them and saying, hey, I think I might have a buyer for this deal. Is it okay if I shoot it to a couple people I know? And I'm not mass blasting it. I'm not mass texting it. I'm not mass emailing it. I'm not putting it in Facebook groups or any of that type of stuff. I'm literally reaching out to the individual people. Hey, I had a deal come across my desk. Are you interested in this? I can get it locked up for us. It's very important that the buyer knows what your position in the deal is. Are you assigning it directly? Is this somebody else's deal that you're helping to move? It's important that they know that, but it's important, as Daniel said, for you to communicate that with the other wholesaler if you're gonna do that, but reach out to those people individually if you don't have it under contract. Don't mass market stuff that you can get in trouble really quick doing it like that.
You definitely get yourself into trouble with that. So on the other side, let me see, there's one slide in here that I'd like to touch base on, and this one right here. So I look at several common JV structures, and while Jay has the way of operating his business, there are a lot of people that would be willing to co-wholesale with you, many of these people probably in the room. But some of the things that I look at on JV structure is, could I negotiate a flat fee to bring a buyer? So let's say I do have a fairly solid spread. And like one of the things that I personally negotiated, this would be, dependent upon how y'all are working, is, you know what, I don't want to pay more than $30,000 for somebody to find me a buyer. Like, let's say I do get a really fat wholesale deal where I'm going to make 50 grand. Well, I don't want to give up, 50,000 of it to get a buyer. Let's say I'll give you 10 grand flat for a buyer. There is the option of negotiating for a flat fee on a buyer. And then there is another way of structuring a JV, and that is add your fee on top. It's like, I got it contracted at 60, that's the profit that I want. If you're able to sell it for 65, 70, 75, great, you made 5, 8, 15 grand. So we can structure add your fee on top. We can always do anything over X, we split the difference, or we split it 50-50. It's like, I need at least 3,000 to recoup some of my marketing budget. Anything over 3,000, we split 50-50. Because if we look at it on the other side as a marketing, like I said earlier, I might spend $18,000 or $12,000 over the course of 3 months in marketing, and I get an $18,000 assignment fee. Well, I got $12,000 in marketing expenses that come out of that. So some things to look at is anything over X price was split 50-50. Other things is, I like to do my JVs, like you said, in an option contract. It's a 72-hour option. Like, I don't want to work with somebody that's like, I want the exclusive right to market it, and there is no end to that. I want that option up front, and I do negotiate the exclusive right to market. If I work with Jay and Jay's like, give me a chance to get this out there, well, then I say, well, you know what? I'll give you a chance to get it out there. I'll match your price. I want to market it as well. And if whoever gets the buyer first gets the buyer first. Now, these are all points of negotiation. I'm not saying that Jay would be right or wrong for any of these pieces. I've worked with Jay before. I like working with Jay, and that's why he's up here at the front of the room right now. All of these things are things that you should be aware of, though. And this is for the people that are out on the internet right now. Like, if you've got people that you're wanting to JV with, these are some of the things that I'd want to discuss.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Daniel hit it on the head. I think that it just depends. Like you said, everything's negotiable. But so say for instance, Marsha and I. So Marsha and I, and this for everybody in the room and online. So Marsha and I are very established here in DFW. That is the reason why we actually want to have the property under contract, right? Because for me, and that's why I need it exclusively for that first 72 hours, because I don't want to have the deal, us marking up a deal, and then somebody else marking up the deal, and then somebody else marking up the deal, and then it's like the same deal going to the same buyer seeing it like 10 different times, right? So for me, I like to have exclusive right, and that's why I say, hey, I only need like 72 hours. Marsha and I can move a deal really, really quickly here in DFW. And if we can't move it within that first 72 hours, then it's like, okay, then it's like not a deal or something's going on if we can't move it within the first 72 hours. So it just depends on the particular, I guess, wholesaler that you're working with, that you're choosing to JV with, the structure that you work. But just make sure whoever it is, we obviously Marsha and I would love to work with you, but whoever you work with, make sure that the terms are identified up front and make sure it is in writing. And like I said, for us, I always put on there that, hey, you know, if we're unable to provide a buyer within the first 72 hours by this date and time, contract's null and void. So you got all your time back. So if you had a 45-day close period on there and you hit us on the first day and we take 3 days off of it, you got 42 days. And another reason why it's great to, so another reason as well is, the reason why I don't like to, for me personally, don't like to make my fee where a lot of people are kind of like blasting it out there is because some buyers in this market are very, very picky. Some buyers will only buy specifically from certain wholesalers. I cannot tell you how many times that a wholesaler has actually reached out to us and partnered with us on a deal, and then we blast it out and somehow we have the same buyer somewhere down the line, but the buyer actually does want to do the deal with Marsha and I, because they know that the deal will actually be done correctly and they know that their best interest is in mind. So I think that as you start getting established, you have to start as well kind of making sure that certain parameters and things like that are put in place, you know, just so that things are on the up and up for everybody.
And you know, almost everybody I've ever JV'd with wanted the exclusive right to market. And if they do request it, I like the fact that it's a 72-hour option. So one of the reasons why I put that in there is because when I first got started, I did get burned by somebody that just ate my contract up.
Oh yeah.
It's not cool when they do that kind of stuff. Absolutely. So other things that you know, we obviously need everything in writing. Do not become the daisy chainer. like we all talk about it, the daisy chaining stuff. Daisy chaining is essentially trying to market someone else's property without even talking to them about it. Don't go out there and do that. That's not the way we do it. We have a question coming in from the internet.
Yeah, we were talking about. I don't know what we're talking about, but I know what we're talking about.
Come on.
As far as you and Marsha, what markets are y'all focused in? Do you, when you're JVing or co-wholesaling, is it specifically DFW, all of Texas, out of state? What markets are you in?
Great
and what are
question.
your contact details?
Yeah, great question. So, so we're primarily focused here in DFW, but we have done deals in Georgia as well. So if you're in the ATL market, I mean, we've done deals in the ATL market. I would say for us, because Marsha and I's network now is so extensive, I would not limit myself to just saying I'm in DFW. I would say if you have a deal and you need some assistance with that deal, reach out to us, because Propelio is nationwide. So there's no reason why I cannot analyze it. Our process that we do can be done anywhere. Like how we structure our day, it's a system. So it can be done anywhere. So to answer that question, we'll do any market. We'll do any market because I can go to Propelio, I can run the comps, I can analyze the deal, I know where we need to be, I know what it needs to be contracted for, and we can get a buyer for. I'm not worried about it as long as the numbers work.
Do you have a minimum profit that you're looking to make per JV deal?
So our average profit on each JV, there's a range there, but on average, usually most wholesalers and us, we walk away with like $6,000 each on average. So usually we can get like a 12 grand like assignment fee on a JV deal if we get it right, and they get 6, we get 6 on a 50-50 split. But we've had bigger deals.
And contact details real quick?
Yeah, so if you want to reach us, you can, Jay Coleman, Marsha Coleman, we're on Facebook. I mean, we're very, very active on Facebook, so you can find us on Facebook. You can instant message us, or you can shoot us an email at admin@jmcpropertygroup.com. admin@jmcpropertygroup.com. You can shoot an email that way too. Or if you have a deal right now and you are JV, and you're ready to JV, like you have a deal under contract and you're ready to JV, if you go to our website, www.jmcpropertygroup.com, www.jmcpropertygroup.com, there's a tab at the top that says JV Your Deal. Just click that tab. Then it'll say click here, click there, and then you can start entering the information in on the deal, and then we'll follow up with you within 24 hours.
Awesome.
So we've automated it, so you can just submit the information there.
We've got a couple of other questions that were coming, and then we'll work our way back around the room. So, Jason, where's the microphone? Okay. And then we got a question coming up here after that.
Hey, just real quick, I wanted to touch base before we get too far in about the JV agreement itself. And kind of, I was wondering, what type of legal protections does your JV agreement have? For instance, if you or the wholesaler is killed in a car crash before you close the deal, or if the homeowner is going to sue somebody, are you operating in like a LLC or anything as the JV, or how does that work in terms of legal ramifications and legal protections for you and the person you're JVing with?
So if we're doing a regular assignment, that's a great question, Jason. So if we're doing, Marcia and I, we have an LLC, JMC Property Group's our LLC. So whenever something is being assigned to us, we're always closing it in that particular entity. As far as like when we actually have a JV agreement in place, our JV agreement basically puts, like if we're the ones bringing the buyers, obviously we would be the assignee on that one. So the assignor would be the other wholesaler. So I don't know if they would have a JV. They could have an LLC, or they could have it in their personal name, but the assignee is always in our name. When we split that a JV contract is basically like a split assignment contract to the end buyer.
It is.
It is. Okay. Yes. 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 Yep. It's just
So
yes.
let me play on that. If y'all didn't catch the term that he just used, a double assignment. I have seen personally, the deepest assignment I've seen was assigned 7 times. Like it's crazy. Like the first person made 20 grand, the next person made 8 grand, the next person made 7 grand, the next person made 9 grand, the next person made 15 grand. It's like whenever people know buyers, and you find the right buyer. Like I know, and every one of the 7 got paid out of the deal. It went 7 assignments deep. It's crazy. But like double assignment, triple assignments are not extremely uncommon.
Absolutely. Yeah. So every JV deal we do, on the Daniel's point, is a double assignment. Yeah. Yeah. They're assigning us, we're assigning to the buyer. Yeah.
Okay. So we had a question up here at the front.
Yes. Hi. Going back to when you said you would equip the buyer like a new JV guy, and what to say to the seller. Do you coach him on talking price over the phone with the seller? Like, would you coach me in talking price, or if the seller says, "Oh, how much would you give me for this property?" Because some people will say, never talk price over the phone. Just wait till you go in person and talk price. Or would you, what would you say about that?
So on our so that's a great question. So on our seller template, yes, you want to ask the seller if you can get a price with the seller over the phone. You always want to get the price with the seller over the phone, because that way you know what you're getting into, right? So if the seller asks for like 180K, and then you reach out to us and say, "Hey Jay, I've asked the questions, I got the appointment booked, the seller wants 180K, and then I see that the ARV on this property is 190K, then it's like, there might be some other strategies that may need to be utilized, that to convert that deal. But in that particular case, at least I can tell you on that one, like, this is probably not going to just be like a little standard wholesale deal. I mean, try to get it at this price when you go on the appointment, but if they're not open to that price, also talk to them about this particular strategy. It might be like owner finance or whatever, and then I can coach you on that and I'll help you with that. And that's what you get, and that's the great thing about like the JV process is, again, what Daniel was saying, is you're kind of getting that mentoring as well through the different deals, and kind of like learning how to handle different scenarios. Because each deal is different. Like the process is the same, but the deal and the scenarios can be different.
But if they're turning back at you and they're like, "Okay, so what would you give me for this property?" You're like, "You have no idea. Like, I don't want to talk price right now. Wait till I come over there. I look at the property first."
Then what would happen in that scenario is you would ask the rest of the questions on the template, and then I can still run the numbers, and then I can give you a ballpark of kind of where you need to be, and then you would start at the lowest ballpark number and just say, "Hey, I could probably give you somewhere around maybe." So if your range, I'll say, "Hey, 70 to 90K," you would say, "Okay, hey, would you take 60K for it?" So that's what would happen. I'll give you the range. You start at the bottom.
And then on my side on that, it's like, I like to negotiate face to face, because if the rapport gets snapped real fast, they can't hang up on me. I can still keep talking. So whenever I do throw out something like that, let's say the seller's bottom number was 70 grand, and anything less than 70 grand is an insult. And the very first thing out of my mouth, 60K, I just insulted them to hang up on me. So what I would preface any offer with over the phone is like, "I've never seen your property before, and I really don't know, but like, I'm just throwing a quick number out there. If 60K was in the ballpark, would we even play ball?" You know, I wouldn't throw it out there as like a firm offer. It's like, you know, I can give you 60 grand.
Right.
I always try to, especially over the phone, try and make it a little more playful so they know there's wiggle room. So that way, because what I might say is like, you know, I want 60 grand, and then they might immediately respond, and I have this happen a lot. And it's like, well, my bottom's 70. Well, boom. Like, well, they don't want to throw a number out first.
Right.
But I'll throw the number out, and then they'll tell me 70 grand.
Right.
And now if you know your range is 70 to 80, since you've talked to Jay, you now know we need to get on that appointment.
Yeah, and there's different ways, and on to Dan's point, there's also different ways to kind of proposition the question. You can ask the same question like 5 different times, you know. So the first time you can say, well, hey, you know, what price are you thinking? What price are you thinking for? What price you're talking to the seller? This is you talking to the seller. Hey, so what price are you thinking about that you would need for the property? Well, how much are you offering? Well, I'm not quite sure. And then you can kind of go into answer some of the questions. Then you can come back and circle back around. Now, the first question was, what price are you thinking? Now, the second question might be like, okay, so hey, so again, what price are you thinking? What price were you needing for this? You know, you're hitting them again with the question again. Now, if they're still giving you some pushback, you can ask a couple other questions. Then you can come back again and say, okay, well, hey, tell you what, if I can close this in the next 30 days, what price gets it done? So you can keep on hitting them with the question. And that will actually, because you're building rapport as you go over the phone and you're asking the questions, right? So as you're building that rapport, the wall should kind of start coming down a little bit. So now when you start asking those questions, the same question a different way, maybe you can get the answer that way. But sometimes they're just not going to tell you, and you may have to just go out there on the appointment. But even then, at least you're equipped and you know where you need to be when you actually go out there on the appointment.
All right, I got a question coming in from the internet, and then we'll catch a couple more here in the crowd.
So I have a good question, but I'm going to reword it because the way they asked it was, if they have a lead, will you run it, negotiate it with the seller from the start to end? And then what I'll tack onto that is, what's the difference between co-wholesaling, joint venturing, and overall mentorship and coaching?
Okay.
You see that?
Let's take that down in pieces.
Right.
So the first piece is, will you do the entire deal for me?
So I'm not going to be pimped by anybody. I'll help. For me personally, I will help them with the deal. So there's a couple different ways I would handle that scenario. If they want me to literally handle the whole deal, then at that point I'll just say, hey, if you want to just pass the lead on to me, I can just give you a fee. I can just give you a lead finder fee. If you want me to just do everything from the beginning to the end, you know, I'll just give you a fee. Just pass the lead to me. But if they need help along the way, I can help them. So I can help them, you know. So like if they need, you know, hey, what price do I need to offer the seller? What questions should I ask? Like I said, I can give them the template to know what questions to ask when they're on the phone with the seller. I can tell them what price that they need to be. I can let them know what pictures they need to take on the, you know, I can tell them what pictures they need to take on the appointment, so I can help them. I can help them negotiate with the seller. That won't be a problem. We can do a 3-way call. I mean, if it takes that to get the deal done, we can do a 3-way call, and I'll help out. So, I mean, again, being a strong JV partner is us being able to bridge the gap to say, well, hey, this is kind of what you need from us to get this deal done, and us being able to help there. So we can, so on some JV deals, it may be a lot of extensive effort and help that we're giving you guys, but then on some other deals, it may just be very minimal things that are needed. But we're able to bridge the gap to realize where we kind of need to be to help to get the deal done.
Okay. So I do have a couple of other topics that I want to touch on this. So let's grab 1 or 2 more questions, and then I'm going to move back into this.
Yeah, a quick question on the scenario like that. He's talking price with the seller, right? Trying to get his price, his bottom line. But in that scenario, he hasn't even seen the home. He hasn't been at the property. He hasn't seen the inside and what needs and, you know, foundation, nothing.
Yeah.
How can you make an offer like that on something you haven't even seen, maybe just on Google Earth?
Love it. That's the answer right there. Experience. So for me, you know, I can basically guess. So some of the questions on that template are, how old is the roof? Is there any foundation work that's needed? You know, how's the plumbing? How's the electrical? When's the last time it's been updated? And I can see that, okay, this properties in this area are selling for $100,000 to $120,000. And I can look at pictures on Propelio when I'm running the comps and I can see how the properties actually look. So by the answers that they're giving me from that template, when they call me and I'm asking those questions, and they're giving me the answer, I can probably say, yeah, this is probably going to be close to about a 30K rehab if that condition is correct. But now, however, if the seller says, oh, well, you know, say we get the property negotiated and stuff like that, and the seller's like, yeah, I'm ready to move forward. Now, say for instance, they said the roof was brand new, and it isn't. Or they say, hey, there was no foundation issues, and it isn't. Then we go back and renegotiate, because when we gave the offer, we were going off what they actually communicated to us.
Okay, I'll take that last question because you've been waiting for a while, and then I need to get back to some other points on this.
Have you done any?
We got the mic here.
Oh, appreciate it. Have you done any deals where the home is tenant occupied and you did some negotiations there? All right.
Absolutely. So we do quite a few JV deals or whatever where it's tenant occupied. So are you asking what scenario are you asking? Are you asking a scenario where how do you show the buyers? How do you get the buyers in there if there's a tenant or?
So I assume on the back end the buyer's okay with the tenant being in the home until whatever, or do you have buyers like that?
It's situational. So let me repeat the question for the internet. The question was, like, if we're doing a JV deal and there's a tenant in place at the property, how are we finding buyers? What kind of negotiation are we doing with the tenant to figure out what to do next?
Yeah. So my question to that is, it just depends. It's very situational, like Daniel said. It also depends on the buyer. So, like, say for instance, the property, say the seller wants $60K. And the property's renting at like $1,500 a month or something like that. You know, well, you know, hey, if there's a performing tenant in there and they're already performing at a rent rate that a landlord buyer will want, they're okay with the tenant being there. Now, however, if the tenant is like way below market rent, then say they're on a lease and their lease expires, like today's January, their lease expires in March, well, the buyer needs to know that. You know, like, hey, there's a lease in place until March. They're paying, this is what the market rents could be. This is what they're currently paying. So there's a lease in place until March. So the buyer would need to know that. Now, if it's a problem where the people are just like squatting in the house and they just don't want to go or something like that, then that's a situation where the buyer knows ahead of time, like, hey, you know what? If I get this deal from you, I'm probably going to have to end up evicting these people. So as a wholesaler, it's your responsibility to understand the scenario that you're actually putting your buyer into on that purchase. Because at the end of the day, you know, the seller is your product, the buyer is your customer. You know, the product is the houses, the buyer is who you want to make sure. You want to make sure everybody's satisfied, but the buyer is who you want to cater to, because you want to think about repeat business. So you always want to put the buyer in position to win.
So last question, and I've got to touch base on some other stuff. I'm running behind.
You kind of answered it, but like I was looking at a property one time, and there was some squatters in there. You know what I mean? I really didn't know what to do with them.
Right.
I couldn't find the owner of the house. It was like an old lady. And then the guy that had the power of attorney, he was in prison. And so people were just squatting, and you know what I mean? And I had no idea how to get them out, how to...
So I had one like that down in Humble, Texas. It was a crack house, and there was about 9 or 10 people living in it. And while they were living there, I'd show up and like, y'all get out of here, gotta get out of here. I'd show up 20 minutes later, they're back. And I got finally down, I got it assigned, and I found a buyer, but the buyer was adamant. It was like, if there's anybody in that house the day of closing, I'm not buying it. So the night before closing, like I paid somebody to stay down there, and I just took everybody that was in there. I was like, hey, let's go have some fun. Let's go have a party. We're gonna go do something. And I just got everybody out the house. I got them and I got them off to the other side of town. Like, let's go have some fun. And like, it was, you know, fortunately on that side they were tweaking and they were all freaked out. But like, it wasn't like a standoff situation where they wouldn't talk to me or they wouldn't do anything with me. They weren't there. But you know, and so there will be times where you're going in and there's somebody at the property and they're just like, "F you, stay the hell out of here. It's not happening." And you just have to handle them situationally.
Absolutely.
A lot of times on that side, I don't know about you, but I've been around enough people on that side. Money's important. Yeah. So like I start talking about some money, and money can normally make those types of things disappear.
Yeah, it wasn't. I think if it would have been there, if they had something to do with the house, maybe. But since the lady that owned it, she was an old lady, and she was in
So this is a quick conversation of what I'd have with those squatters. I just sit down and say, hey, this is the reality of what's coming. Whether this is something you want to accept or not, this is what's happened. The property is being sold. And at the moment it's sold, if we have to evict you, you get no money. If in the event that you will do this and you will work with me on that, I'll give you $200 each. All right. Now $200 don't sound like much, but when you got a habit that you're trying to feed, $200 is a lot of habit.
Yeah, I mean that it's yeah. I mean that yeah.
You got to understand. You got to understand your seller.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's how it works. So let me flip this onto another side. We've been talking a lot right now about how a new person can be working with a more experienced wholesaler. Let me give some advice to the people that are still operating on an island. People that are knocking down 1 or 2 deals a year, or not, excuse me, 1 or 2 deals a year, 1 or 2 deals a month, and they're starting to see gaps in their income, and they're wanting to fill that income gap in some. An opportunity for that medium level wholesaler to increase their revenue and keep things going is stop being an island. Start networking in groups like this with a bunch of newer people that are looking for mentorship from people just like you. Believe it or not, new people, if you're closing 24 deals a year by yourself, that's an advanced wholesaler. I mean, like, that's a pretty good person. If you're running solo doing 24 deals a year, you're doing a pretty damn good year by yourself. So these people have experience. They know how to get properties. They know how to get them under contract. Don't be nervous about JVing with people if you're an intermediate wholesaler. As an intermediate wholesaler, an option to get to that next level is to increase your wholesaling capabilities by co-wholesaling deals. That will help you bridge the gap in your own deal flow. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
one last question I'm going to have here, and that is, how am I going to get paid if I JV with you? Like, I don't know Jay. I don't know how he runs his business. I assign him the contract, and then I find out I lost all my money. How do I know that I get paid on this thing?
Yep. So essentially what happens is once we actually get that JV contract or you assign it to us, however it works, then if need be, we'll start the title. We'll get the title work started at our title company, or if you've already had the title work started at your title company, we'll reach out to the title company, make sure that they understand everything that's going on, and then on closing day, when our buyer actually wires in the funds, the title company will then split out the funds accordingly. So you'll be able to get your check from the title company. You can have it wired to you however you want. And for us, whenever we have our buyers as well, whenever our buyers, so say for instance we were JVing on a deal and we had our buyer actually interested in the deal, we always have our buyers actually wire the funds to the title company because you can verify it a lot quicker that way. I know some wholesalers that actually, and I think for me it's just safer that way. I know some wholesalers actually they'll take cash, they'll take a check in their personal hand and stuff like. I don't operate like that personally. I'm not knocking anybody that does. I just don't operate like that personally. We always have our buyer wire the funds to the title company.
Okay. Yes, sir. We'll get a microphone. Thank you, sir. So on my side, you want to get paid out of closing. You want to get paid out of title. If you're trying to do a JV with somebody and they're like, I'll pay you after closing, I don't think that would be, that may be how they operate. They might be up and up individuals, but I would much rather see my company, my assignment fee show up on the HUD and receive my funds at closing.
Yeah.
That was kind of my question. So when we do the JV on the HUD, is it 2 separate assignment fees?
Yes,
on the HUD?
on the HUD, that's exactly how it breaks
Yours
down.
and ours?
Yep. So if
it's verified on the HUD.
So the way this works is I'll go out and contract the property. And then I'll talk to Jay, and Jay is like, yeah, I can move that deal for you. I assign my contract to Jay for a 72-hour hold. During that 72 hours, if he performs, the assignment becomes qualified, whatever you want to call it. I have now assigned the property to him. And then that JV agreement gets sent to title to show the title company that this has been assigned from me to him, and then it's sold from him to the next person. So there'll be 2 assignments.
Yeah. So they'll see how the title company will know from the JV assignment how the fees will actually get paid out. $10K to Acme LLC, $10K to JMC Property Group LLC. Yeah.
All right. So moving through, if anybody has some more questions, go ahead and hit them up real quick. For the intermediate wholesaler, though, that is looking to increase their deal flow, learning how to co-wholesale and making that a key piece to your business is an important part of getting to the next level. You've only really got two options to increase your business from the point of you hitting your ceiling of this is the most that I can do myself. You either have to increase your employment base and start hiring and doing more marketing and increasing your market if you're saturated in your market, or you have to learn how to start partnering with people. Those are really your kind of next steps. All right, any questions?
We got one right here.
All right.
In your personal market, what you're used to dealing with, if you had to tell everybody here what exactly criteria they should be looking for, what's your sweet spot? 2,000 square foot, just something that runs across your table, the most of the numbers, what are you looking at?
I'm looking for a motivated seller.
Yeah, I was going to say the thing. I'm just looking for a seller that's motivated to where I can actually get the numbers to work. Okay. But personally, I would say Marsh and I are personal sweet spot, but don't limit us to this because we do deals for all price points. But our sweet spot are deals that are like under 100K. Because most deals under 100K, those deals might work for flippers. Those deals for sure usually can work for a landlord, buyer. They can be potential owner finance deals and stuff like that too. So I mean, under 100K is like our sweet spot where we like to do a lot of our personal marketing, but we're not limited to 100K. We obviously above it. We moved 300K deals before. I mean, it doesn't matter. The numbers just need to work on it. There's a buyer for everything if the numbers work.
You tried feeding me a couple $1 million properties.
Yeah, I didn't try to send Daniel a couple of them too.
I went and looked at a couple of them.
Yeah.
There was that one over on the golf course.
Yep.
That was a nice looking house, by the way.
It was, man.
Yes, sir.
How do you get paid? Do you get paid to your LLC, to your personal name? What if you're a realtor? How do you do this without having to pay your broker?
Okay, so for me, you get paid directly from the title company. If a realtor is bringing me a buyer or something like that, the realtor's like, hey, I have a buyer. I may just assign it to the realtor or whatever, let them assign it to their buyer just as long as they can get the earnest money in by a certain time frame. But if the realtor is not comfortable with assignment contracts, because sometimes it can get a little sticky with them because they don't really understand the wholesaling process and all that, then I can give them a marketing fee afterward.
Yeah, I think it was more of how is it? Do you have an LLC? Do you have your name? Is there a way to circumvent that broker? I think that was the question.
They're not wanting to pay. They're a real estate agent. They're wanting to take the property, but they're not wanting to pay their broker a fee. And I was like, you need to be the one to get creative on that.
Yeah, I'm just like.
If you got an agreement with your broker and you're trying to figure out a way around it, I mean, I would try to figure out my way around it.
That one I don't know about that one. I don't want to touch that.
So, any other final questions? How much time do we have left on this show?
We need to wrap. We have like a 20-minute, 30-minute section of just Q&A.
Okay.
So we can either just let this continue on to the Q&A or shut it off, come back on.
Let's just run some Q&A then.
Okay.
Let's just keep the Q&A going.
Well, then I've got one here. Can you go in? This is a different question from a different person, but the fine line tap dance realtors have to take to stay compliant.
I'm not a real estate agent for that specific reason. Like, I never wanted to have to deal with being a real estate agent.
Amen.
So, on that side, I can't really give advice other than I do know a lot of very successful real estate agents that do wholesale. So I don't consider it to really be a hindrance. You just need to understand how to navigate from that perspective. Right. And I think the biggest piece on that side for them is just disclose. I am a licensed real estate agent, but I am not representing you. I'm not representing anybody but myself. And as long as it's disclosed and it's properly disclosed, I don't really think it becomes that much of a hindrance outside of you can no longer communicate to sellers that are listed with somebody else.
So my question is probably pretty easy, but I want to ask it. So the hardest part, it seems like for us, you guys are willing to help us on the back end and things like that. As a new wholesaler, the hardest part for me is just to get out there and find the property, right?
Right.
And it doesn't seem right. So the Propelio, does that help with the lists, or just go out? Is there any suggestions on? And I don't really want the easiest way, but possibly. I guess just my question is, is what's the best way for a new wholesaler to go out there and find properties? Like, I've already purchased a list, right? So possibly just get that list, kind of come up with my own criteria, filter, sort, things like that, and start making those phone calls.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a very, very great question. So my response to that would be, so Propelio, yes. Propelio has a ton of different lists you can market to. There's pre-foreclosures, there's probates, there's inherited, there's sub-trustee. There's like a ton of, and then there's like some other list or whatever.
You got absentee owners out of state. You got vacants. You've got high equity, low equity, no equity, unknown equity. You've got cash buyers on there.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about Dispo earlier. Like I could pull up the Propelio platform real quick, and I can show you real quick a simple way of finding cash buyers local to your subject property. Like if I log in right here, and I'll just pop open an address. Let me get this up here on the screen. It is over there. This is going to be hard for me to see, but I'll just click on a lead that's in the system. And if I scroll down, I'll click this little lookup button. And it's going to show me the property address. It'll show me any of the information about the deeds, the land, the property information. It'll show me the neighborhood, what's going on around the neighborhood. But I can come over here and just say, show me all the cash sales in the neighborhood. And then I can zoom in on that. It's really hard for me to see my screen from here. So like there's all the cash sales right around there. And there's the people that have bought it. Access Bank Texas, Sylvia Ardea, Hannock Properties LLC, Rick Baldwin, Denise, Brian Fowler, Clover Real Estate LLC. So like if you're wondering who's buying properties in that area for cash, Propelio just showed you in about 14 seconds. So like if you're trying to find that, if you're talking about finding some lists, like I can come back over here on this side and excuse me if I'm struggling to see because I'm looking at a 27-inch TV 20 foot away. But I can come over here and click on marketing lists and I can say, you know what, show me motivated sellers. All right, I can scroll down here and see my list options. I'm looking for geography. I'm going to say, just show me everything in, let's see here. I'm really struggling. 76112. So there's all the properties. There's 11,814 properties in 76112. And then I come in there and start breaking it down by, I only want 2 to 3 bedrooms. I don't want any ones. I don't want anything less than, now let's say the minimum is like, I want a 1980 build. Well, at a 1980 build, there's 2,250 properties in 76112 that meet that criteria. I only want something that's at least 1,200 square feet. Well, there's 1,874 properties, and I only want them if they are vacant. Well, there's 11 properties in 76112 that meet that criteria and are vacant.
So that definitely answers my question. So I could go run all those properties, go to their houses, not say, hi, I'm Sean.
Right. You can skip trace them. Yeah, you pull the
And
list.
then beyond that, I take it another step further. I consider right now one of the best resources for the wholesaling community, especially for someone new without a budget, is Driving for Dollars. Yeah. And if you have not seen the Propelio Driving for Dollars app yet, like on my phone right here, it is like I can pop it open. So I'm going to take this shameless time to plug Propelio a minute. But if I pop this open and I open up Propelio mobile, like on my app right here, like I don't know if the computer or the screen can see it, like I'll come in here, I'll say start traveling, and I'll start seeing a satellite view of the entire location, and all I have to do is as I'm driving down the street and I see properties that look distressed, you know, tarps are on the roof, HVAC's hanging out the window when it's obviously a central heat and air house. You know, I start seeing properties, all I have to do is touch the map of where that house is, and it'll pull up all of the owner's information. I can skip trace the owner right there. I can direct mail the owner right there, and I can see everywhere on the map that I've driven, so I can start mapping out my drive and making it a simple option. So with Propelio, you can get lead lists, you can get comps, you can get over here the Driving for Dollars app, you get unlimited websites. So if you need a website for your business, all in Propelio.com.
What's the difference?
Let me get you a mic.
Glad you brought this up. What's the advantage to getting the Propelio Driving for Dollars app versus Deal Machine? Like, what's the
value?
What's the major difference?
So the biggest thing I can say is the value. So for a similar price point to what you'd be paying for Deal Machine app, you would get a very comparable app, plus you would get all of the websites that you want. So like with Deal Machine app, you can't get a website. And Deal Machine app's like $49 a month. So if you pay $49 a month at Propelio, you get the Deal Machine, you get a very similar application as Deal Machine, plus you get unlimited websites. And if you choose to pay $98 a month, you get the websites, you get Deal Machine app, you get the websites, the Driving for Dollar app, you get the nationwide comps, nationwide lead lists. You get a lot more value for the same price. Yep, sends postcards and skip traces. Like 60 cents. I don't want to lie to you. I don't have it right in front of me. It's like 60 cents.
And the feedback we're getting from our customers is the data on our end is a little bit better.
Yeah, so the skip trace data is better on our side from what we're being told.
You got this guy right here willing to teach you stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and then you've got me pouring into you.
Yeah. Get the list, skip trace the list, start calling people.
All right.
Start talking.
All right, got another question over here. Where'd the mic go? Okay.
My question is, could you simplify how would wholesale a deal if they're late on, if they're behind on payments on their mortgage? Because I'm really interested in that, but I don't. It's not clicking yet.
Okay.
So essentially it's the exact same process unless you're doing a different strategy like a short sale or something crazy or something like that. But like if it was just a regular wholesale deal, it's the exact same process. So essentially what a title company is going to do at the very end is the title company is responsible for making sure that property actually passes clear and a buyer actually receives a clear property, clear of any liens, judgments, debts, things like that. So when the buyer funds the money to the title company then gets that money, just pays off any debts that are owed on the property and pays out wholesalers, whoever's involved in that transaction, the title company makes sure all those fees are paid off. So say for instance, you have a deal under contract with the seller for $150K. Well, say they have a $90K mortgage on the property. Right? Say you sell it to your buyer for $160K. Well, the buyer sends $160K to the title company. Out of the $150K that goes to the seller, $90K gets the debt gets paid off, and then the seller gets the remaining portion.
May I add on to that?
Yep.
Okay, couple quick things. So I worked on pre-foreclosure for quite a while. Some of the things that I would see different from a traditional wholesale process is your speed. You have to be very quick about things. You cannot let things slide because there is a ticking time bomb. When Tuesday comes around, the house is gone. So we must clear title and title fast. Now, this is not a pre-foreclosure class, but I've popped up right here on the screen. If Ryan, you could move it over to the screen. Propelio.com/academy. How many people feel like y'all have gotten some true content out of the past 2 days? I don't see a single room. Thank you guys. So, thank you. What if I told you there was like 20 plus courses available online that are no different than what we've had for the past 2 days? Propelio.com/academy is the exact same thing. So like if I come in here to the Propelio Academy, I got to find my mouse. I'll come down here and say explore courses. And there's this really ugly looking guy in here that teaches on pre-foreclosures. My internet connection might be dead right now. But all I have to do is click on explore courses, and guess what's in there? I've got a 18 video class that I personally taught on pre-foreclosures, and it'll go through the things that I'm looking for at the appointment. I need third-party authorizations. I need authorizations to release information from my title company. I'm going to need to know all of my loan information, and I need to get put on as an authorized user for that lender ASAP. Because let's say I've only got 5 days to close. Well, if I send a third-party authorization to the bank, it might take 72 hours to image that third-party authorization in, which is a long holding time for me to just do nothing. So what I'll do is when I'm on the appointment, I'll have the seller call their bank while I'm there and say, let's add Daniel Moore as an authorized representative to communicate with you on my account. What that will allow me to do is allow me to start calling the bank and saying, hey, is there any chance we could do a forbearance agreement and get this property extended so that way give me another 30 days to get this property sold. I intend to have it sold. Give me 30 days to get it sold. During that time, I'm going to start requesting payoffs. I'm going to start requesting reinstatement fees. I'm going to start requesting all of these types of things so that way, if in the event I'm unable to achieve a forbearance agreement, I can move the property forward in a quickly, timely manner. So like, there it goes. It finally loaded up. You can see in here, we've got a wholesaling course right here, which is what we're teaching live. This live representation you get a little more feedback on, but I've got this. If y'all want to watch that, there's a 14 video course doing what we just talked about here today. We've also got in here hiring and training virtual assistants, building a recession-proof business, private lenders. We've also got in here mobile home investing, Airbnb, lease options. We've got note investing, brokers, rolls, and trek contracts, lead generation and management. That woman right there does $1.5 million a month in direct mail. She's teaching you about direct mail. If I come in here, notes and private mortgages, seller financing, title. We've got multifamily, wholesaling, subject to and wraps. We've got NLP. We've got 20 years of investing wisdom. And right there's a 17 video course just on pre-foreclosures. So if anybody's asking, like, how do I get more information about this business? How much does it cost to get in the Propelio Academy? It costs you an email. It does cost an email. It's not free. I got called out on that the other day. It's going to take you an email to get in there. So if you want to learn more about pre-foreclosure investing, that's the place to go. Okay? You're welcome.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Question. In regards to the Propelio website, you know how it pulls the data from the MLS, and since Texas is a non-disclosure state, whenever you pull up the cash buyers, does it show you how much it was bought for on there?
You will see whatever the deed was recorded for, and if there was a lien held against it, what the lien amount was. Okay. So if I pull back over there, it's really hard for me to see that screen from back here. But if I go to Propelio.com, I got that set up in there. I'll come back over here to my leads. I'll just come over here to my dashboard. I'll pop open this property. And then from in here, if I scroll down, I'll do the property lookup, and it's going to show estimated value. Should show on their last transfer. We don't have the deed transfer for this particular property, and it'll show what the last mortgage information was. And sometimes not all of that information is populated because it does come from public record, and it's not always easily receivable. But there was a lender back in 2018 that put a $243,000 lien against that property. So the last sale was probably 2018, unless they did a refi. And it was for $243, an estimated current market value on it's $347. So I know, or $327. So I know there's $70,000 in potential equity on that property.
Boom.
Yeah, we try our best to make this process as accomplishable as possible. Hey guys, we've got the Titanium group back.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. All right. So how are we on to the next class or to the next portion? So
we were scheduling the panel at 3:45, 3:20 now. So probably do another 2 minutes, then maybe do a 2-minute break.
Oh, I've got another class, so we'll just go ahead and throw this other class on without a break. Okay. Yeah, I've got 2 more classes. Oh, okay. But okay, so we've got virtual wholesaling. Let's talk about that real fast. You got any experience virtual wholesaling?
Yeah, we've done.
We'll stay up here, man.
Okay.
Y'all can come up here too, man.
Yeah.
By no means am I up here thinking I know everything. Yeah. I really like to see alternate points of view. So if we can grab a couple more microphones for these people, but when we're virtually wholesaling, some of the key things that we're going to want to do is analyze the market that we're going to be in. What kind of inventory? What kind of days on market? What volume of cash purchases do I have in these other markets? What kind of rent ratios are landlords expecting out of these markets? And what is it looking like owner-occupied versus tenant-occupied? I want to analyze that market that I'm going to be going into. Do y'all have any advice on that side?
So like in a virtual market, the great thing about Propelio is you can analyze, it's nationwide comps. So it's made it really, really easier because you can actually analyze that deal. The analyzation is still the same. The numbers are the numbers, right? It doesn't matter what market. The numbers, if the numbers work, the numbers work. But I'll say for me, for most virtual deals that we have done, it always makes it so much easier if the property is vacant. It makes it tremendous. If you can get so if you're going after vacant properties in a virtual market, it makes it just so much easier for you to actually be able to get buyers in there and not have to worry about the buyers and the sellers talking and things like that. So that's one tip I would say. But they do a ton of virtual stuff. So.
Yeah, we've done quite a bit. So as far as the analyzation of virtual deals, I always try to be more conservative than I am on, say, a deal here in DFW. I've lived in Fort Worth my whole life, so I know it like the back of my hand. Whereas when we went to St. Louis, I know nothing about St. Louis. So when I do use Propelio, which we do use to run comps in markets like St. Louis, we're going to be a far more conservative, make sure we're really bringing a great deal. And then also, we JV a lot on deals that we're wholesaling. I'm going to go to someone that has a presence on Facebook or Instagram that I know is a big time player, and I'm even going to trust them, and I'm going to bring them the deal before we even lock it up and say, hey, I'm seeing an ARV of 50,000. Do you agree? A rent rate of 1,000 because this is what I'm pulling up on my comps. Do you agree? If you agree and we lock it up, can you dispo this for me? So that's a lot of how we've done our virtual deals.
Okay.
So yeah, like working like with other people in that market at first, and if you're going like all broad and just anywhere, la la la, yeah, you run the numbers the same. But I like to also look at, or have people look at what other wholesalers are putting out there, analyze like the prices, because yeah, you can work with other people, and I definitely recommend that. We've gone in both ways. Always works out smoother as we're learning a market. But a lot of the times we were going into this, we didn't have Propelio nationwide at that time. You know, we've been virtual wholesaling since almost the beginning. So just really being able, like taking notes on what other people are putting out there, even if you're not JVing with that person. Like you can only JV with one property with one person, you know, but also just recognizing not just ARV values, recognizing what is listed that is in need of repair, what other wholesalers are putting properties out at. So
Okay.
it helps you kind of verify your buy price.
Yeah, all right. I don't really have much to input on that. I'm not a virtual wholesaler. I'm not, like, in my entire career, I did one property that was not in DFW, and it was in Houston, and I was too worried about it that I actually drove down for it. So, like for me, like, virtual wholesaling was just never on my bucket. To this day, I know I can virtually conference with people, but, like, I would much rather just meet you face to face. Like, yep, I'll fly there. Like, I know I can hop on a virtual. I like to see people face to face. I just do.
Well, and that's what's great about working with other people in other markets. If you're going virtual, it's because you have that whoopee, you have your comfort blanket,
Right.
security blanket, whatever you want to call it, because they do have the foothold, they do have boots on the ground, they do have this, that, or the other. And like we mentioned yesterday, you can get contractors to analyze it. You can get an inspector to go tell you every little thing that's wrong with the property. You can get people to go out and take pictures and things like that. But there's really nothing like having somebody else who completely understands your objective that you work with, that just gives you that comfortability.
Awesome.
So on this next slide that Daniel pulled up here, I'm going to talk a couple of things on this because this is vitally important. If you want to virtually wholesale, the first thing that I tell everybody that you need to do is get a good title company, because a lot of times, especially if you're going outside of the state of Texas, there's going to be different rules, laws, costs. For example, we can do a double close here in DFW using pass-through of the funds. That's not going to be as easily done in some of the other states. Some title companies are not going to know what you're talking about. So a lot of times we would double close a deal. This is actually something that we made, just a company decision way back when. We didn't want our buyers to know how big our assignment fee was ever. So we worked it out with our title company. It cost us around $500 to double close. We just made that decision as a company that every single deal we were going to double close. Well, then when we went to other states, we found out the hard way. And so RJ would have to spend a week on the phone with a title company, even though it was still Fidelity National Title in Seattle, Washington. They had never heard of what I was talking about. So I was having to send them HUDs and walk them through the settlement statement showing how we were doing it, and then even putting them on the phone with our title company here in DFW. So just because it's the same company, I didn't interview them beforehand. I just thought because they were Fidelity, they would do the exact same thing. So that's very important. And then also making sure that you're looking ahead and say you do lock something up, like Jay said, vacant's a lot easier because you're not going to be there, but making sure you have somebody on your team that can show the property to your buyers and have that lined up way before you lock a property up, because we've run into that issue before as well. We lock it up, and we didn't have anybody lined up to see it. We posted on Facebook. We have 10 people that want to go see it, and now we're running into an issue where we look like jackasses because we can't even show you the property. So those are just some of the things that you need to look through and prepare yourself before you just start doing it. Especially if you decide one day to just say, hey, you're nationwide, and you start getting deals sent to you like I did, you don't want to run into those issues.
Much appreciated. You got some feedback on that? Let's just try to skip right past Cassie. She's like, hell no, give me that mic back.
Yeah. No, that's gold actually from RJ and Cassie, because obviously there's 50 states, they're in 50 of them. So I mean, like they're just like all over the place. So I mean, that's great information that they gave you.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are even going to run differently. Property taxes are very different in other states. I mean, again, like to keep it simple, it's really good to just, if you happen to get a deal, or if you're targeting another market, just get to know the market, just like you had to do here. Get to know the people in the market. It's not hard to do. There's Facebook groups everywhere. You can get other people's properties. You can see what percentages they're moving properties at, and you can partner with them. You know, at least on the first couple. Don't step over $1 to pick up a penny. In other words, like make sure you take care of the deal, the seller, you know, your buyer, by, you know, knowing that you're going into it with a movable deal.
And get on other wholesalers' list in other markets as well. Get on their buyers list so you can actually see some of the deals that are actually coming through. Get on as many buyers lists as you possibly can so you can get a feel for that market. And like RJ was saying, also get on the Facebook groups. Like there's Facebook groups usually for each market, you know. You can kind of start being in that Facebook group and being active in that Facebook group. You can kind of start getting a pace.
I'm glad you brought that up because I want to say something about that. Be thankful that you're in DFW, okay? We thought every market was just like DFW, okay? We have a Facebook group here. It's called DFW Real Estate Investment. There's like how many?
Like 40,000
people in there. I thought, oh, when we go to Phoenix, there'll be Phoenix Real Estate Investment Group.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's like 1,900 people, and it's not active. And then I thought all of these markets, even now when I try to promote my podcast, I'm like, what groups are out there that have a ton of people that are active? And there aren't. And so we're blessed to be in here, and I use that group because it's the big one for selling deals, right? There's other groups out there like Propelio Group that's more educational about the systems and processes of running your business.
But it's not really a DFW group.
Exactly, but you know, y'all are DFW, but that group is specific for going in and selling deals. There was a deal yesterday, a lead that we had in a zip code in Arlington. And so we were analyzing the deal. The seller's kind of negotiating us back and forth. We literally did what you just said. I went in, I searched the zip code. 2 days earlier, someone had posted a deal in that zip code in DFW Real Estate Investment Group. At that point in time, we were able to see there was 103 comments on that one post. I'm like, okay, even though the seller's beating us up on the price, I don't think we're going to have a problem selling this.
Yeah.
Because there's 103 people that are dying to buy a property in that zip code right there.
Yep.
So as sexy as virtual wholesaling sounds and saying that you're going to new markets and things like that, just realize that you're in one of the best markets right here. Learn how to do this in your home, and then later on worry about moving virtually.
So I'd like to touch base real quick on the slide itself. Like, if I'm going to be working with the seller, I want to make sure that I do the correct job of building that rapport, because they're never going to see me face to face, really. It's all going to be over the phone. Try to do my best to get them on the team. We're talking about pictures yesterday. If I can get that seller, I'm speaking all theoretically here. I'm not a virtual wholesaler, but I'm going to try and get that seller to get the pictures for me. I'm going to try and find somebody to help me estimate the thing. So GCs, other partners, other wholesalers, agents for showing, networking, and buyers and wholesalers in there. Like, we can JV every deal. I'd much rather take half of a deal than none of a deal. Yeah. And like, if you're good at finding the deals and you've got somebody up there that's good at dispoing deals, JV deals all day long. Title companies are a must. Moving through, we're talking about some marketing. I'd try to use a local number if I was doing any marketing in there, convey credibility, determine property condition, access to the MLS, what you're going to need over there, virtual signatures, closing. I don't know if there's much else to talk about on that. Like, can we throw some other things in there? Some things that I would look at on dispo is calling up hard money lenders in the area. Like, before I decided to give up half my deal on a JV, I'd probably call a hard money lender up. Any other thoughts?
They might put you right in touch with a buyer. It just depends on the market. I think that for us, we just kind of learned what we were doing, got our foothold in, and we'll just push them through, like you said, whatever it takes to make sure, like, we're putting the right numbers out there. We're taking care of whoever's going to be on the property.
I just couldn't see virtual wholesaling being really much any different than the process we've talked about for the past 2 days. You're just going to have a couple, 2 or 3 extra issues that you're going to have to overcome, and that's going to be some eyeballs on the property, showing of the property, and getting it disposed. And if you figure out those 3 pieces,
than here, if you're not the person that sees every one of your properties at some point,
Right.
so then it becomes a lot more. It becomes a lot less daunting. Another point is just to have it to where you are making sure you're getting multiple points. It is the biggest thing for virtual for me is you have sellers sending you photos. They're only showing you certain stuff.
Good stuff, right?
You might want to have a checklist in place saying, hey, I'd like a good photo of this, 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 and this. That's what I like to do to try and like take out a barrier of entry, room for error, things like that. So.
all right. So I think moving past the virtual wholesaler, there's one other key thing that I was wanting to talk about, and that is establishing a business out of this. I've said this more than once. I don't consider real estate investing to be anything more than a trade. It's the application of business to that trade that creates income. So if we're going to discuss applying business to wholesaling, how do we turn wholesaling into a business where it's not just me, myself, and I out there trying to get this grind done? We have people here that have established businesses out of that. Let's get some feedback. Like, what does a wholesaling business look like? Who are the key people on your teams? What are you doing as a wholesaler to turn this into a business so it is not just a full-time grind for you to do 9 different jobs?
I say that really, that looks different for everybody. It's just like every house, every project, every business is going to look a little bit different because it's going to be based on what really you're good at. Like you specifically are going to start out with just you or you and a partner. And like, for example, RJ mentioned yesterday, he'll still jump in on acquisitions because it gives him energy. He loves to do it. And that doesn't mean we don't have acquisitions people, but that's not the first people that we hired because of that, because that's what we were good at. So, you have to take that into account. I personally would think that taking somebody to take some of the administrative or marketing tasks off your plate would be like my first steps in building a team, only because like we can, like between us, it's not hard for us to move a deal, but it's hard for us to keep up with the more remedial tasks or administrative tasks. So training somebody to do that like clockwork, a transaction coordinator, or outsource it to someone like Atlas. Outsourcing that component of it, that's why VAs are so popular. You can outsource something that takes your time and takes your energy and focus on what you're really good at, therefore being able to increase your volume. Like a lot of people prefer to go in and, they're looking at their KPIs and they want to, double their volume so they know what they have to hit, so they're going to hire an acquisitions and dispositions person. For me, that role has been harder historically for us to train in because it was one of those components that things come very naturally for us in a certain regard, and it became very hard for us to train. So we're always working on training people, and you have to realize that people aren't going to ever run your company like you run your company. They're not going to ever run their job just like you are, and you're going to have to go through a lot of people before you find a rock star at that one position. So the other thing that I would say when it comes to building a team is make sure that you document your process, like starting today if you haven't already started, what you do, how you do it, and then make sure you know how to train somebody before you hire somebody. Or recognize that they're probably not going to last and they're temporarily helping you. For us, like we have like really big like hearts, so like any person we've ever like teamed up with or hired and it didn't work out, it was just like soul sucking for us. Like that's not good. Like you have to just really recognize what you're putting in place in your business, and then documenting that process so you're not having to retrain, because that's, again, you're better to do that little bit of extra work up front than have to spend 5 times the amount of time on that to just organically do it every time you have somebody come on your team.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll add just a short piece to that and basically reiterate what you said. And it was Gary Harper that over at Sharper Success Coaching that helped me out with this process. And he was like, build your accountability chart, which is essentially every role that you would possibly ever need in your business and what their jobs specifically are. And then up front, you're probably filling every one of those. But whenever it's time to hire somebody, you look at your accountability chart and you be honest with yourself and you say, which one of these jobs is getting abused? Which one's not happening? Which one's not performing well? And that's the person you replace first. So whatever it is, that's the person you hire first. And then Jay, Michael, y'all want to put some feedback on that?
Yeah, I think Cassie hit it for me, but you can go for it.
Okay, so like I said, with us, I think it's whenever you're ready. If you're gonna do your wholesale, if you want to be a one-person show, that's good. I mean, there's good money in that, of course, because you get to keep 100% of the commission, right? So you want to keep that one-man show. With myself and Charles, when we started, we were together for I want to say like 2 years. We finally said, hey, let's see what happens if we take this to the next step. When we take to the next step, I want to say one of the first and most important things to talk about is the commissions. If you're gonna do one deal and it's 100% of the commission, understand the process and how much are you willing to give up of the commission for someone else to take an extra task. But if they get that extra task, how much more volume can you do? So fully understand the front as a one-person show to a two-man, five-man, or where we're at with the 22 individuals. And like how Cassie said, when you document, you want to do it one time. What we have in our office are internal videos. So whenever we get someone new, because it's going to be a lot of turnover for the most part, if we can train them and keep them to where they're at now. Internal videos, when they come in, we don't have to sit down with them over and over, explain the same things over and over. Of course, having a solid foundation, but building a team is, I think a lot of people want to do this business, and I think a lot of people are hungry to do this business. Find the right person for you, find the right person for the team, and it's going to go a long ways, especially if everyone's on the same vision and the same track.
All right, so on my side, I'm going to give my last and final kind of input on that side, and that was, for me, my goal was never to build a wholesaling empire. My goal was never to do 300 wholesale transactions a year. That was never something that excited me. Wholesale was a means to an end for me. Wholesale got me to where I wanted to go, and don't think that just because you're wholesaling, that has to be your future. Wholesaling is an introduction to real estate. Real estate is vast. Like, in my opinion, true long-term wealth is in holding of assets. So like, if I can use the wholesaling to start acquiring assets, that's going to give me, generational wealth. And that is exactly what I did. I kept moving and moving until I was able to acquire more and more assets to the point where wholesaling was never really my end game. So don't feel like you have to turn this into a business. There's a lot of glory in saying, you know what, we did 600 transactions, we got a 70-person team, but with that comes a lot of the additional responsibilities. If you're a solo team, or I say a solo team, like you and one other person or something like that, and you're doing $200,000 a year, $300,000 a year, $400,000 a year in revenue, that's a pretty damn good year, and your life's kind of simple. At the end of the year, if you want to say, I'm going to take the last 2 months off, you take the last 2 months off. It's not always about money. You got to take into consideration, what life are you trying to build? What life are you trying to give to your kids? Like, do you want to be the person that's gone all day and you never see your kids? Do you want that? Is that the life that you're trying to build? And if it is, great. But if it's not, you got to take into consideration that bigger is not always better. Better is better. So figure out what better is for you and focus on making better, and it's not always bigger. And then the very last piece that I'm going to touch on is I am firm on the real estate investing market cycles. Like, I do believe that we are heavy into a seller cycle, which is not a bad thing. Like, there are benefits to being in a seller cycle, but we need to be aware that we are deep and heavy into a seller cycle. And is the market going to turn in the next 6 months, the next 12 months, the next 18 months? No one knows. I don't have a crystal ball. I feel like that based upon past indications that we're moving forward, that we are moving towards a tip, but I am not a rocket scientist. But what I do need to make sure that I need to express to everyone is you need to learn how to operate in every cycle. Like, if I am in a top of a cycle, how will I operate in the event that it goes flat? How will I operate in the event that it turns the other direction? Wholesaling can perform in any market cycle, but there are specific cycles that wholesaling is easier to do in. It's kind of that medium point between the bottom and the top where inventory starts getting a little harder, it's not easy to pick up. That's where the wholesalers bring the most value. But on the way down, can you still wholesale? Yeah, but you're going to have a different buyer and you're going to need to learn how to wholesale creative terms. Like, if it's market's crashing, you're probably not going to get a whole bunch of flippers buying houses while it's crashing. Well, if you're not having flippers buying, you might have sub-2 specialists buying for wraps. You might need to understand who your sub-2 specialist in that market is and learn how to negotiate and contract properties for them. So if you are wanting to stay on the wholesale side, you can perform. But different markets have different specific strategies that work best in those markets, and be aware enough of your current skill set to master wholesaling, but don't just leave it there. Because at that point in time, if you can understand that short sales subject to wraps, flipping, actually owning the asset by being a landlord, there are reasons for every one of those, and there are specific market cycles that perform well for that. So get outside of just the box and kind of really immerse yourself into single family investing. That's my thoughts on that. Anybody else got some feelings on that?
I couldn't agree more. I think that it comes down to mastering. I think it comes down to just like mastering, understanding real estate, mastering, understanding how to run numbers, how to look at it through any kind of buyer's eyes. I think that was a big turning point for us, going from the wholesaling game. And I mean, we had obviously flipped a lot of properties and we owned rental properties as well. I think maybe we had done like an owner finance or two, but when we really, really, really honed in on everybody understanding how to run the numbers, not just how to run a wholesale set of numbers on a property, that changed our business a lot. So really understanding the market and what different types of buyers, how they will look at that property and how they will look at that number, then it helps you to buy correctly if you're trying to wholesale it.
Good stuff. Michael, Jay, y'all want to throw something in on that side?
I agree. I mean,
Okay, yeah. So after this, we're going to open up the panel to all questions. But I wanted to throw in some of these last couple of slides to kind of just get out there and just let everybody understand that you, like I said at the very beginning of the class, is you need to design with your end in mind. You need to figure out what your end is and constantly work towards that. For me up front, it was physical things. I wanted a fancy house, I wanted a fancy car, I wanted a lot of money. But as time evolved, I was looking for those things to try and solve my depression. And physical things will never solve the depression because the depression's internal. I had to figure out what was going on inside to fix that depression. So through that journey, I started really quickly realizing that money outside of meeting your basic needs is not that important. Like you can have if you go into like one of my best friends at this point in time and my personal mentors is Will Crozier. He just traded in his Lambo for an orphanage. He moved to the Philippines and he's like, I will be in a third world country where people are destitute and extremely happy. So why are we in one of the most, abundant societies and most people are depressed on some level? Why is that? Well, I think we've really lost touch with friends, family, community, and the true things in life that matter, which is experience. So don't go out there and try and replicate somebody else's empire when really all you need is enough money to live an abundant life with your friendships, your family, and your experience.
Can I say something on that? So
this is big to us.
Yeah, so I love that you brought this up because our partner in Hawaii, Elijah De La Garza, I call him like he's almost like our little spiritual mentor within Titanium. Yeah. He sent a Steve Harvey video to me, and he said, "I want you all to watch it, and I want you to do what he tells you to do." And so this essentially the video was, you have not because you ask not. And then the second thing is because you haven't spoken it to truth. And so he literally commands each person that's watching that video to write down their vision board of what they want. But he wants you to write down 300 items. And he said, when you get to item 75, you're going to get stuck because you've never actually pushed your mind to think that far in advance of what you actually want. And yeah, by then, you're out of cars, you're out of houses, you're out of all the BS that you want, and then you actually start thinking about what actually will make you happy. And you start getting to smaller items, right? Like, no longer is it, I want a house in Iceland, right? I think that was like on my list. But then item 275 is, I'm more worried about I want my kid to score a hat trick in a hockey game, right? Then now all of a sudden it's like, that makes me so happy. That's what I actually want. Small little things like that. So what you're talking about, a lot of the Gary Harper stuff, Yesterday, I think all of us brought up traction and EOS and really getting down and understanding what your goals are, where you want to go. And I challenge each of you to put down a vision board like that and try to write down 300 items because it was an eye-opening experience for us. We just did this on New Year's Eve, right? So I challenge each of you to try that and see what it'll do.
If y'all have not read The Secret, if y'all have not read The Laws of Attraction, it is, in my opinion, absolute truth. It's undeniable. Whether you believe in it or not is not important to me because I believe in it as that much of a truth. The laws of attraction are real. The secret is real. The laws of abundance are real. And when you learn to adopt and move your body within those philosophies, the world changes around you. And I'm just now moving through that in the past year.
Well, and I think it's really important to say that because these are concepts, like you can go anywhere on social media, and this is Astrid why I recommended that book that I recommended yesterday, is because if you break it down and you simplify it and you actually recognize what you want, that's why I recommended Sean Whalen's book. It's a very simple, easy, quick read, but it tells you, the 4 focus points, and if you make sure you focus on those points every day, you'll achieve all of those things. You'll check all of those things, all 300 off your list. I mean, maybe not all 300 because they might change as you grow, but it's going back to what Daniel says about focusing on, your mental and physical health, your body, in other words, your passion, your relationships, your purpose, which is like mentally and spiritually, and then your production, which is your business. So a lot of people when they first start out, we did the exact same thing as you, and being very purposeful about focusing on all the very important things that actually get you where you want to go is pretty much the how.
Do y'all have something y'all want to hit on this?
No, I'm good.
All right, well then. All right, you have a question coming in, so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take this moment to say we're going to go ahead and wrap up on the physical class. We're going to move on to the panel. We have a new member on the. I guess I'll be the new member on the panel today. Everybody, I'm Daniel Moore. Nice to meet you. But moving on into the panel, we're going to open this up to a Q&A, both from the. Let's take a 1-minute break for everybody on the internet. Let's take a 1-minute break. Let's go ahead and call it.
We will be back here shortly. Thanks for everybody tuning in online. Everybody in the room, let's make our way to our seats. Panelists, make your way to your panel, and let's get going. Welcome back, everybody.
hello,
Thank you for being a part of this 2-day intensive on wholesaling. The final segment of everything is an all Q&A segment. So pretty much any questions, anything you have, online, in person, throw them up there. It can be about anything about wholesaling. Thank you, Quest, for letting us be here.
That's for me.
Oh, okay.
You want one?
She's joking. I'm gonna look like we're getting friendly.
Oh, thank you. I'll make the commentary interesting. Yes, sir. So, for those
question
that don't
right here.
know, I'm an avid Rubik's Cuber. I can solve anything from a 1x1, which is actually fairly simple, all the way up to about a 7x7, and then I can solve a 12-sided doctahedron. So I like Rubik's cubes.
He's a little mad scientist.
Uh-oh, I feel like somebody knows algorithms. I'm starting to see a pattern develop here. Ruh-roh. Yep, somebody knows how to solve it. Awesome, so let's move forward in this. We had a question coming in from El Interneto. Nope, all right, what's up?
Sorry, mine is more towards a life-related question than deals and all those things. I mean, I do value a lot of the information that you guys are giving, and I don't, doubt that this is the best group out there in the whole country.
Thank you.
I have traveled, actually, different countries also. And so I can vouch that compared to a few other countries, you guys are still the best.
Thank you.
So, question is, like, I'm a single parent with 2 teenagers. I have done several other entrepreneurial stuff and all that, where struggled with time and all that with the kids, and come to a point where I went down to the level where, like, I'm missing their growing up, and heck with the business, and I jumped right in 100% with the kids, where like I had like 3 hours to 5 hours left of the day to work. And then now I'm realizing, wait, did I make a mistake? Now that they're teenagers, I need to get back in the thing. Momentum is down. But then in the back of my mind, I still have the fear that this is the time where they still need somebody presence. They can get sidetracked. How do you all balance all that?
So I'm going to start with that one. And there's a book that I read called The One Thing by Gary Keller. And one of the things that I've struggled with immensely within my life is balance. I've always been extremely unbalanced. And when you look at life, you kind of have a wheel with multiple spokes. You have a financial, a spiritual, a social, a blah, blah, blah. There's like 6 or 7 spokes on that wheel. And if any one of those are out of balance, you get a really loppy, bumpy road. I was always focused heavily on the finances. So the finances was really taken off, but everything else fell behind. The spiritual, the social, the family, all of that started taking a hit, and it always weighed heavy on me. And then I read that book, The One Thing, and one of the things that Gary Keller said in that book was, greatness is never achieved in balance. He said, to achieve greatness, you must go deep in the red. He put out a pendulum. He's like, the pendulum will swing. Right in the middle is balance. There is no such thing as balance in life. It is always a moving pendulum. How far that pendulum swings to one side is how deep in the red you're going. And he's like, if you want to achieve greatness, you must go into the red and you will lose balance. But to survive, you must find your way out of the red and swing back to the other side, even if it's momentarily, but long enough to catch a breath and then go back. And it's a constant swing. And the greater the balance, the greater the success, not the success, but the greater the greatness is that you're trying to achieve, the further into that red you're going to have to go, the longer you'll have to stay. But the equal and opposite is also true. You're going to have to come out to survive. I never understood coming out. Like, I went 20 years straight in the red. So you have to understand that, you know what, if you do have children at home and you do want greatness at the same time, you're going to have to put it on a scale. And like, is what I'm trying to achieve over here for my children, is that what's going to happen there? Or is what am I trying to achieve over here for me? And if what I'm trying to achieve over here is what I truly want, then I need to accept that and not let myself get beat up about the fact that I am not spending as much time with my kids. And I'm not giving advice in either direction. I'm just throwing that out there. So from that standpoint, you're going to have to decide, okay, if I do want to go this direction, here are the non-negotiables. If I do go this direction and I go this deep in the red, every single Sunday, no matter what, is a no work day. It is non-negotiable. Sundays are the day off. And it's not just a day off for you to recoup. It's a day off to spend with what you're missing. Whether that's spiritual, whether that's family, whether that's, whatever else is supposed to be a part of that wheel, whatever piece is missing, that's what has to be filled in on that Sunday. So develop non-negotiables. So when you do swing back out of it, you're not just swinging back out of it and not accomplishing what else needs to be accomplished. Mike, you're not brave enough to go for it.
I'm brave enough to go for it. I think that another key component, adding to kind of what Daniel said, I think for me at least, I've found that I have to be feeding every area. I'm a really oddly versatile person. I have to be feeding every area of my life. Like I have to spend time on those different areas that I had mentioned earlier. And it doesn't matter if it's like 10 minutes. Like if I spend 10 minutes feeding a relationship that's important to me, that's going to be way better if I have that time. So I think that time management, learning how to do your time management and making those non-negotiables, however that works for you, whether it's writing it down in a planner and saying, for this hour on this day, I'm going to turn my phone off and watch a movie with my kids, or whatever it might be that means to you, making sure that you hit all 4 of those areas, even if it's for 10 minutes and every day. Just be intentional about feeding that part of yourself, and I feel like you'll feel less of that like anxiety around like, I didn't have a whole lot of time to spend with my kids this day. I didn't have a whole lot of time to move my body today, but I made sure I at least did a 20-minute quick jog or whatever that is for you. Just making, because you can find 10 minutes to do anything. You can find 20 minutes to do anything, and finding that will help you to be better focused when you are in your, in your red zone or whatever you want to call it. So that's what I would say. I've been really big lately, like a crazy person, to where he rolls his eyes at me about making sure that I'm teaching everybody on our team to own their time and be intentional with their time blocking. So I would say that's the how. Obviously, like I think more like the operation of it, like the how you do it. Like knowing you have to do it is one thing, but the how you do it is the part where you're taking the action. That's where you're actually solving the issue. So
I would say read Sean Whalen's book, Make Shit Happen.
How to make shit happen.
How to make shit happen. Something like that. It literally talks about this. Talks about he calls it the core 4, breaks it down. I'm actually annoyed with people calling it such a simple book because I read it in I read it less than an hour, right? So it's not long, but it's very impactful. It spoke to me, so I think it would help you in this regard.
What's the name of the author?
Sean Whalen.
I was just gonna say though, just being an entrepreneur, just in general, it's gonna always be some type of work-life balance scenario that you're always facing. At the end of the day, so on to them, I agree with everything that they said. Absolutely. Those are great steps, but you're still gonna always kind of have something that you're working on that you just kind of like, as Daniel said, where you're kind of leaning one way really heavily in one area, and one way, you're not leaning as much. It's just about being intentional about what you're doing, just kind of prioritizing your day. At least that's what kind of works for Marsha and I. And then when you feel like, for us, when I get to a point to where I feel like I'm kind of neglecting this area a little bit too much in my life, that's when I'll say, okay, let me go ahead and kind of reprioritize some things right now for this day or for the next couple days, just so I can kind of get back on my kilter a little bit and just kind of move forward from there.
Now, you said you were a single parent? I think you're succeeding far more than you think already. Now it's hard for me to kind of say, hey, well, as a single parent, yada yada. I think Jay is probably the same with Marsha and myself. You know, this is a hard thing to do, but I think you being a single parent, you're saying going from country to country, and you're here on Propelio. You've been here yesterday, all day today. You're putting your sacrifice, you're putting in the hustle. I think you're far more ahead than you are, in my opinion. Now myself, I'm addicted to the hustle. I like to work all the time. My routine is usually, and Daniel can attest because he's been to San Antonio quite a few times, my routine is usually 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Now what helps me is my wife puts me in check. Right? Hey, you know, got to come home, the kids, whatever the case may be. Sundays, I don't work whatsoever. But, unless it's a really good wholesale deal, it's going to make you a lot of good money. And then, all right.
Whatsoever with a clause.
Let me go to the closet and answer so my wife don't see me. But nonetheless, how old you say you got the teenagers? How old are they? 13 and 16 now. This is me thinking outside the box, not as a single parent. My wife holds me accountable. Maybe you should, I don't know if you're open to it, have your kids keep you accountable of the lifestyle. Mom this, mom that, don't forget about this, as my wife does, and that's what works for me.
Yeah, here's our time. This is our time, Mom. Put your phone away.
Right.
My time, Mom. You know, like, if you tell them hey, this is what we're doing when we're doing, y'all get ready for it. You being intentional with me, it's that could also help.
Something that might be able to create activity between y'all, and people will agree or disagree with this. I have had both luck and no luck with working with my family. So like if maybe your kids could help you with some of the driving for dollars, maybe you'll all just hop in the van together and go drive through neighborhoods and make it a game. Like I heard somebody in here saying the other day that they made a game out of it. Like let's play
Date night.
Date night.
See, there you go, date night. Like maybe y'all can all go out and drive for dollars together or something like that. Go out and look at houses together, and if nothing else, you're teaching them a trade.
Down in San Antonio, David Fisher. Yeah. He buys houses with his son, Odin. How do I know his name? Because he's out there buying houses, doing Facebook Lives with Odin. Like, hey, we're out here buying another house, you know?
And imagine how that kid's life's going to be different. Like he, from a very young age, is exposed to transacting multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars of deals as a regular thing. You know, how comfortable would this kid be going out into the world and saying, "I'm going to go out and contract a property"?
So this kid, I mean, that could probably help out. Like Bates said, this dude is 13 years old. I mean, he would do these walkthrough videos, like man, but of course from David. But I was watching his videos, and David Fisher's down there, and he's a pretty big wig. And those videos that kid is putting out, I'm like man, you gotta see it up here. You gotta see it up here. I mean, he's really pushing out for a 13-year-old. That's really good.
Awesome. Next question.
From the internet, what are your top 3 prospecting methods to find deals?
Top 3 prospecting methods to find a deal.
So for me, I guess I'll just pass the mic this way. So for me, I would say cold calling is one. I absolutely love cold calling. So cold calling is one. JV deals is another one. And text blast leads.
So for the prospecting, like I said, with the team that we have, the best prospect for us is cold calling. Right? We have what we call a boiler room in our office. The boiler room has the 5 individuals, and then with the 10 VAs, that's for whatever reason, our main bread and butter. Myself personally, you know, as you're building a team, you take things to the next level. So myself is making sure that the wheels are in place, the machine's moving freely. With the cold calling for sure. Typically, the office makes 17,000 calls a day, to include the VAs and to include the office. Of course, you have systems and dialer tools to help you with that kind of stuff. For example, call tools or whatever the case may be. But for sure, as myself is making sure the office is running with the cold calling. The second step is, like Jay said, the SMS blast, when we're sending out thousands of text messages at once to same leads. And then the third thing is me being a broker. Every single realtor I talk to, I always fawn on the subject to deals. So whenever I see a realtor, hey, what do you do with those listings that someone come up to you and say, hey, my balance on the house is 200, the ARV or the comps is 220, 225, most realtors will pass on and say, hey, make it as a rental or whatever the case may be. If the realtor's a little savvy, they may educate the seller on a wraparound. But every single realtor I talk to, I always do that, and that's how we get a lot of our sub-2 deals is from active realtors.
Awesome. So on this side, I am not an active real estate investor. I'm not out there marketing deals. I'm not out there pursuing stuff on that side. Remember earlier I said my goal was never to be the business wholesaler. I've kind of moved up to the next level in not next level, I've just pivoted to a spot where I like things better. All that to be said, if I had to jump back into this game right now, I'm getting feedback from one of the mics. But with that to be said, if I am going to jump back in, I would lean heavily on network marketing. That is where I would probably come in and I would go to every REIA in town. I'd meet everybody in town and I'd talk to every single one of them and I'd say, you're a new wholesaler? I'll JV with you. You're what? You're an advanced wholesaler? I'll buy deals from you. You're a flipper? I'll wholesale you a deal. You're a landlord? I'll find you a deal. And I would just network market the entire room, and that is where I'd probably focus most of my initial time out.
Yeah, so I've had the honor of interviewing people from across the country, some of the best investors. There's a couple of things that I've seen from people that do volume. Direct mail is number one. It's the king. The reason why people are now leaning more towards SMS and cold calling is because it's more affordable. Also understand that it's very data centric and it's going to cost a lot of money to have that amount of data, which is why a lot of the people that do high volume are still doing direct mail, even though it's more expensive. They see the majority of their volume coming from that. But the funny story about that is when I go into groups like Next Level Flipping and I ask people, I did this post once, I said, tell me where your last deal came from. Almost 75% of those deals did not come from a form of marketing, like Daniel said. It came from word of mouth, a referral, somebody knowing them, brought them the deal. So putting yourself out there, letting everybody know what you're doing and being open and accessible to that, that's going to probably bring you, well, because there's no cost associated with it, some of the most profitable deals.
I would say that, and I would say I second everything everybody said, but for our business specifically, it's different for every market. And since this question came from online, and I don't know where they're asking it from, it's gonna vary. Some of our markets, it's like super easy to not have to do anything, but here we are heavy on the texting side. I really believe in driving for dollars. It depends on where you're at in your business and what you can handle. So I always like to say the best thing that you can do in marketing is what specifically fits your manpower and your budget. At the end of the day, whatever you're consistent with is what's going to work, and that's in any market.
Bravo.
You can split test different forms of marketing, but you're probably not going to get good data if you're split testing it. So getting local and getting in that network marketing is probably the thing that works best everywhere.
We got a question coming in from the internet.
Yeah, Mark B, he works in an oil field 3 weeks out of the month. Any advice on doing deals? I think he clarifies later that his 3 weeks are away from where his primary residence is.
D for D for a week, and then follow up for the next 3, and then cold call and everything else in between. Like, I don't really think that it really should hinder you in how you operate. I mean, if you're remote for 3 weeks out of there, D for D in your remote location. I don't know if you have homes around there, but you could work that market. You work your home market. You can D for D anywhere. Build your list, market to them, call to them while you're out. I mean, it's not really any different just because you're not home. That's my opinion.
If you're doing cold calling, how many should a one-person shop calls should they be doing a day?
Well, I think that differs. So like for us, so for our cold calling VA, I'll probably say, well, we have 2 of them, but I would say, I want to say she's probably doing about 700 to 800 a day. About 700 to 800 a day, I would say.
I would break it down per hour. I think that it depends on your dialer, how many lines you're dialing on. how many connections you make, what your data is. I think a good target should be 300 per dialer per hour. You're not going to come out of the gates doing that though. When you say, Jay?
Yeah, I think that's about right. Because we use a triple line dialer, so I mean through Mojo. So yeah, that's probably yeah.
We use a 10-line dialer, so that would make a big difference.
Yeah, so if you guys haven't heard of the dialer gives you, it's an ARM software platform that allows you to make multiple calls at one time, whether you're using Mojo or you guys are using
Call tools.
We use call tools as well. Call tools, each line allows you to make 10 calls at a time when it's outbound. If it's just a one-man show, like Ryan said, yesterday Daniel was talking about scheduling your day. I think something that takes an effect on what you're doing. Something along those lines. That person who asked that question on YouTube is schedule your day. I don't know how many calls you want to make per day. I think schedule your day throughout accordingly and make sure you fulfill, whether it's 2 hours or 3 hours, fulfill the 2 or 3 hours, and however many calls you get, and move on to the next subject. But out of those calls that you're making, like you say, it's making 500 calls a day or whatever the case may be. If a dialer is calling 300-400 times, you may only talk to 100 people or so. So if you want to have a case or a number, my goal today is to talk to 100 people, and that makes sense for you.
I don't have the ability to give direct feedback on this, but I would give feedback on the state of measure it and run a KPI to it. So like if you are making 500 calls a day, okay, that is your capacity. That's what you need to set your benchmark at, and that becomes your new standard and says every single day 500 calls need to be made, and then start measuring if 500 calls are made, how many contacts are made, how many contacts to an appointment, how many appointments to a lead, and continue building down your KPIs so that way you know what they are when you start hiring somebody.
Exactly.
Let's get a mic over here, please.
Right.
Okay, Mike.
Question
Okay.
right here. This question is for the entire panel. Who would you all consider the authority or the folks who are knowledgeable about multi-family units, apartments, commercial? You talked about in-game a lot, right? So I don't know if everybody's for their life want to chase a wholesale check. That's not going to be me. But as far as what are the requirements as far as capital in order to enter that space?
So I've had the honor to interview 2 of them, and I think they're both at the top of their game right now, and they both do it 2 completely different ways. That's Tim Bratz. I have an interview with him on Propelio TV. It was quite possibly one of the greatest interviews that I've been a part of, because I didn't say anything the whole time. I literally just sat there and listened to the man blow my mind. And then Corey Peterson. So Tim Bratz is in Cleveland, Ohio. Corey Peterson is in Phoenix, Arizona. They both have education platforms that I would highly recommend if that's something that you're wanting to get into, because these gentlemen have completely changed not only their lives, but their partners' lives on their deals, and they're willing to do deals with other people. They're willing. Like if you went and found a multifamily deal that was good, and you brought it to Tim Bratz, he's going to bring you on as a small equity partner for being the wholesaler on that deal.
It's a good way to learn and get your foot in the door, and they're accessible. I mean, like obviously there's a lot of places you could go for that. I mean, Grant Cardone does a lot on a lot of apartments, but he's maybe not as accessible as Tim and Corey are. And I think that if you're trying to go into that space, they're really good people to follow and reach out to.
If we're talking about multifamily, we're talking about true apartments, 100 units, 150 units. Yeah, I'm thinking, everyone has whoever they want to use or whatever the case may be as a good program. You guys have someone here local. A gentleman's name is Brad Sumrock. Brad Sumrock, he has in my opinion, a really good foundation. He has a good ecosystem on syndication. So we're actually part of the Sumrock, and we did a syndication as a passive investor. One of the passive investors is here, and it really breaks down the foundation on passive investing versus actual being a sponsor, becoming a syndication yourself, and that's the goal as a multifamily investor or someone who's coming to the next level to actually sponsor a syndication where we can all buy a $1.52 million deal with not being my money, but we come together and do a syndication, and we're all accredited investors or sophisticated investors. We can all have a slice of pie of this 150 units, 200 units, whether you have the extreme knowledge or not. But I think Brad Swamrock would be a good starting point.
Yeah, I interviewed him too, and I feel bad now that I forgot about that. I've never met him in face to face, though. I've met the other two guys face to face, but I would say
You've also got Think Multifamily with Mark Kinney and his wife Tamil. You've also got Lifestyles Unlimited. You've also got, Think Multifamily actually did a full course in the Propelio Academy. Like, if you want to start getting your foot in the door, at least go learn the lingo there, because they're going to start talking about stuff like that. And one of the things you're talking about is like going up to the next level. I believe that is a wise thing to do. Will Crozier was my mentor and has been my mentor for a long time, and he always said, add another zero to your deal, and if you don't, you'll always be chasing the same deal. And one of the things that I would say right now is consider the market cycles, and everything I'm hearing across the board on the multifamily side is the cap rates are just going lower and lower and lower. And if you start following Grant Cardone's always talking about, like, I buy in the Sun Belt. Well, like, he's starting to break his own rules to start getting deals done. So, like, it's just what I'm saying. It's like, pay attention to your market cycle. Pay attention to your market cycle.
On the cold calling, I want to circle back on that. What kind of conversion rates are y'all seeing?
As far as like how many calls per deal, I think it's on TV. We don't do as heavy cold calling here, which I'm assuming you're like looking for that. I would say you're gonna want to look at least. You're gonna want to look. You're gonna be able to. You're gonna want, if you have one caller and you're making 300 calls an hour, you're gonna probably want to have a solid appointment locked up every other day. And then how you convert from there is going to be really just dependent on you at the appointment.
So I'll share from my experience. Like I said, we had that boiler room where we're cold calling. One of the individuals there, his name is Clint. We call him Contract Clint because he's always on the phones. I mean, he has a schedule to the T. He is what we consider a warhorse now. He is probably, what's it? I don't know. He's on YouTube. He's probably twice my age. But his deal is he comes in and I ask him, man, what's the hustle? Why do you always come in? He goes, because I don't have the time. So that alone was like, man. So this dude, he is, when I said earlier when Ryan asked the question, how many calls do I make? His goal for himself is to make 100 contacts. Right? So that 100 contacts usually takes him the whole day. Because when he's calling the whole day, he makes 300 to 400 calls. But when you're actually talking to someone, whether they cuss you out or not now, whatever the case is, he makes sure he reaches the 100 mark. Out of that 100 mark, he probably gets, I would say, because he comes to my office asking for comps, whatever the case may be, he probably gets what we call opportunities. Out of those opportunities, he probably gets about 8 a day, 8 or 9 a day. When he gets those 8 or 9 a day, that doesn't make sense because sometimes ARV is 100 and, I want 110. Or whatever the case, something crazy, so you weed out those. But out of the, in my opinion, or my experience with us down in San Antonio, 1 out of every 100 will actually go to the property and make a cash offer. Now, whether they accept the cash offer or not, it may not happen. But for a somewhat slight KPI, it's for 1 out of every 100, where we actually show up to the property, or if it's a deal in Corpus or El Paso, we'll make a cash offer, and then we'll go back and forth. And if they're too high or we're too low, it doesn't make sense. But I would say for us, anyways, 1 out of every 100 true contacts talking to someone on the phone.
So like an appointment a day for one person? Yeah. Appointment a day, appointment a day.
That sounds about right, too. That sounds about right.
All right. Any other questions online?
Yeah, in terms of time blocking, if you're just starting out, what should your daily schedule look like?
Yesterday. So on that, like, if you're just starting out, you need to start with the consumption of knowledge, and then it needs to move to the application of knowledge, and that's going to start with data mining, figuring out how to create opportunities, and then focusing all of your time around creating those opportunities. I would time block out, marketing. I would time block out, pretty much everything we talked about yesterday.
What, if at all, what percentage of your deals come through, like, on market, through real estate agents for wholesaling, not fix and flip?
Very small. I mean, it's just going to be very hard to dispo it. I'm gonna send it to Daniel, and Daniel's gonna say, what value are you bringing me? This is just on the market. So from a business perspective, you have to sit there and think about what value you're adding to your customer, and if you're buying things off the MLS and then promoting it to your buyers, it's going to turn off more buyers than it's going to seem like you're adding value.
The markets change. Like back in 2009, 10, and 11, there was a lot of outfits wholesaling off the MLS. It was a different climate back then. But to add to that, remember that story I was telling you about the house I threw up for like 99 and ended up selling it for 105 when I didn't think it was worth a dime more than like 60? You made an offer on it.
I did?
It was strange.
Well, it's kind of, I wasn't sure if you meant like, do you get your deals from real estate agents before they hit the market? Is that how they meant that, Ryan?
Or right off the MLS.
Or off the MLS. Okay, so the way that I actually heard that question, because I am an agent, so people call me all the time, like send me your pocket deals, right? I guess to answer that question, because the MLS is the MLS, right? You can go in there and look at a property and analyze it based off of the fact that it's listed. But as far as trying to get pocket deals from agents in any market, I would just make sure not all agents are savvy to the investing side of the world. It is a very different world. It took a long time for me to get used to being an agent because I was not an agent going into this. So if you're targeting agents to try to get leads that aren't super, time consuming or expensive to get, that's creating a relationship and networking piece and making sure that they understand your goals.
All right. Did you sell me the property?
No, but I just
He bought the property and wholesaled it, right?
I bought it and I wholesaled it, and for a period of about a year, anything that I was putting on the MLS, within 5 minutes, I was getting an offer out of titanium in some form or fashion. And I was like, they must have some sort of automated system going on over there.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
But when it comes to the agents, I mean, there's twofold, like they're saying, whether it's pocket deals or actually on MLS. Going back to my initial question, where you said every single realtor I always ask with the no equity deals. Now, some of the deals that we get are actually some from the MLS. Every so often, one of our guys or even myself, if there's really much downtime, we'll throw in crazy offers and the realtors accept it. One of the ones that we did, it was actually a property that we flipped. The list price was 100. Our cash offer was, of course, sight unseen because it got thrown out, was 60 grand and it was listed on the market. And the realtor calls me back, hey, can you do 65? I'm thinking to myself, man, this property is listed for 100, but they would accept 65. That's the first thing. The second thing is we also do, data mining, how you want to look at it, is we'll go and look at properties on MLS built in 2017 and up. Knowing they just bought the house 2 years ago, we call the agent and say, hey, try to make conversation and see if that seller's open to doing a subject to deal. Usually the seller wants to do it. As soon as the first thing I say is, hey, my name is Mike, I'm a broker, yada, yada. I see you're listing on 123 Main Street. Hey, I have a solution for you that can pay your commission. As soon as you tell the realtor they can pay their commission, they're all ears. They want to know, how can you pay my commission? Because I know I'm having a hard time with the 2017 built that they're still building houses in the subdivision. So that's how we do on-market deals.
I just want to see if we can take it back. I want to see how y'all felt whenever y'all closed, or if y'all remember y'all's first deal, like what that excitement was. And I know everybody's goal is different. As far as, did y'all have a monetary value in mind as whenever y'all were deciding that y'all were going to jump into it full time? Did y'all have something as far as we're going to close this many deals a month before it's okay, I'm going to leave corporate America or whatever y'all were doing and jump into it full time?
Wow. So that's a great question, man. So I think that it's personal preference. I mean, a lot of people will say, hey, make sure that you have it. If you're thinking about going in wholesaling and doing it full time, make sure you have at least, if that's all you're going to do and you're not going to have a job like just all wholesaling, a lot of people say, hey, try to have at least 6 months to a year of savings saved up. So that way you're not just kind of like facing that month-to-month struggle and it's like, oh God, what am I going to do? You know, how am I going to eat? Do all of this type of stuff. So a lot of people say 6 months to 12 months. I kind of jumped up. For me personally, I kind of jumped out there aggressively. Just because I learned that way. I have to have my back against the wall or whatever, just so I kind of come back swinging. That's just my personality. But for me, I would say, I would recommend starting out doing it part-time first, just to make sure it's something that you're comfortable with doing. You know, you understand the process. You can see yourself doing it long term. But when you're ready to make that jump, if you can, I would say 6 months to 12 months of savings, personally. But it's a personal choice.
How do you feel when you're able to close that first?
So the first deal was wonderful. Our first deal was 10 grand. We actually got it from a pay-per-click. It was a deal that we had. It was actually in Ennis, Texas. So it was basically like a landlord. He was in the process of flipping the house, and I guess he realized it was a lot harder than how HGTV makes it look. And he was like, we did PPC. He clicked our ad, called us, said, hey man, I got a property I'm looking to sell. Give me $65K, it's yours. We didn't know anything. We went out there with a one-page contract. He held the one-page contract up and flicked it in the air and said, this is going to sell this property? Like, really? This is going to do everything? And he said, I'll let you know. Let me think about it. I'll let you know. And, Marsh and I, we just kind of ran off the property or whatever, like, oh, God, what's going to happen? And then the next day he called us. He said, hey, you know what? You give me 65, I'll take it. So we contracted it for 60. And he knew we were wholesaling and everything. And we contracted at 65, found a buyer like within 4 days for 75, and made 10 grand on our first deal.
I can imagine the look on your face when you got off that phone call with that 75K buyer. You're like, yes! This is real!
So that's a good question. This, I always feel some type of way to answer this question, because if someone's going from corporate America to full-blown wholesaling, it's a big jump, and I totally understand. And
it's a totally different mindset.
It's a totally different mindset. When you have an office of 22 and you have those 22 different personalities, we say certain things. Now, myself personally, like I said yesterday, I did 12 years in the Army. And the last 4 of the 12 is when I started doing real estate. So I was doing real estate, so I had the luxury. And then to top it off, I was stationed at Fort Sam Houston, which is in San Antonio. So I got PCS to Fort Sam Houston. I bought a house, right? So that got taken care of. That's when I first got into real estate. I was in the Army, so I had salary money. So I had time to learn. So when I transitioned, it wasn't as difficult for me. And then when we started off, we started flipping. But my first wholesale was like, man, we had 7 flips at a time. We got this 8th deal. That's when I looked into wholesaling. And that one wholesale deal, the first one I think made $8 grand. I was like, man, we made $8 grand so quick and so fast. But for someone to do that jump, I get this question asked a lot. And my man Frank Tovar's in the back, and he was in the same position a while back, and he was in a position where he had a 6-figure job. And I personally told him, hey man, don't quit your job. And 2 weeks later, he told me, hey, I quit my job. After I personally told him not to do it. And we got young cats in the office that come in all the time because they have the hunger mentality. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, doing this deal, that's hard to do. It's not hard. It's hard to make that sacrifice. But if you think, me as a broker or whoever's a broker, someone who's going to list a property, right? If you think about this, if someone as a realtor was to list $1 million property, all the hard work it gets to take $1 million lead, put it on the market, deal with the $1 million clientele, do all the full-blown work, the pictures, the open house, whatever the case may be. That one deal for that realtor, if it's a 3% deal, that's a $30,000 commission. We close deals all the time. Wholesales is past 30, 40. That takes 10 days, 20 days, 2-3 weeks. So that mindset is definitely there if someone has the hunger to do it.
So, how I felt, that GIF where Hulk is like just shredding himself. That's how I felt. So I'll tell the story about our first deal to prove that nobody has all the answers, right? I just said, you can't get deals off the MLS and wholesale them. So our first deal, we got off the MLS because I sat in a room that, the guy that didn't know what he was talking about in his tight leather pants and probably had done about 10 deals in his lifetime said, yeah, you go on the MLS, you make a bunch of offers. That's why I offered on a bunch of Daniel's properties back in the day.
It was easier to do on the MLS back then.
So we offered on it. I think he was asking $100,000. I offered $92,000. They accepted it. Guru told me I put it on Craigslist, so I put it on Craigslist. Guy called me. He said, hey, I'm at your house. I want to see it. We were in Vegas. I freaked out because he's like, I'm at the house and I know it's on the MLS, and so I know I have to call my realtor to get him in. And he's like, don't worry about it. The back window's open. I'm crawling through now.
And he's like, I don't think they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think this is how this is supposed to go down. And so I'm on the phone with him as he's walking around, and he's like, man, you know, this thing's a piece of shit, but I love this neighborhood. And he's like, okay, I'll take it. And so that's how we did our first deal. And so I thought it was that easy, you know, across the board. I don't think we've sold another house on Craigslist since then. But we made $7,000 on that. I double closed it. I didn't assign it. I was told that I had to get transactional funding. I called Dana Draper, who was the escrow officer, and she was like, you don't need transactional funding. We'll just do a pass-through of the funds. So literally for the next 2 weeks, every single day I called her and said, hey, this is RJ Bates. I'm the guy that's selling a house, but I'm also buying it apparently on the same day. Are you sure I don't have to show up with $92,000? Because I don't want to show up and look like a jackass, because I have this company that only charged me 1% to do it. And she was like, no. And so I still use Dana to this day.
She's helped us.
And we closed that deal. And my question to you about how long it should take before you made that decision is, are you an entrepreneur? You are an entrepreneur? Like,
now.
You, are you an entrepreneur?
Me, mentally, yes.
Okay, then I have a very unpopular opinion about this. Why wait? What are you waiting on? It ain't ever gonna be perfect. The timing's never gonna be right. Like, you already have your job. You're already making your money. What are you waiting on? So you can go prove the concept? Haven't we already proved the concept for you? If it's right for you, you know this. I knew this is what I was supposed to do. So when I went to her apartment and said, we're doing this, she looked at me like I was batshit crazy.
We were already entrepreneurs. We had a functioning business that paid we weren't like by any stretch of the imagination getting wealthy off of it anytime soon, but we had a functioning business that just like a corporate.
We shut it down.
And I was like, all right, we're jumping off this cliff.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew this is what I was supposed to do. Like, I walked up to the guy in the leather pants. He told me his greatest student was Matt Larson. I don't know if it's the Matt Larson that's actually good or if it's another Matt Larson. But I walked up to him and I said, I'm going to be your greatest student. I will destroy anybody else that you've ever coached. And I still to this day have that chip on my shoulder. I'm going to go find that leather pants son of a bitch, and I'm going to be like, I told you. I told you. He told me he owns a house on Camelback Mountain in Phoenix, and every time I go to Phoenix, I'm like, I'm going to own a house on Camelback Mountain. I'm going to find which one he owns. I'm going to buy it from him. So when you have that mentality, you just go do it, dude. Ain't nobody going to stop you if you have that mindset.
So I also would say, like RJ said, a lot of people look at that and like that's not a popular opinion. Like that's gonna be like I would never want him to do it any other way. Thank God I have this man because I would have sat there and analyzed the shit out of this for years before I was like, okay, let's shut down our other business. And so I do think that there is a comfortability factor. So to like add to what RJ said, if that's not you, because that wasn't me. Either figure out the chunk that you have to prove to yourself and then do that, if that makes sense. You want to be financially smart. You want to be financially safe. Whatever you have to prove to yourself, if you've never done a deal and you need to prove 5 deals, then have that 5 deals be your mark. If you're not the kind of person, I'm the kind of person. I was raised by a man who would have told me to have 3 years of savings in the bank before I went and did something crazy and jumped off a cliff. It just depends on what your setup is and what you're capable of. If you know you're capable of it, like he said, there's no better time than now.
If I told you right now, you have to go buy a house this week and wholesale it, or you die, are you going to do it? There ain't nothing going to stop you, right? So when you wake up with that mindset every day and you say, I am not going to let myself down, much less the people around me.
That works for us. You got to stay hungry.
Let's call that job up and quit it right now. Let's do it.
So on my side, a common denominator that I found across most people that I have found that were super successful in this business is they put their back against the wall.
That's right.
And if you're willing to put your back against the wall, then you've already got a why. And the biggest thing I've always said is that your why has to be larger than your fear. And somebody that's willing to put their back against the wall, like F this, I'm just going to shut down my business and I'm going to do it. They already have the mindset of I'm going to win, and that mindset is incredibly important. So to go through and like you asked, what did I feel like after I did my first deal? Are you talking about my first real estate deal or my first wholesale deal? Because I started differently. I started flipping and then I went to wholesales. My first wholesale deal was like, why in the hell am I flipping? like I learned about wholesaling, and it was luck for me. I really can't say anything more than luck, but I was like, somebody kept introducing me to wholesaling, and they're like, you need a wholesale. I've been flipping for about 4 years, and then within about a week and a half to 2 weeks, I'd made about 22 grand wholesaling, and I did 2 contracts, and I'm not going to say that like the 22 grand wasn't important, but by that time I'd already been flipping long enough that 22 grand was just 22 grand. But at that point in time, it was like, I just did 22 grand in like a week and a half. I had no liability. I had no contractors to deal with. Why in the hell am I flipping? And one of them was, it was just 2 contracts in 2 weeks, and it was a phenomenal feeling. So yeah, on that one. And then my very first deal was like a 97K profit off of a flip. But I did that deal completely weird. Now that was a life changer for me, because at that point in time, I never had more than like $800 in my account. And more often than not, that was just because I got my tax return, and then it went right back to negative. So that was a life changer for me.
And also remember, like, you have something that nobody else has in the we, not me. Like not nobody else has. We didn't have this. If you, like, when you make that decision, when that's right for you, whatever it is, like, don't lose your house, don't lose your car, don't not feed your kids, whatever. But if you can do it, like, there is no better time than now. However, you also, like, when you fall, when you stumble, when you're like, oh, I didn't even think to do that, you have so many resources. So let that also be like a little bit of a whoopee. That's what I call it.
Okay. My question is 2 parts to it. But let's say for the main part is when you get that first deal done, whether it's $5,000, $10,000, how would you recommend a person segment their funds, whether it's investing back in the business, putting some aside for taxes? So that's one of those things that I've seen it kill. I have a business, but I have friends who are business owners, and they refuse to start another business because they felt that they got screwed by Uncle Sam, and they got hit with this big tax bill, and they fell out. They just didn't know how to reinvest in the business properly. So for someone new, what would you recommend that they do as far as reinvesting in the business strategically?
I would, on my side, take care of any immediate cash needs I have, like bills that are due, and then 100% of the rest of it just remains in the business. It doesn't get spent back out. I know a lot of people say reward yourself, but if it's $5,000 and you just spent $2,000 of it to catch yourself back up, the next $3,000 needs to stay in the account to keep your operations going. I would keep myself to the point where I had at least 5 or 6 months of finances in the account at all times, because I know for me starting out, my wholesaling, remember I talked about gaps of income, was because like there would be 3 or 4 months that would go by where I was for whatever reason unable to perform, and it was stressful, and having the reserves in the account was important to me.
One of the things I also would say that a lot of people make the mistake of, whether they're getting into wholesaling, flipping, whatever, is like set your like reverse engineer. We're really big on reverse engineering, like everything. If you are knowing, you know what you personally, if you're a one-man show, you know what you personally need to make, like that needs to be like a small percentage, a small number in comparison. So pay yourself a salary, and then set yourself like a marketing budget that's going to look different for however you're marketing. You don't, and the rest of it goes in the bank. And how you dedicate those funds is going to be unique to your business. but make sure you don't do what a lot of people do, which is just like, oh, I made $5,000. You didn't make $5,000. I heard somebody say it really well. I can't remember who, but they said, I think it was Carlos Reyes had told somebody, you just stole from your company. Pay yourself. Make sure you know what you need to make and don't negotiate on that. That's what I need to make.
Would you consider Daniel a mentor?
Absolutely.
Would you consider Gary Harper a mentor?
Oh, yeah.
Gary Harper goes by the Profit First book, so read that. And I think that breaks it down pretty much for everybody right there on what you're concerned about. If you read Profit First, you'll be
I need
just
to
fine.
read that. I've never heard of it. I'll have to read that one.
I mean, there's a lot of variables on that one, right? There's a lot of variables on if you're making the 5,000. I mean, how are you financially now? Are you just starting off and your finances aren't where they need to be? I'm not a full fan of this, but for some of the guys who are fans of Dave Ramsey, he has his Financial Peace University. He has the baby steps 1 through 7. Now, I'm not a fan of, I think 4 through 7, but 1 through 4. But steps 1 through 4, that's if someone who's starting off, your income might not where it needs to be at. One of the first things he says is have an emergency fund. That's for sure. The second thing is to pay off the debt and the snowball effect. Now, I wouldn't pay off all the debt because you can use debt as leverage. I'm talking about personal debt, credit cards, whatever the case may be. And then the next thing would be have 3 to 6 months of reserves. Say, if I was to not get a deal the next 3 months, how much money do I need to survive for those 3 to 6 months? And I think that's that. And then 4 to 7, you don't want to do those, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree with that opinion.
Dave doesn't like 4 through 7 either.
Okay, I didn't have a question, but more of a statement back to what he said, and I wanted to know if you guys thought the same thing. But I've been full-time since 2012, and you had said, how do you know when to leave your job? How do you know when to go full-time? And I was just thinking about when you said your first deal, right? And I wanted to say, like, it's like a drug, right? So, like, my first deal I made $7,000. Right? But I was still kind of like, did I do something legal? I don't know. I was more like in shock than to go spend my check. I kept the check for like a week before I did anything with it, right? So then like my second deal, let's say I made like 2,000, but then my third deal I made like 10, and it's a drug at this point because I'm still working my full-time job, but I can't think of anything other than, do you want to sell a house? Do you want to sell a house? Like everybody, if I go to McDonald's, it's like, hey, I buy houses. It's like a drug, right? You get into this drug, so you automatically kind of know when you can just kind of take off running because then you get like this rush because it's like, how much money can I make on the next one and who can I help? Because you get in a position to where you're actually helping people because a lot of the properties that we handle as wholesalers are distressed people. Probates, someone's wife passed away, or what else? Foreclosures.
Apparently
you would
McDonald's.
be surprised. You're like taking people to the grocery store. You're like crying with them. You're like, girl, come on, I got you. Let's go beat them up. So coming from I'm not an agent. I was not in sales. I was a bookkeeper, right? And in accounting. So my perspective was sales, agents, open houses. But in the wholesaling business, a lot of the people more like, help me. You know what I mean? You don't really have to sell them. They're like, what do I need to give you for you to help me? And you're just kind of, so they really don't care. They care how much you make. That's why we do the blind HUD. But at the end of the day, you're helping people and you're making money doing it, and it becomes a drug. And then when you have like that goal, so for me, it was like, if I could make $4,000 a month, that's all I wanted was to replace my income, my 9-to-5 income. So once I was making that, then my manager came in there and said something fly to me one day, and I was like, I quit.
I like that. I like that a lot. What she said is calling it a drug, man. It can get very addictive, like getting addicted to that hustle, getting addicted to that grind. Because, like, if you've never seen big money in your life, and then all of a sudden you get a $20,000 check, all of a sudden you get a $100,000 check, all of a sudden your bank account's not sitting in the negative anymore, you realize that there's opportunity in this world that you may have never knew of. And for me, that opportunity was big.
I had a question for skip tracing. Based on all you all's experience, what's a good hit and match rate based on the skip tracing you all do? And when you get that lead back, how much of those parameters do you exhaust? And what I mean by that, the phone numbers that come back, and then any other information, emails, social, etc.
It's not a question for me. I don't answer that one. I know Batch Skip Trace has high hit rates. That's why I partnered with them. I know Skip Genie has high hit rates. That's why I partnered with them. And if you have data, in my personal opinion, I'd exhaust it. Like, that's just what I'd do, but I don't have experience in doing it, so I'm not going to speak on it really.
So let's break down the question one more time. What's
So
the skip
pretty
trace?
much like, is there an industry standard? Because I've heard just in the short time I've been in it, just researching all these different skip tracing companies. Some are at 50%, some are at 70, some are at 80, but that's just the match rate. And then after that, it's like I can get a bunch of numbers, but then if those numbers are businesses or do not call, or so those leads become quality leads, so I'm not always fighting against the trace.
So there's different programs for sure. Which one you are with Batch, right?
Batch Skip Trace and Skip Genie?
Batch Skip Trace and Skip Genie, that's definitely something we're looking into before Daniel announced that. So you got programs like us personally, we use IDI for now.
Okay.
And IDI, what they say is in the 90s, right? And what someone's saying and what the hit rate is for the 93, I think is what they're saying. Do you know what Batch is?
I was told that it was in the 90s.
Yeah, it's in the, I think they're saying in the 90s, but when you actually pull the details and you pull the data, with the call rooms and the call tools that we're using, in my opinion, I would not say it's not in the 90s for sure. And the second question was what? The second part of the question?
Was just how much of the information that comes back do you exhaust?
As actual?
I think Daniel kind of, like, do you all do anything beyond just the calls, the email,
so we're
hidden
trying,
address?
Right. So what we're trying to do is a funnel system. The very first thing is going to be the call, right? Because everyone's a little different nowadays. In my opinion, most people aren't more interested in doing a text message than the call. So the little funnel system we have, it hits the call. After the call, those same amount of leads that we're pulling, so we pull a list of 20,000 leads, we skip trace, so we come back to those 20,000 leads. Those 20,000 leads go into the boardroom first because we want to make the initial person-to-person contact. Those 20,000 where they say don't call or do not, I'm not interested, whatever the case may be, we then give that to our SMS team. The SMS team then pulls out the text messages. Some of those deals we'll get because some people want to do text messaging versus actually calling someone or doing the phone-to-phone conversation. After that, if we get someone on the line, and for example, our very first thing to do, of course, is wholesale. If we can make that a wholesale, we do the cash offer. Now, if the cash offer doesn't work, the second thing is because probably there's no equity, we'll do the subject to. If they're really tight on the numbers, like, no, my ARV is 100 grand, and you guys want to offer me 60,000 cash, it only needs 10 grand to work, that's not a true wholesale deal. The best thing I want to do is $90,000 cash. Now, if it's a wholesaler doing a wholesale deal, that's not going to work. But if it's a sub-2, the seller's open to doing a sub-2, you can still wholesale a sub-2 deal. But if the seller's not confident or, I don't want to loan in my name for whatever reason, which makes sense, the third step we'll do is we'll push it towards, hey, we have a sister company that's a brokerage, and we can have them as a broker. Now, the fourth thing we'll do is a lease option if they're interested in it. Have this lease option, 12-month deal, kind of like what John Jackson talked about on Propelio.
So, as far as skip tracing goes, Batch Skip Tracing is the most accessible skip tracing company that I've ever seen. I mean, if you wanted to, you can drive to their office right now in Phoenix. You can walk in. You can sit down at Evo's desk, and he's going to blow your mind for 3 hours about how he gets his data and how it's the best in the world. And you're not going to understand a damn thing he's saying. But I'm going to tell you, you're going to walk out that going, okay, now I understand why they're the best. And they're also, aligned with Propelio, aligned with, Investor Fuel, probably one of the best masterminds out there. They're aligned with us at Next Level Flipping. There's a reason why people like us are aligning ourselves with them and not with other people.
The key reason I aligned with him is because they had such a great reputation for quality data and being a good company.
Gotcha.
So I would say like some of those factors that people put on their sites, you're gonna get like their hit rate. For example, like we've used a lot of different ones, and let me just say like I'm all batch. The rate like you can hit 10 records
Correct.
for one address, right?
Yes.
But it really what matters is like how many people are we connecting, and we've tested them through call tools, other dialers, through different text systems and things like that. And really, what it all boils down to is like the data, and it gets really complicated when you get into it. So without going on for ever and ever and ever a million years, because I've literally spent probably an entire 2 years, like so many hours per week, just like data, like Bash is where it's at.
So I'd like to add on to that. The reason why I partnered with Batch Skip Trace and Skip Genie is while Skip Genie is a little more expensive, you do get a lot more data out of them. Like you get the potential errors, you get the owner's age, you've got, so like if you're skip tracing and the owner's 97 years old and you're not able to make a connection, well, you've got the errors there, not the errors, but the potential errors there as well, because I can start looking through the data and say that person probably died, that's why they're in pre-foreclosure. And then I can start working through that process there. So Skip Genie does give a little extra layer of data.
And then last one, do you all have a minimum follow-up number before you put that lead in either archive it or did? Because I thought I was doing a lot at 10, and then after speaking to some people, they were like, no, you need to at least be doing 15 to 20 plus in a competitive market.
Keep going until they tell you to go away.
Gotcha.
And I'd keep going until it's
sold.
sold.
Yeah.
Until it's sold.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Oops.
Sorry about that.
All good.
My question is on the text SMS. What do you guys use as a platform to do that? For a small volume, you guys have apparently, of course, grown quite a bit. What are the costs we should expect per text and all that?
As far as platform goes, we currently use Launch Control. We've used Text Magic in the past, especially when we were doing much less volume on SMS. What was the second part of the question?
Cost per transaction, cost per SMS. What should I say if I'm searching for one right now? What cost is a good price for me to say, I'll do
So Launch Control is a flat fee for the month, and then we get up to 20,000 contacts that we can add, and then we can essentially text them as many times as we want, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have a cost per text. Text Magic is like 4 cents. I know there's some that you can get down to like 1.5 or something like that, but we chose to go with Launch Control because we're good friends with Aaron Pimpus, who's the owner, and it just made more sense for the amount of volume that we're going to be sending out.
Propelio should be coming out with SMS, dialer, and RVMs by second quarter of next year.
Will there be additional cost to it, or?
There will be costs for SMS and stuff like that, yeah, but it'll be included in your annual or in your monthly cost.
And I think we use Smarter Contact. We use Smarter Contact. That's what we use. I forget what it is per. Text. Might be like 1.5 cents or 2 cents or something like that. 1.5 cents a text or something.
Probably 4 cents.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
gonna go
We're on
with
TV. Yeah, yeah. So we tried, was it Text Magic? We tried Text Magic. I think a lot of ones that I heard that was really good is Sherpa. but I think Sherpa only allows certain individuals in certain markets. If there's so many individuals who has a subscription for Sherpa, they won't allow another one to do so. At least that's what I heard.
That is correct.
Right now. That's Sherpa. So the Sherpa,
ERPA.
You will not be able to use it here.
Can use it in a sentence. Sherpa. And then the next one, the one we use is Smarter Contacts, and I think it's the same thing along the lines as the other platforms. Is you can have so much, and after so much, I think it's 2 cents or so. Yeah.
Brian.
Do y'all scrub any lists against the do not call list?
Yes.
Doesn't Call Tools and Launch Control do that?
So through our platforms that we reach out, it scrubs against the DNC. I think, can you do that in batch in their stacker? Yeah, I think you could do that in batch. I don't really focus on that because every system we reach out, it does scrub it against the DNC, which I do think. I think that you kind of have to do through them to stick to like legal. Like you don't want to get sued.
I had a conversation with Donnie, Donnie was on the panel last night, and I was talking with him a week or two ago, and he was like, I hit everything against the DNC, and I still get hit with lawsuits on the regular,
Yeah.
and because of that, he created a structure to help shelter him from that, but he does still run everything through the DNC, and even through doing that, I'll run it through the day before, somebody will put it on the DNC in the morning, and bam, now I've got a legal issue, so there is that aspect of cold calling you need to be aware of.
I think the good platforms, like they said, should already scrub it through the DNC before they issue the return list.
Isn't the federal law for ENC is that you're not supposed to call more than one time a year?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer on that.
But if you have a house to sell, I can buy it from you.
Question up here at the front?
Are you going to say you quit your job?
He was like, don't you
I just
don't you
texted my
dare.
boss, F you, bitch.
She gave me the desk there like this. No, my question is, if y'all wanted to share, what are some of y'all's goals for this coming up year, and what is something that y'all think that y'all could improve on, or something that that y'all can improve on this coming up year as far as goals?
So ours are very simple. We want to go slower to go faster. We tried to grow too fast in 2019. So we have a goal of 1 wholesale a week in Texas, 1 flip a month in Texas, 1 flip a month in Hawaii, 1 flip a month in Alaska, 1 flip a month in Arizona. If we do that, we'll be a $3 million company, and we'll essentially run that with 4 people.
We fired a lot of people in the past couple years.
Yeah, I think at one point in time when we were on Titanium Tuesdays, we had 74 people employed, and we're down to less than 10 people because we pay attention when we go to events where this man says, right, pay attention, but there's things happening that the market is changing, so we really slimmed down and made things simple.
You have no clue how humbling that was to hear. That the people are paying attention. So,
come on, Jay, what's your goals?
Yeah, so I'll say for me, I would say one of the big things that Marsh and I have been talking about is definitely starting to get into rentals this year. For our whole wholesale career, people have constantly told us like, hey man, wholesaling is a hustle at the end of the day. It's kind of like a job at the end of the day, So you really need to start focusing on that passive income. And it was really hard for us, to always just kind of pass on the quick money. But now, kind of like going in towards like this later quarter of 2019 into 2020, for some reason now it's just kind of clicked in my mind, and we talked about that. So that's kind of one of the things that we want to start doing. So one of our goals is probably to acquire, I would say, a rental like every quarter this year. So we want to get our first 4 rentals this year, so we're not just always just on the wholesale hustle and bustle. Also, we have another business that, actually 2 businesses that we're launching right now. So Marcia is actually in charge of JMC Realty Group, so she's going to be spearheading that from a realtor standpoint. from a real estate agent standpoint. And then we also have another business called JMC on the Go, and that's going to actually help out a lot of investors here throughout DFW. I can't tell you just yet because we're still working on putting the website and everything together and all the content, but once it's live, we're hoping that that should be live this upcoming, this quarter. So JMC on the Go, JMC Realty Group, rentals.
So everyone's at a different level, right? If you're doing a one-man show or 10-man crew or whatever the case may be at. With us, we would like to do, the goal for us is 30 contract wholesale deals a month. It's not too far from where we're at last year. So doing 30 contracts a deal a month specific on wholesales. We already do rentals. We have a decent portfolio. We're already in the multifamily with the apartment units. We already do a lot of subject twos to wraparounds, owner finance. That's probably our main bread and butter. I think last year we averaged about 4 sub 2 deals, and then we put them into a wrap. This year we're trying to do more like 6 to 7 a month instead of 4 a month. So really getting on that. But on the bigger side with the picture is for the team that we have on hand is start creating their portfolio and have them fully understand everyone gets sub 2 out of the deals that we get, and really giving back once I think we hit a certain level. We would like to give back and provide value, and we're trying to create this home buying home selling association and turnupthehustle.com to provide value on stuff that we do that works for us at this large level with texting and cold callings and all that good stuff. And whatever platforms and softwares we use is basically all on the website and how that works. So that's really the next step, is to give back through the association.
Greatness.
In regards to cold calling, I know we all have our different, approaches, but at the end of the day, a lot of us are familiar with scam calls and telemarketers, and that initial opening statement, what should that sound like? I mean, the minute you say, "Hi, my name is blah, blah, blah," you're like, oh, I don't know you, what do you want?
Hi, I'm RJ Bates. I want to buy your house.
So I like for people to call them by name. Hi, I'm looking for Joe Smith, and that's it. And the reason why is because you're gonna find out really quick. There could be a neighbor whose cat is in your tree, whatever it might be. But that initial statement, you can do your introduction, but you want to sound like you're calling with a purpose, because you are. And if somebody calls me and they're like, "Hey, is this Cassie?" I'll be like, "Yeah, what's up?" Or, "Hey, I'm looking for Cassie or Cassandra." Usually if people say Cassandra, I know they're calling about a listing, because that's my real name, so that's on my license. Or if they say Cassia, I know it's Ryan. But I just literally, I don't overcomplicate it on that. Have a script. You want to hit a mark, but really what's most important is everything is 80% of everything you do is psychology based. So if you can connect with them instantly, that's why I like that method. Not, "Hey, it's RJ. Let me buy your house."
So John Martinez has cold calling scripts for free on Facebook, and I adamantly believe he's the #1 sales trainer in real estate investing. So look that up, and then also realize that we're cold calling to not sell something. We're cold calling to buy something, and it's because we have data that shows that they have a reason why they would want to sell their house. So you're not calling to even buy something, you're calling to solve their problem. And so, yes, you're going to have people that initially are going to have that negative response, and that's because they're not ready to receive help yet. And so just keep going, and eventually they'll realize that you're just there to help.
That's why I like that friendly approach. "Hey, is this Joe?"
Yeah, I think tone has a lot to do with it, calling them by their first names. One of the things is it could be a science behind it on how all this works. One of the, on top of John Martinez, there's TTP with Brent Daniels. Yeah, Brent Daniels and TTP is talk to people. He has a script that we use and we implemented. One of the things is the word sorry. A lot of people want to start off the phone call, "Hey, sorry to bother you." The word sorry is negative in its format. When someone says the word sorry, "Hey, my name is Mike, sorry to bother you," that already says, "Oh man, what do you want?" Right? Versus you spin it to a positive word, which is "thank you." "Hey, my name is Mike, thanks for answering. we're calling about the house on 123 Main Street, see if you have any interest in selling it. That's pretty simple as that. So we implement Brent Daniels with the TTP. We use positive words and we get straight to the point, and of course by first name.
Exactly. I mean, exactly. I mean, he hit it right. He hit it right on the money. I mean, yeah. I mean, you don't want to start the introduction with negative. You want to start the introduction with positive. And just let them know, what the goal is. I mean, and if they're open to it, they're open to it. If they're not, okay, thank you for your time. Is it okay if I follow up with you at a later date? Maybe I can assist then. Follow up with them.
So I'll tell a funny story about Brent Daniels. So we go to Phoenix with Dutch, and Dutch Jackson, for y'all that don't know, he does the D4D album. He does rap songs about real estate investing, okay? So Brent Daniels gets a song made about TTP, and so I come back and Dutch makes it look all awesome on the video, and I show it to my son, and my son looks at it and he's like, "Man, that's so cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm holding the camera and doing this, Yeah, I was showing him, I videoed that part, He's like, "Oh, cool, Dad," And so then I'm like, "Okay, go take a shower." I hear my son in the shower singing TTP, gotta talk to people, over and over and over.
Like, TTP, you gotta talk to me.
You gotta pick up the phone and talk to people.
That TTP and Dutch, man. Dutch, shout out to Dutch. I wish he was here. I hit him up. I wish he was here.
He had some come up. He was going to come, yeah.
But another good thing is that talking to people, that stuff can be tough, right? It can be real tough. So we do, or not me, but Manny Cash, he's one of the guys on my team. He does an actual live webinar every Friday at 6:30 where he's actually calling people on, so you can see it's not a scripted. There's no, hey, the next lead is 1, 2, 3. You won't say the street because we're doing a deal, right? But he'll say 1, 2, 3, and he'll be on a speakerphone actually doing a full-blown conversation on how he does it. And Manny is the one that runs the boiler room. He's also the one that's in charge of the 10 VAs who are making all the phone calls. So you can always log on to that on Turn Up the Hustle. But when it comes to Dutch, and Dutch is out there, if you guys don't know, we went to Wholesaling, where Daniel's up there on Wholesaling, and we took our team up there, and we had this Airbnb, and Dutch came over, and he just comes up with these catchy songs. So we're home buying, home selling, and he came over, and we have a rap song. It's called what is it? Home buying, home selling. We're buying, who's selling? So that's our rap song. So shout out to Dutch if you're watching.
Y'all forgot about the ARV song.
Yeah, he's got some new ones coming up.
Dude, it's so funny. So Dutch is doing acquisitions and dispositions with us now, right?
Oh, sweet.
I guess that's a pretty big announcement. But so it's funny because he'll literally be in the office with us. And when he says, "What's the ARV?" I mean, when he says it, dude, it sounds like he's rapping it. And I'm like, I feel like it sounds like you're about to break out in full on rap. So go ahead, man.
So this is a little off the topic, but so with these larger investment firms like OfferPad, Open Door, those guys who are opening in different markets around here,
iBuyer.
How has that affected you guys? And how do you see it affecting your lists and your call lists? And
I'm so excited for this one. This is awesome.
I'm
Okay.
sure you all hate them, but I'm
No.
how that works.
See, that's the thing. When all the fish start swimming in one direction, you swim the other direction. Okay. So when I went to a mastermind, we literally had a full-on 2-3 hour long discussion about how all of us were going to combat the iBuyers coming in. Right. This is a negative thing. They're coming in. They're overpaying. How can we compete with this? And so I had the idea. Let's figure out what their buy box is. How easy is this? I can go buy the house and just submit it on their website and they give me an offer. I sent a deal to Jay. I gotta hope Jay reads his text message or responds to me, or well, what if he's busy, or what if him and Marsha are on vacation? Open Door never goes on vacation. I submit it, and 24 hours later, they give me an offer. So now, at this point in time, we're literally closing on deals that fit in their buy boxes, and they're our best buyer. They overpay. They pay more than anybody. So I love them. We close on them. So we can't wholesale to them. We have to own it. But what I do now is
Wholesaling a lot easier.
Yeah, so we take down deals that are 1960 or newer, that are 3.2, and here in Texas, the ARV has to be less than 350,000. Some other markets they'll go up to 500,000, but Here's just a note, guys, right? I've spoken to all of them. They have specifically made a decision to not buy houses more than 350,000 in Dallas-Fort Worth. Okay?
Wonder why.
Wonder why.
Wonder why.
We don't need to figure it out. We just need to know that we should not buy houses that are at that price point. Okay? If they're not doing it, I'm not doing it. So I only buy what they buy.
I've got some theories on all this.
I bet you do. I think I've heard them.
I've got I've intentionally kept my theories back because I don't want to end up getting shot.
Exactly.
But I've got some really solid theories on what's going on in the market right now.
Yeah.
So Open Door, OfferPad, Perch. There's a couple other ones. We submit those and we let them compete. And then I get on the phone with the representatives and I say, hey, I know you don't like to hear this, but Perch, they offered me $7,000 more. And then I get on the phone with Perch and I say, hey, Open Door matched their offer, but then they lowered their percent. So I literally made them compete against each other, and then we sell them to them.
Another thing to be said about that, like they can't match us on repairs, and then there's plenty of real estate out there. At some point in time, like we're gonna connect with buyers, so that's how you combat it. We're connecting. We're the small guys compared to like sellers. Sorry. Thanks. We're going to be able to connect with these people and solve a lot more of their problems because we're not robots. So we just really focus on that to combat that. A lot of people, like we've had wholesalers sell us a house, and like we actually have a little bit more buying power because we can turn something faster by selling. If it's being sold to an iBuyer, they're also not going to close as fast. So you see there's like a lot of issues we can solve that they can't quite solve, but you can also use them to your advantage rather than focusing on how I don't really like anything that makes me feel like I have to focus to compete with somebody else, because like RJ said, we have more businesses than just this, but our goals are very simple. I don't need to be worried about competing with iBuyers. I need to know my market. I need to know my sellers. I need to know my buyers. I need to know my business, because we don't have to do 25 transactions a day.
I just want Open Door to buy 12 houses from me this year for an average profit of $30,000. Then I hit my goals. There you go.
That's our piece on that. Sorry, we.
Yeah, I haven't dealt with iBuyers yet, but that was great information.
You can stay away from it.
Are they in San Antonio yet?
Yeah, so iBuyers is not too common out in San Antonio. They Open Doors down there. I think Perch is making their way down there, but iBuyers is not, at least in my opinion, it's not in San Antonio. When it's come to talking to sellers, there are times where, hey, Open Door offered me this. It's tough. But there are times where building a rapport with the seller, because it's all automated. It's all e-commerce with Open Door. There's no rapport. There's no actually going to the house, meeting the seller, understanding the frustration, understanding, oh, you lost your husband, for whatever the case may be. So there are times where we've actually submitted an offer by talking to an individual, building a rapport with the seller, and they would show us, hey, this is what Open Door did. Unfortunately, we can't do this, but we can do this amount. We understand you want to go Open Door, and they actually come our way, and of course, not often, but they will actually come versus us versus a e-commerce or the big one, the big man, whatever the case, whatever you want to call it. But building a rapport is very important. So, but what Bates is talking about and sending them deals, yeah, they buy for sure. They buy high dollar. Yeah,
exactly.
Deals if you want to.
And here's another thing to understand. This was Gary Boomershine, is a man that I just interviewed for the podcast. He's been doing this since 2001. He owns realestateinvestor.com.
That's an expensive domain.
Yeah. I mean, he bought it in 2005 for like $9.99 off of GoDaddy. He's a very smart man. So he somehow did a poll on motivated sellers, and when they're motivated, when there's a motivating factor there, only 17% of them chose who they're going to sell their house to based on price. That's something that all of us have to wrap our head around, because we're business people. We're looking at this as dollar and cents, right? If we're going to go sell our house, I'm going to sell my house to whoever's offering me the most money, right? But these people are in a very different situation. And funny enough, Cassie and I have actually come into a couple of deals in 2019 where we found ourselves as motivated sellers. Like, I'm in a bad deal. I need to sell this, right? And it's funny to see how investors approached us and how different things mattered. Where there was people offering me more money, but this person over here was guaranteeing me that they would close and they could prove that to me and they had a proven track record. That was worth more to me because of my holding costs. And so sometimes price is not the most important factor. And so that's where, going to Mike's point, is that's how we can get past the iBuyers offering more money, because it's such a robotic, like you literally don't talk to anybody. You don't have to.
And like Daniel said yesterday, Donnie said yesterday, most people are only going to sell a couple houses in their lifetime. They're really going to be looking for that connection. And then two, like we had an appointment today that like we didn't run, but we had an appointment today on our team that they had submitted to Open Door, and Open Door came back and said, I won't buy this house because the amount of repairs. Open Door kind of wants to do paint and carpet, not a whole lot more than that. And if it's more than that,
They offered and went under contract and everything.
they went through the Open Door terminated on them after a 3-week long process. So now this person has to come back out and sell this house. So like some of it we're not going to have to combat. Now that lead was in Tempe, Arizona, but we have had people come to us and say, I went with Open Door and their repairs that they submitted back were super high. I didn't close with them because I didn't want to accept their repair addendum. And then we can turn around and do that. Like they're really looking to list it for like almost above what I would comp it at for ARV. We're sometimes willing to list something like, ooh, we're gonna fix up this, and this, not even necessarily a wholesale. I'll do paint and carpet. I'll leave that 1970s bathroom tile because I can in this neighborhood and this price point, and I can list it for $15,000 less than the ARV and not have to do this whole remodel. So that's like a hybrid between a flip and a wholesale, whatever you might like. We can make deals work if they have an appropriate amount of spread, if you run your numbers right. So like Open Door is not going to do that. They're going to have that. This is our system. This is our robot. They're doing the volume play, and we're not.
Okay, we've spoken way too long about this because Daniel has me scared now that I might get shot for saying too much about Open Door.
Oh no, like I get deep in the weeds on some theories that are pretty big.
It's a conspiracy theory. Nope.
I'm live right now online. Like I'm not even close to joking. Like I've got some pretty deep theory on what's going on in the market and how it's being moved, and it involves a lot of bigger people. So I've been fortunate enough to be able to be in rooms with people that, have access to the people that are doing multiples of billions of dollars with real estate and how they're thinking, what they think. When you're playing at the 10 to $20 billion level, it's a totally different thought process. And when you start being exposed to that thought process and you can adopt that thought process, you start thinking like that, and then you start exposing yourself to possibilities of what's going on that's bigger than the layman, Whenever 2010, 11, 12 was going on and hedge funds were out at the public auctions hitting MLS, just buying at 98 cents on the dollar regularly, all of us were like, ha, 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 F you, Wall Street, y'all are stupid. Y'all can't make money at 95 cents, 100 cents, 105 cents at the auction. You don't know what you're doing. Well, they were playing a different game than we were. We didn't understand the game that they were playing. And when you start understanding a game that is being played at the $50 billion level, you can start seeing where maybe things aren't what you think they are. It's a different thought process.
That about floored everyone.
It's a different thought process.
Go down the rabbit hole, yeah.
The rabbit hole looks scary.
And that's how you wrap up a wholesaling seminar right there.
How's it been for everybody?
Excellent.
Good. So one of the things that I have enjoyed the most through my career in real estate investing is getting the opportunity as someone that is not as advanced as someone else, watch people just chop it up. Like I'd go to a local REIA and there'd be that little group of the advanced people that are all over there talking to each other. And I just stand around the corner of that little group and I just listen. and I'd hear all the things that they were saying, and I was like, well, I never thought of it that way. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right, that's how I think like these people think. And I will start adopting those thought processes. So the more of those little circles that you can get around, and the bigger that circle is in regards to the echelon of the pyramid, you start learning a different thought process. And everything about what we do is a thought process. You know, we are right now being exposed to a wholesaling thought process that can open up these doors. Well, one of the biggest pivotal changes for me was I got to I was trying to negotiate a $60 million deal on a land grab for Stonebriar. And with that opportunity, I was sitting down with a man named John Lau. John Lau started from zero and made it to 250 million. He was known as one of the most wealthy people in town and on many different levels. He owned the most expensive home in Dallas. I worked with him for probably a month and a half, trying to get that deal done. And through the process of that, the thought process that he would use was taking me to the next level. Just being around that circle was like, okay, that's how this type of person thinks about these types of things. Okay, this is how this type of person operates. Okay, if I want to get to that level, I need to shift my mindset to mimic his. So one of the things that I also learned talking to Eddie Wilson was like, if you're starting at the bottom and you are trying to go to that upper echelon, you've got to basically recreate your ego 9 times. And it is incredibly hard to recreate your ego because your ego is your concept of self. Who am I? Well, if you are starting out as like, well, I'm a blue collar worker, and you want to break through those ceilings and keep breaking through those ceilings, you have to break through and change yourself 9 times to make it to the top. And what Eddie Wilson said is most people cannot break themselves more than 3 times. It's just historically proven that it's that hard to do. And you got to really think about that. Your ego is everything that your brain thinks you are. If you could easily manipulate your ego, you could, in the drop of a dime, be a totally different new person. And so, like, whenever I'm around people that have those mindsets, the thing I try to do immediately is absorb their thought process, start thinking like they're thinking. Because when you do that, you start becoming that thought process. So.
Very effective way to put it. It's true. It's very true.
Good times. Any other questions, or are we wrapping this up for the day? We're wrapping this up for the day. Well, I do love each and every one of y'all. Thank you all there live that are watching. If you like what you are seeing, please drop some comments out there and say, hey, you know what, let's do something like this again. I'm already considering here in another 90 days doing another one on another topic like mobile home investing, foreclosure investing, flipping, whatever it might need to be, probates. We can talk about whatever we need to talk about, but if this was a great format, we'll do it again. Thank you, guys. Would y'all like to do some shout outs like, hey, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is how you work with me? Nope.
Yeah, I have a couple of things.
All right.
All right. So first, I would like to get a picture with everybody in the room. Can we do that?
That would be greatness.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, we're still on TV. Thank you, Mr. Producer. It's been a long time since you told me what to say. The other thing is I would love it if everyone in here would subscribe to the Titanium Vault podcast. It's something that I put a lot of time and energy and effort into bringing value to the real estate investing industry. I purely do it for the sake of giving back because real estate investing changed my life. It's why I did Titanium Tuesdays on Propelio TV. It's why I'm here today. Yes, that's it. Subscribe to that. There are the majority of the things that I spoke about the past 2 days is from me interviewing people that are much smarter and have a lot more wisdom than me, telling me things on that podcast. So if you're looking to just gain wisdom from other people, there's 106 episodes on there. Love for you guys to indulge in some of those and support us there.
I think I was number 1.
Daniel was number one. And
Daniel was the first
we
interview.
have got to do that over again.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
We've broken that ego down on all sides a couple times since then. Then I think that it's also really important. Like, y'all reach out to us on social if you didn't get our numbers. If you don't have our numbers, it's a really easy way to contact us. It doesn't wake me up if I fall asleep. Yes, and you message us like, hey, thank you for doing the panel, or hey, saw you on the panel. This way we can connect when I have a question or need something or want to JV something. La la la. Mine is Cassie with just an I, CASSI, and DeHaas, DEHAAS. You should be able to find me. I look fairly like my profile picture.
So I just realized I did a terrible job of promoting myself there.
That's our group.
Yeah, that's our Facebook. The Titanium Vault, you can find it on either iTunes or Spotify. That's the best places to listen to it.
RJ Bates the third.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Moore with Propelio.com. For anybody out there that would like to connect with me, you can easily find me on Facebook, Daniel Chad Moore. I've got the signature black hat. If you haven't noticed already, I wear the same pair of shorts and shirt every single day. It's just what I do. All of that to be said, follow us out there on Facebook, Propelio Group. We've got a group out there, Propelio, the page itself. Propelio.com is a software resource for you to get access to true MLS comps, unlimited websites, 5,000 leads a day across county public records. You can get a Driving for Dollars application included with that. A lot of other little bells and whistles included on that. We're kind of an ecosystem built. If you haven't seen Propelio.com/academy, it is a free resource to get further education just like you've seen here. If you haven't already heard of Next Level Flipping, definitely check out Next Level Flipping. It's a really nice mastermind online group that is great for people that are looking to bounce ideas off of like-minded individuals and advanced individuals. And just continue supporting, see everything that we've got going on here. I like everybody's attitude. I really like the community that's being built, and I love each and every one of y'all.
Again, awesome. So again, Jay Coleman here, JMC Property Group. I'm very active on social media. Again, Jay Coleman, my wife Marsha Coleman back there. Feel free to reach any of us. I think I'm kind of limited out on the friend requests. I'm at the maxed out. So, but you can definitely instant message me. I respond fairly good on that. I was also, am I talking good? Okay. Also, I was going to say, so, obviously you guys have had 2 days of wonderful information. Now it's time to actually put it in action, right? I mean, now it's action time for everybody that's here, everybody that's online. Now it's action time. So if I can be of assistance, again, Marsha and I, we do a lot of JV deals. We can be of assistance, helping you to connect all the dots. Let us know. We're here to help you be successful. Yeah, like our page on Facebook and yeah, JMC Property Group.
All right, guys, it was a pleasure being here from San Antonio. Again, my name is Michael Yanas with Home Buying Home Selling Solutions. If you guys are interested, you can request membership to our group. It's on Facebook at Home Buying Home Selling Association, where we share tips and tricks on all the things we do, from subject to wraps to Airbnbs to rentals to flips, and of course to multiple wholesale deals a month. On our website, we always are very fond of Daniel and Propelio, and Daniel knows that. We have a podcast, and Daniel was on one of the previous podcasts talking about that mind-blowing stuff. Was on that podcast, and then
the internet feed.
And the internet feed, because Daniel was giving so much, and the conspiracy came in, and the internet stopped.
It was open door.
It was open. But no, we do have
The Illuminati got you.
I'm just thinking the universe is telling me not to talk about it, because at Wholesaling Live, I started to talk about it, and as soon as I did, my mic shut down.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm not talking about it. I'm not taking too many more hints that I need to stop talking about it.
So again, guys, Home Buying Home Selling Associations, the group on there on Facebook. We also have a YouTube channel, it's Home Buying Home Selling Solutions. With Propelio Academy, if you guys, by all means, Propelio Academy is where it's at for value. If you guys want interaction, again, on Mondays, we have a mindset meetings every Monday on a webinar. On Tuesdays, we do Texting Tuesdays. If you guys want to learn more about how we're doing SMS, we do a webinar on Tuesdays. On Wednesdays is the podcast. On Thursdays, we do guerrilla marketing and how we're doing different types of creative marketing to capture sellers, other investors, how to capture private money. And then on Fridays, we do actual live cold calling, talk about how we're doing call tools and what data, what systems we're using to push that out. And you can find that at the website at turnupthehustle.com. And I think my main man Frank brought back there. Is anyone interested? As a minder, like I talked about yesterday, if you need something to push yourself, what can I do? Like in our office, we have turn up the hustle. So that reminds me, hey, get back out there, go back out there, make the next call, do the next deal, turn up the hustle. You guys are interested in a shirt? I think he has limited shirts back there. You want to hang out with Frank. So, and then who is this, Daniel?
Oh, this is my wonderful daughter, Tyla. Oh, she came running up. She likes coming up here. So say hi.
Hi, everyone on YouTube, right?
Oh.
You need a mic?
She's the mic. She can tell you about conspiracy theories and what that. But no, everyone on YouTube, man, thanks for watching. This was such a great event. Thanks, Daniel and Propelio and Ryan for all the hard work. Edwin and everyone else who's a part of this who came out here on a Friday, Saturday. So huge, huge shout out to Propelio and the Propelio Academy, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys. Let's get RJ his pick.
Ryan, did you officially shut us down online?
Thank you, Sonia, for the $1.99 super chat. I just saw it. Thank you so much.